Chapter 521. Sima Yue and the rest came in early. With 3rd Mo, Wu Lingyu, and Kong Sangyi, who were all knowledgeable, they roughly knew which province and which sect those people were from. New Dagger Strange new address. What surprised Yue was the status of the Xianyuan Pavilion in the Primordial Lands. Many powerful forces could only sit in the main hall, and they didn't seem to have any complaints. They waited for more than an hour before the doors to the auction venue closed. Those who were late were no longer eligible to enter. Following the sound of the door closing, an old man with white hair and beard appeared on the auction stage. Upon seeing that person, many gasps could be heard from the crowd. It was obvious that they were shocked by that old man. Sima Yue looked at the sagely old man and asked in surprise, "Who is it that caused such a huge reaction?" 3rd Mo and the others were also rather surprised. They only came back to their senses after hearing her words, saying, "That's the pavilion master of the Xianyuan Pavilion's pavilion master Junsong. His position is even higher than the pavilion masters of the central regions. He hasn't appeared in public for many years. I didn't expect that today's auction would be hosted by him." Qin Mo nodded in agreement. "It's indeed surprising." Sima Yue did not expect such a person to be the host of the auction today. Although the scale of the auction was relatively large, there was no need for him to come personally. She looked below the stage and saw that Jun Lan and Jun Tian were both there. There was also a steward from the Xianyuan Pavilion. "I'm Jun Song. I'm sure everyone knows my old face, so I won't introduce myself." Jun Song smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to our auction this time. Everyone has seen the items this time. The quantity is great and the quality is good. I'm sure everyone will return satisfied. Of course, this is only possible if you have enough crystals in your pocket." The people of the Xianyuan Pavilion were all here. "Pavilion Master, how could you say that?" Sima Yue looked at Junsong. Why did she have the feeling that he was an old urchin? Was there such an opening? However, this was also the truth. Without money, they could forget about getting anything tonight. Ahem. Jun Song pretended to cough when he saw Jun Lan and the others glaring at him. He didn't care about their reactions and continued, "I don't like to nag. You all understand the rules. If you don't understand, ask those who do. Okay, that's it. Let's start the auction now." After saying that, he knocked the auction mallet, and a woman wearing an emerald green gauze dress came up with a tray, indicating that the auction had officially begun. Sima Yue was completely speechless at this old man. She guessed that Jun Lan and the rest did not want him to host this auction. Actually, it was just as she had thought. Jun Lan and the others were also very helpless towards this pavilion master who had suddenly appeared. Originally, they had already confirmed that this auction would be hosted by Jun Lan, but they didn't expect him to come here last night and say that he wanted to host this auction. His reason was that the scale of the auction this time was too large, and he was afraid that they would not be able to control it. With him around, no one would dare to act rashly. However, Jun Lan and the group of stewards couldn't help but roll their eyes in their hearts. How was he afraid that they would not be able to control it? He clearly wanted to play. That's right, he wanted to host this auction because he felt that it would be fun. He really didn't have any of the prestige of a pavilion master. The first auction item is an 8th grade pill, the Yuan Increasing Pill. Taking this pill, those who are nearing the end of their lifespan will be able to increase by 30 years. Although 30 years is not a long time, and some people go into seclusion, but with this Yuan Increasing Pill in hand, who knows, they might be able to break through in those 30 years. Wouldn't that mean that they would have an extra few hundred or even a few thousand years? Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Everyone knows the importance of this pill. Now, the auction will begin. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Sima Yue didn't expect that the first auction item would be such a valuable item. Although 8th grade alchemists weren't rare on this continent, they were still very common. Refining this Yuan Increasing Pill wasn't an easy task. Just the ingredients alone were very difficult to gather, not to mention the waste in the middle. And this auction didn't follow the order of the previous auctions. Taking out such a rare item at the beginning was considered breaking the previous rules. 11,000 mid-grade crystal stones. 12,000, 15,000. Sima Yue and the others didn't join in the bidding. They weren't nearing the end of their lifespan yet. Compared to the yuan increasing pill, she was more interested in gathering the ingredients to refine the breaking monarch pill. Moreover, her money was prepared for those few ingredients. She didn't plan to spend it on these things. When Sima Yue came back to her senses, Jun Song was already preparing to strike the auction mallet. 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones going once, 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones going twice. 210,000. 220,000. Sima Yue saw that the competition had started and couldn't help but sigh. The price had increased by more than 20 times. And looking at the attitude of those people, it seemed that 200,000 wasn't expensive at all. In the end, the yuan increasing pill was bought for 310,000, which was 30 times the starting price. Everyone knew that the yuan increasing pill wasn't worth that price. But because it was being auctioned, the price had been raised. And Sima Yue started to estimate the price of the items she wanted based on this situation. The first auction item was sent to the person who bought it. Then the second auction item was brought up. The second auction item is also an amazing item. In the past, we had an ancestor. Rumor has it that he broke through the emperor level and entered that legendary level. Does anyone know who he is? Jun Song kept the audience guessing. Emperor Qing Dao. Who in the primordial lands doesn't know him? Someone continued. Then do you know that he once used a divine weapon, the Heaven's Halberd? Jun Song said mysteriously. Pavilion Master Jun, are you saying that this auction item is Emperor Qing Dao's Heaven's Halberd? Someone guessed. Hi, you guessed right. This auction item is the Heaven's Halberd. Jun Song laughed and lifted the red cloth on the tray. He continued, this is the upper part of the Heaven's Halberd. Although it's a defective item, it's still a divine weapon that Emperor Qing Dao once used. Everyone knows that in the later stages of cultivation, the only thing that matters is comprehension. This is a divine weapon that Emperor Qing Dao once used. If you take it back, you might be able to comprehend something. The starting price is 20,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Continue bidding. When those people first heard that it was something that Emperor Qing Dao had once used, they were all so excited that they wanted to immediately start the auction. But when they heard that it was a defective item, they hesitated. So when Jun Song called out the starting price of 20,000, almost no one bid. Chapter 522. The Xianyuan Pavilion was surprised that no one came after the divine tool that Emperor Qing Dao had once used. Shouldn't this kind of thing be more sought after? Just as Jun Song had said, he might be able to comprehend something if he brought it back. However, everyone had different thoughts. Emperor Qing Dao rarely used the Heaven's Halberd after he became famous. Instead, he used a higher-level weapon. Therefore, the Heaven's Halberd was useless in everyone's eyes. It wasn't as meaningful as the weapons he used later on. What's more, this was a defective product that couldn't even be used. Even if he bought it, it could only be used as a decoration. If it was at the back, everyone would have already bid for what they wanted. If they still had money left, it wouldn't matter if they bid for it. But now, it was too close to the front. Everyone was afraid that they wouldn't have enough money after bidding for it. 21,000. Sima Yue shouted when she saw that no one else was bidding. Under her lead, only a few people came to bid. However, those people were just shouting for fun. They didn't really want to buy it, so in the end, she won it for 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Soon, the Heaven's Halberd was delivered to her private room. She took out her crystal card and swiped 100,000 mid-grade crystals. After the maid left, she lifted the lid and looked at the divine weapon. There's only one head. Yue, why are you filming this? Fatty Chu looked at the rusty halberd head and asked puzzledly. Sima Yue picked up the halberd head and felt a cold sensation in her palm. The material was definitely not ordinary. Unfortunately, because she hadn't refined it, she didn't know what it looked like without rust. In any case, this is Monarch Qing Dao's divine artifact. It's good to study it when you have nothing to do. She didn't see anything different about this halberd head, so she placed it back on the tray for the others to see. What kind of person is that Emperor Qing Dao? A broken divine tool can actually be sold for the high price of 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Wei Ziki asked curiously. There are several levels above the God realm. We are now in the God realm, which is divided into 4 small levels: God King, God Ancestor, God Emperor, and God Venerable. Above the divine rank was the monarch rank, above the monarch rank was the venerable rank, and above the venerable rank was the emperor rank. Emperor Qing Dao is an emperor-level expert. Sima Yue explained to everyone. Emperor level? Wei Ziki and the others sucked in a deep breath. Someone had actually reached the emperor level. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who were able to ascend to the emperor rank. Those were all famous. Kong Sangyi said, "It's just that this Emperor Qing Dao is the most eye-catching." How did he attract attention? In the past, the monarchs were generally old antiques who were over 10,000 years old. However, for some unknown reason, Monarch Qing Dao's talent wasn't particularly outstanding in the past, but he advanced to the monarch level before he was 5,000 years old. Some said that he had taken some kind of elixir, some said that he had received some kind of inheritance, and some said that he was originally very talented and was just hiding it when he was young. However, no matter how others guessed, he rarely appeared after advancing to the emperor level. Later on, he directly disappeared. Thus, there were rumors that he had reached the legendary level and left this world. Legendary level? Left this world? What's that? As our strength grows, our lifespan grows longer and longer. When we reach the emperor level, we can already live for 20,000 years or even longer. However, no matter how long we live, we can't avoid death. Third Mo looked at everyone and said, "But when you reach the legendary level, you become a true god and can live forever." What? Live forever? Is that true or false? Seeing how surprised they were, Third Mo shrugged. Who knows if it's true or false? Didn't they already say that it's the legendary level? Naturally, no one has seen it before, so there's no way to tell if it's true or false. If this Emperor Qing Dao really reached the legendary level, then he's too powerful. Sima Yulu said excitedly. His fanatical eyes were filled with worship. However, Sima Yue picked up the halberd head again. Since it's Emperor Qing Dao's weapon, why is it broken and only the halberd head is left? Oh right, he's already an emperor. Then he should be the most powerful person in this world. Who else can break his weapon? Fatty Chu said. Regarding this, Qin Nemo and the others shook their heads. Nobody knew what exactly was going on. Legends are legends after all. As for the real situation, only legends will know. Wu Lingyu saw Sima Yue furrowing her eyebrows and nodded. Sima Yue retracted her thoughts and stopped thinking about what happened back then. Let's continue watching the auction. Although the items at the end of the auction were not bad, they didn't have what they needed. After more than an hour, they didn't bid for anything. After that, Sima Yue bid for the 4 types of ingredients that she needed. In total, she spent more than 1 million. After that, she bid for a few materials for Fatty Chu and the others, spending a few 100,000. In total, she spent more than 2 million. This was much less than what Sima Yue had expected. However, her main focus was on the last 3 types of ingredients. These 3 types were the main focus. 2 types of barter. One of them could be said to be the only one in the world. Furthermore, it was a medicinal ingredient that was useful for cultivation. The competition would definitely be intense. However, before those 3 types of medicinal ingredients appeared, her items were auctioned off first. The 4 tendon and marrow cleansing pills were sold for a total of 4 million. The other items were sold for 2 million. In total, she earned 6 million. In addition to what she had left, she had a total of 14 million. She didn't know if she could use 10 million to exchange for 3 types of medicinal ingredients. Everyone will definitely like the next item, especially the Seeker Spirit Masters. They will definitely go crazy with joy. Jun Song said with a smile. Although so much time had passed and she had seen him host for so long, she still couldn't connect him with the pavilion master of the outer regions of Xianyuan Pavilion. It was too degrading. However, thinking about it was just thinking. The item that was brought up this time was indeed a good item. Everyone present turned to look at it. This is the ancient ore that everyone has been waiting for. Since it is in ore, then everyone should understand that there is a risk. There may be treasures inside, or there may be nothing. Jun Song said very responsibly, but if there is something inside, then it must be something from the ancient times. I don't need to say anything more, everyone should understand its value. In order to make it easier for everyone to bid, we have specially allowed the Seeker Spirit Masters to come up and watch. Everyone has half an hour. Those who are willing to come up and take a look, please come up. After Jun Song finished speaking, people immediately went up. Those Seeker Spirit Masters were extremely excited. They all surrounded the ore and looked left and right. Sima Yue looked at third Mo, who was not moving at all, and asked, "Didn't you come for this? Why don't you go down and take a look?" Chapter 523. Third Mo smiled and said, "I've already seen that ore. There's no need to look at it again." "You've already read it? When did this happen? Wasn't it said that the Xianyuan Pavilion was very strict with the preservation of the auction items? How did this guy see it?" "It happened a few days ago." Third Mo said. "As for the method, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone." "Since you've seen it, is there anything inside the stone?" Sima Yue asked curiously. "There is. Furthermore, I suspect that it's a living creature." Speaking of this, Third Mo's expression became serious. However, there was also unconcealable excitement. If it's a living creature, then wouldn't it be something from ancient times? The things back then seemed to be more powerful than the things we have now, right? Kong Sangyi exclaimed. The others also became excited. If they could open a living creature, the significance would be different. Most of the ores now were condensed from the essence of spiritual power from ancient times or even archaic times. If there was a living creature inside, then the spiritual power had to be so dense that it had turned into a liquid form. It had to wrap the living creature in an instant, freeze its body and characteristics, and make it stop breathing. His functions were also frozen at the same time. When it was released, its bodily functions would continue to function, and its life would continue. If what Third Mo said was true, then wouldn't it be possible for them to meet an ancient creature? Just thinking about it was enough to make people excited. I don't know if the creatures inside are powerful or not, but the creatures from the ancient times are indeed much more powerful than they are now. At that time, celestial emperors were not as rare as they were now. Only one would appear every tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, there were many paragons, unlike now. Third Mo sighed after saying that. "Why is this world getting worse and worse?" Ouyang Fei asked. "The changes in the laws of the heavenly Tao are making it harder and harder to advance in cultivation." Wu Lingyu explained, "Many powerful beings have realized this and have been looking for ways to break through, but to no avail. With regards to the suppression of the heavenly Tao, everyone had a deep understanding of it. Because of this, the Snow Wolf clan had never been able to become a sacred beast. And now, the world was quietly changing, making it harder and harder for humans to cultivate." I understand what Senior Brother is saying, but why? Why did the rules of the heavenly Tao change? How were the rules of the heavenly Tao formed? Why did it change? Wu Lingyu was stumped by Sima Yue's question. He shook his head and said, "I think we'll understand when we reach that level." Is there really someone who can reach the Emperor tier or even the Legendary tier? Fatty Chu asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Sima Yue smiled and said confidently, "Since others can do it, we can do it too. As long as we work hard, we won't regret it even if we can't." That's true, as long as we work hard, the final result isn't that important. I'm just afraid that on the road of cultivation, we won't be able to hold on to our hearts and forget why. Sima Lai nodded and said. Qin Mo had a whole new level of respect for Sima Lai and the others. Previously, he had only treated them as Yue's family and friends, so he had taken care of them. Now, however, he was starting to admire their character. As they conversed, half an hour quickly passed. The Seeker Spirit Master on the auction stage was asked to leave. When everyone returned to their seats, Jun Song slowly walked up and said, "Did everyone look carefully at this item? What do you think? Not bad, right? If you think it's not bad, then come and bid. The starting price is 500,000. Let's begin the auction." 550,000. Everyone had yet to come back to their senses from the high starting price when someone had already started to bid. In a short while, it had increased by 50,000. 600,000. 700,000. 900,000. 1 million. In less than a minute, the price had already doubled and entered the 1 million range. Those who didn't participate in the bidding saw this and sighed at how rich these seeker spirit masters were. Shouting out hundreds of thousands and millions like drinking water, they really didn't feel any heartache at all. The price was still rising quickly. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million were all broken one after another. The onlookers were all extremely excited. This was the highest and most exciting part of the night. Almost the entire venue was boiling. Everyone's breathing followed the sounds of the bids. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. Third Mo looked at those people calling out bids and wasn't anxious at all. He was even in the mood to drink tea. Third Master Mo, aren't you anxious? Kong Sangyi looked at Third Mo's calm appearance and couldn't help but ask. What's there to be anxious about? Third Mo put down his teacup and poured himself another cup. This price won't stop for a while. There's no point in calling out bids in the early stages. Kong Sangyi curled his lips. The situation outside was just as he said. The bidding of the or did not slow down and high prices were called out one after another. However, the increase wasn't as fast as before. After a while, Third Mo saw that the number of people calling out bids had decreased and started to bid. 10 million. He raised the price by 1 million in one bid, causing everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. 11 million. A man quickly chased up and also raised the price by 1 million. Once the two of them made their moves, the seeker spirit masters who wanted to call out bids temporarily stopped because everyone could hear the voices of these two people. If they wanted to compete, no one else had a chance. This Liang Yu acted rather quickly. Fatty Chu didn't have a good impression of this person. The Stone Pavilion is a place to earn money. As the young master of the Stone Pavilion, he naturally has money. Kong Sangyi said, then doesn't that mean we have no hope? Even if Third Mo had money, how could he compare to the young master of the Stone Pavilion? The amount of money that he could move could smash someone to death. That might not be the case. Shimin Feng opened his mouth. It's because he's the young master that he has more things to consider. That's why he can't let go. Sima Yue looked at Shimin Feng. The little brother that always liked to hide behind her back had already grown up and could analyze things from all angles. When the price reached 40 million, Liang Yu's bidding slowed down. An old man beside him advised, young master, this or is at most 20 million. Now that the price has reached 40 million, it has already far exceeded its value. If we get it in the end and it's not worth this price, it will be hard for us to explain when we go back. The last time Sima Yue earned 10 million from the Stone Pavilion, he had already been scolded by his family. If he spent a large amount of money on something useless, he would probably be punished by his family. After thinking about it, Liang Yu gave up on bidding. Third Mo finally won the ore at the price of 49 million. Third Master Mo is so bold. You didn't hesitate at all when bidding. Liang Yu waited for Jun Song to hit the auction hammer before speaking. Isn't young Master Liang the same? However, I originally thought that young Master Liang would follow me to 100 million. I didn't expect you to withdraw early and save me another sum. Third Mo retorted. Chapter 524. Liang Yu almost lost his temper in the private room. Third Mo's words were obviously mocking him. If it wasn't for the old man beside him holding him back, he would probably have gone berserk. The people from the other factions were not like the Seeker Spirit Masters who recognized the two people's identities early on. However, when they heard the two sides reveal their identities, they knew who the bold bidder was. Previously, they had thought that it was a lot, but now that they thought about it, this price was nothing more than a drop in the ocean for them. Liang Yu slammed his fist on the table and said hatefully, "This Third Mo really thinks he's some big shot. If I have the chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." "Young master, don't be rash," the old man advised. "This Third Mo has an eccentric personality. These years he has offended many big powers, but he has always been living well. If it's not because he's too capable, then it's because his background is too high. Either way, we can't act rashly. I'm the young master of the stone pavilion. Can I touch him? Liang Yu didn't care about Third Mo's status at all. The last time someone from the Sage Pavilion provoked him, the entire branch pavilion was mobilized, but in the end, they were all wiped out, and the main pavilion didn't say anything. The old man said in a low voice. Liang Yu was shocked. Where did this third MO come from? Even the general pavilion isn't saying anything. The old man shook his head and said earnestly, no one knows about Third Mo's background. Everyone thinks he's just a rogue cultivator, but how could a rogue cultivator be so powerful? Therefore, many people guess that he must have a strong background. There is no unresolvable enmity between young lord and him, so there is no need to continue this. For Liang Yu to be able to become the young master, he naturally had a little bit of ability. He knew that there were already people in the family who were dissatisfied with him. If he brought disaster to the family, he was afraid that his position as the young master would be lost. The oars were quickly sent to Third Mo's private room. Third Mo took out his crystal card and swiped out more than 40 million mid-grade crystal stones. He didn't even blink. He was truly a tycoon. Sima Yue and the rest gathered in front of the rock and examined it carefully. This rock that was half the height of a human was worth more than 40 million yuan. It was worth more than their lives. However, no one noticed anything special about the stone even after looking around. Is this really an ancient ore? Sima Yuming asked. I can't tell. I feel that it's no different from a normal rock. Fatty Chu shook his head and said, I can tell that it's an ore, but I can't be sure if there are spirit stones inside. Chinamo said. Sima Yue was the best. She looked at the ore and said, I can tell that it's from a long time ago, but I can't tell that it's from the immemorial era. I can feel that there's something good inside, but I can't tell if it's a living creature. Third Mo walked over and touched the ore, saying, It's normal that you can't tell. This ore looks ordinary and normal. Normal seeker spirit masters would only treat it as a waste or a normal ore. You've just become a seeker spirit master not long ago. It's already not bad that you can see that it's not normal. Sima Yue was not disheartened by the fact that she could not tell what was going on. Just like what Third Mo had said, she had not been in this industry for a long time. She still had to take it slow. Haste makes waste, and she might even make a mistake. Third Master Mo, when do you plan to open the stone? Kong Sangyi asked expectantly. Everyone wanted to see what could be opened, so they all looked at Third Mo. Third Mo shook his head, saying, I don't know yet. But don't you plan on opening it? Fatty Chu asked. It's not that I don't plan on opening it. If it's really an immemorial creature, when we open it, that thing might run away. If we can't find it by then, wouldn't my 40 million go down the drain? Third Mo explained. The chances of that happening aren't high. Moreover, we can set up a barrier. Kong Sangyi said. If it's a normal thing, then it's fine. If it's something very powerful, then it'll be dangerous when we open it. Secondly, the barrier won't be able to stop it. Third Mo said. Fatty Chu and the others looked at Sima Yue. Although they did not say it, she understood what they meant. If they could open this thing in the spirit pagoda, they could stop it immediately if there was any danger. They wouldn't have to worry about it escaping. However, she did not say anything. Third Mo and Chin Mo were people she could trust wholeheartedly, but Kong Sangyi was not. She did not plan on telling her this secret yet. Oh, if she became her younger sister-in-law, then she wouldn't have to hide it from her. Or she could go back and ask Feng. He had the most right to speak about Kong Sangyi. Because they couldn't tell what was going on, everyone's attention quickly shifted from the ore to the auction outside. At this time, another 2 items had already been auctioned. When they looked, a servant girl just happened to bring a long box. This thing looked like a weapon. Jun Song indicated for the servant girl to open the box. A meter-long white whip appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I'm sure many of you have already guessed the auction item this time. It's the long-lost deity striking whip. It's used to attack spirit masters' consciousness. It's a divine weapon that allows you to fight above your level. We have already confirmed that this is the deity striking whip that was all the rage back then. The starting price is 200,000 middle-grade crystal stones. Begin the bidding. Once Jun Song's words fell, everyone present was fired up. One by one, they began to bid. The scene was even more heated than the auction of the ancient ore. During the auction of the ancient ore, most of the bidders were seeker spirit masters. This time, everyone was mobilized. Everyone wanted to get the deity striking whip. Even Kong Sangyi excitedly grabbed Shimin Feng's arm when the deity striking whip appeared. The light in his eyes was even more dazzling than the stars. There were many people who wanted it, so the price was high. However, Kong Sangyi came prepared this time. He won the deity striking whip for 7 million. Kong Sangyi held the whip lovingly. He could not suppress the smile on his face. Sima Yue took it and looked at it. It felt very good. It was suitable for a girl's petite palm. Moreover, it was not very long. It was not an ordinary weapon. Deity striking whip. It specializes in attacking consciousness. If there's a chance, I want to see it. Qi Nemo said. Me too. Kong Sangyi wanted to find an enemy to try it on. Junior brother, the item you wanted is up, Wu Lingyu said. Hearing him say this, the people in the room shifted their attention away from the deity striking whip. Kong Sangyi also kept the whip in his spatial ring and paid attention to the situation outside. The item up for auction now has a very beautiful name, Luotian's tear. It's an essential ingredient for refining many rare pills. Things like monarch-breaking pill, spirit-recovering pill, etc. And this Luotian's tear rarely appears even once in 10,000 years. It was precisely because of the lack of this that many medicinal pills could not be truly refined even though they only had the pill formulas. Today, everyone is in luck. This Luotian's tear is the biggest pill in history. It can be used 4 to 5 times. Of course, its uses are far more than what I've said. Everyone knows this. The starting price is 500,000. Begin the bidding. Chapter 525. Luotian tears. This was one of the reasons why many people came here today. In fact, many of them came here for this item. For more, please visit Sima Yue knew that it would be sought after by many people, but she did not expect that it would become something that everyone would go after like a flock of ducks. The bids were getting louder and louder. She hadn't even started to participate in the auction, but the price had already reached 5 million mid-grade crystal stones, which was 10 times the original price. These people really don't treat money as money. Fatty Chu clicked his tongue and sighed when he heard those people calling out prices. Jealous. Bei Gong Tang laughed. Of course I'm envious. When will we be able to have so much money? We'll be able to buy whatever we want. We'll be able to use it for cultivation and throw it away as we wish. How awesome would that be? Fatty Chu spoke his heart's desire. Why does it sound like something a nouveau riche would do? Ouyang Fei teased. Fatty Chu, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit embarrassed as he smiled and said, a nouveau riche is also a rich person. Sima Yue did not join the discussion because she had already started bidding. Luotian Lei was something she had to obtain no matter what. When she saw the bidding going on like wildfire, she had already made up her mind. If she failed this time around, she would resort to extreme methods. Even if she had to resort to underhanded means, she had to obtain the Luotian Lei. The price was still rising and was approaching 10 million. Seeing that Sima Yue was still bidding, Shimin Feng couldn't bear it and said, Yue, forget it. This is a necessary ingredient. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we will get another one. Sima Yue looked at Shimin Feng. We can't wait. 10 million. At this moment Wu Lingyu spoke. My sage pavilion wants this Luotian's tear. The moment they arrived, they brought up the name of the sage pavilion, causing many people to leave. This time, there were many powers that relied on the sage pavilion to survive. Once they heard the Holy Sun speak, they had nothing else to say and immediately backed out. There were still some people who wanted to bid, but they suddenly realized that the Holy Sun of the sage pavilion was in the same room as Third Immortal. Didn't that mean the two of them were on the same side? Even if those people didn't respect the Sage Pavilion, they wouldn't dare to not respect Third Mo compared to the Sage Pavilion. Third Mo, whose background was completely unknown, was even more frightening. Sima Yue was speechless. She looked at Wu Lingyu resentfully. This guy didn't even discuss it with her before speaking up, and even brought the sage pavilion into the picture. However, this move was also useful. At least no one chased after him. 10 million going once, 10 million going twice, 10 million going thrice. Jun Song swept his gaze over the auction hall, and after ascertaining that no one wanted to continue bidding, he slammed the mallet. The transaction is successful. The Luotian tier is obtained by His Highness Saint Child. As soon as he finished speaking, a maid came up and took the tray to Sima Yoyue's room. Sima Yue took out her crystal card and transferred 10 million to the serving girl before keeping the Luotian lei. Towards the end, Sima Yue didn't participate in the bidding. None of the items attracted her attention, but she watched them and gained a lot of knowledge. This auction continued for a day and a night. On the morning of the third day, Jun Song finally said that the auction had ended and it was time to exchange items. At the start, the two items didn't attract Sima Yoyue's attention. But when the third item was brought up, she started to listen to Jun Song's request. Jun Song introduced the items as usual before saying, this time, the owner of the item didn't say what he wanted. He only asked those who want to participate in the auction to write down the items you are willing to take out on a piece of paper. He will decide who to exchange it with. Sima Yue took out a piece of paper and thought for a moment before writing down the golden snake fruit. She then passed the piece of paper to the serving girl who came to collect the paper. Very quickly, the owner of the item decided who to exchange it with. He chose to exchange it with Sima Yue's golden snake fruit. Outsiders wouldn't know what Sima Yue took out, but if it could move the owner's heart, it must be something valuable. When the last item was brought up, everyone's eyes widened. Even Sima Yue couldn't help but hold her breath. This is the last item in this auction, divine sand. It was obtained from an ancient ore. I don't need to say more about its value. Everyone should understand. Jun Song said, the owner wants one item. Other than this item, he won't exchange it for anything else. Pavilion Master Jun, don't keep us in suspense. What does he want? Hurry up and tell us. Someone below the stage urged. Jun Song saw that everyone was anxious and smiled until his eyes almost turned into slits. He said that as long as he has divine scar, whoever has divine scar can exchange it for this divine sand. Divine scar? What's that? Everyone present didn't say that they had it. They hadn't even heard of it before. Sima Yue also frowned. She had heard of divine scar before, but she didn't have it. What exactly is this divine scar? Your Highness Holy Son, do you know? Divine scar is a type of divine medicine. It was planted by monarch Wu Hen in the past. It is said that before he passed away, he poured all of his spirit energy into this medicinal herb, causing it to transform from an ordinary medicinal herb into a divine medicine. This thing only exists in ancient books and no one has ever seen it before. Wu Lingyu said. Since it doesn't exist, why did the owners set such a condition? Wu Lingyu and Qin Mo shook their heads, expressing that they didn't understand that person's thoughts. Maybe in his eyes, this thing exists in this world. Sima Yue sighed. She didn't think that the other party would want divine scar. She could only stare at the divine sand, unable to obtain it. Jun Sung waited for a while. Seeing that no one was able to take it out, he could only let people put it away. At the same time, he announced that today's auction had come to an end. When he got off the stage, he felt a little sorry for the owner. She had already searched many places, but she didn't think that she wouldn't find it. She wanted to try her luck this time, but she still didn't find it. Thinking about her current situation, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After the auction ended, everyone left one after another. Because she didn't get the divine sand, Sima Yue was a little depressed. Seeing Sima Yue like this, Shimin Feng felt a little heartache. He pulled her and said softly, Yue, it's okay that you didn't get it this time. I'm already very satisfied that I was able to find you. No, since there's a way to control your situation, I won't give up. Sima Yue shook her head and said, although we don't have divine scar, we can go and discuss it with her and see if she can change the condition for us. Before I try, I won't give up. After making the decision, she wasn't in a hurry to leave. She only let Sima Lai and the others take their people back first. She, Wu Lingyu, Third Mo and the others went to find the servant, saying that they wanted to see Jun Lan. Chapter 526. Jun Lan was shocked when she heard that Sima Yue was looking for her. The auction for the new dagger was already over. Why did she come looking for him instead of going back to admire the things she had bought? However, even though she was surprised, she still went to meet Sima Yue. Yue, why are you looking for me? Jun Lan asked when she saw Sima Yue's anxious expression. When Sima Yue saw Jun Lan enter, she didn't beat around the bush and asked, "Do you know who the divine sand belongs to? You're interested in that thing?" Jun Lan looked at her in surprise. Sima Yue nodded. She looked at Jun Lan and said sincerely, "Please tell me that this thing is very important to me." "That's a friend of my great-uncle's," Jun Lan said. "But I've never seen that person before." "You haven't seen him before?" Sima Yue was shocked. Didn't they say that she and Jun Tian were in charge of this auction? How could she not have seen such a special guest before? Understanding Sima Yue's thoughts, Jun Lan said helplessly, "Although the divine sand was confirmed before the auction, we never saw the real thing. It was my great-uncle's idea, so it was included in the list. That thing was brought back by my great-uncle on the eve of the auction." Her great-great-uncle was Jun Song. Sima Yue was silent for a moment. She raised her head and said, "Jun Lan, can you introduce me to that master? I want to meet him." "Is that thing really that important to you?" Jun Lan couldn't bear to reject Sima Yue when she saw how anxious she was. "This concerns the lives of my family members." Sima Yue said, "I'll give it a try. It might not succeed." Jun Lan said, "I heard from my great-uncle that that person's health isn't very good, so he might not agree to meet you. But I will try my best to speak for you." Sima Yue bowed to Jun Lan and said, "I can't thank you enough. If I need Yue in the future, Yue will definitely not refuse." "Why are you saying all this?" Jun Lan glared at Sima Yue. "I haven't even thanked you for saving my life. Wait here for a moment. I'll go talk to my great-uncle." "Sorry to trouble you," Sima Yue said. Jun Lan left the living room, leaving Sima Yue waiting anxiously. She knew that a lot of people would leave after the auction to avoid being targeted. Therefore, she wasn't sure if the owner of the divine sand would leave immediately. If he left, it would be troublesome for her to find him again. After waiting for a long time, Jun Lan finally returned. When she saw Sima Yue, she said, "That person agreed to meet you, but he said that he can only meet you alone. He won't meet anyone else." Sima Yue looked at Wu Lingyu and the others and said, "I can go alone. Senior, Big Brother Qin, Shameless Third, you guys go back first." Wu Lingyu looked at her worriedly. She didn't know who the other party was. If she went alone, she didn't know if something would happen. But they all knew Sima Yue's personality. Once she made up her mind, even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull her back. "We'll wait for you here." Third Mo was also worried. "My great-uncle said that that person isn't in Xianyuan Pavilion, so if Yue comes back, she won't come here either. You guys should go back and wait," Jun Lan said. "Yue, let's go." Sima Yue nodded at them and left with Jun Lan. They didn't go outside. Instead, they went to the backyard of Xianyuan Pavilion and used a transportation array to leave the city. When Sima Yue opened her eyes again, she was already in a quiet and unique small courtyard. The courtyard was so big, but there wasn't a single person's voice. It seemed cold and cheerless. She still hadn't recovered from her dizziness when Jun Song appeared in the courtyard at some point. "This is the benefactor you were talking about?" Jun Song looked at Sima Yue and asked. "Yes, great-uncle." Jun Lan nodded. "This junior greets Pavilion Master Jun." Sima Yue bowed to Jun Song. "I've already talked to her. She said that she'll give you a few minutes." Jun Song said, "Come with me." After speaking, he turned and left. Sima Yue hurriedly followed, while Jun Lan waited for them at the same spot. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter that courtyard. Jun Lan remembered this rule. Sima Yue followed behind Jun Song. She could feel that his aura was getting heavier as he walked, as if he had something on his mind. "She doesn't like crowds." "I won't go in." "You can go in," Jun Song said. Sima Yue was curious about the identity of the person inside. Why did she feel that Jun Song was that person's subordinate? But looking at Jun Lan, she shouldn't be someone from Xianyuan Pavilion. Uncle Tsang said that someone wants to see me. It should be you. Cough, 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 cough. Sima Yue heard a pleasant voice the moment she stepped into the courtyard. But before that person finished speaking, she started coughing. It sounded like she was seriously ill. Illness Sima Yue didn't know when she had seen someone sick. Because no one who cultivated would get sick. Some would only get injured. She walked around the flowers in the courtyard and saw a chaise lounge in the pavilion. A beautiful woman was lying on the chaise lounge. The woman's face was abnormally red. She must have coughed just now and caused the blood to rush to her head, causing her face to turn crimson. After coughing for a while, that woman raised her head. She looked at Sima Yue with a strange gaze. Then she smiled gently. "Miss, why are you looking for me?" Sima Yue was shocked. She looked at that woman with caution. She was clearly wearing an illusion ring. How could she tell that she was a woman at a glance? That woman didn't say anything about Sima Yue's caution. She calmed her breathing and said, "Don't be afraid. I don't have any thoughts about you. Speaking of which, you're the one who wants to see me. You're here for the sand of God." Sima Yue looked at that woman. She felt that she had an unusual aura. At least in her previous life, she had never met anyone who gave off this kind of aura. "You're sick." Sima Yue didn't reveal her purpose. She just blurted out this sentence. That woman tidied up her pure white dress. There was still a trace of blood on it. She had coughed just now. Hearing Sima Yue's words, she was stunned. Then she smiled and said, "Yes, I'm sick. My illness is incurable." "I've never heard of cultivators getting sick." Sima Yue didn't understand. "Now you've seen it." That woman mocked herself. "If you're here today for the god's sand, please leave. Other than the god's scar, I won't trade for anything else." "You want the god's scar to cure your illness, right?" Sima Yue asked. "That's right. But you should know that the god's scar is just a legend in ancient books. No one has ever seen it. It doesn't even exist." Disappointment flashed across that woman's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Sima Yue caught it. Chapter 527. Cough, 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 cough. The woman had finally rested for a while, but now she started coughing again. Moreover, the coughing was so severe that she sat up from the chair. She didn't know if it was because of what Sima Yue said. Sima Yue couldn't bear to see her like this. She went up and patted her back, hoping to calm her down. After a while, the woman finally caught her breath and stopped coughing. "Are you all right?" Sima Yue felt an inexplicable heartache when she saw a stunning beauty coughing like this and even bleeding. After thinking for a while, she took out a cup of spirit fruit juice and handed it to the woman. "Drink some of this." The woman raised her head and looked at Sima Yue. Seeing the sincere concern in her eyes, she smiled and took the spirit fruit juice. Then she took a small sip. He thought that it would quench his thirst and calm his nerves. Unexpectedly, his throat felt much better after drinking it. He didn't feel like coughing anymore. This was the most comfortable time he had felt in so many years. "This can relieve your cough. Try drinking more," Sima Yue said when she saw her stop after taking a small sip. The woman took another sip before asking, "What is this?" "The fruit juice from the spirit fruit has the effect of moisturizing the throat. I also added some herbs in it," Sima Yue explained. She had asked Little Spirit to make this, so when she took it out, it was still freshly squeezed and tasted pretty good. "This is even more effective than those pills," the woman said with a smile. Sima Yue looked at her smile and felt that she was a very comfortable woman. Just looking at her made one feel happy. It was a pity that her sickly pale face was pitiful. "How did you get sick?" It was strange that a cultivator could fall sick. "Can I have a look?" "You're a doctor?" The woman was a little surprised, but she quickly regained her calm demeanor. "You should be a doctor. But you're still too young. I've seen at least 800 doctors with this body of mine, if not 1,000, but I'm still like this. Since you've already seen so many people, you don't mind seeing one more, right?" Sima Yue said. The woman looked into Sima Yue's eyes and lay back down, saying, "You're right. I'll have to trouble you then." Sima Yue took out a chair and sat down beside the woman. She began to examine her body. "Feng Hanyan." The woman looked at Sima Yue's serious expression and suddenly said, Sima Yue was stunned. She immediately understood that she was talking about her name. She did not expect her to have such a beautiful name. Sima Yue, she replied. People from the Sima clan? I came from the Lin continent. Sima Yue replied. She knew that the Sima family that Feng Ruyen was talking about was definitely not the Sima family from the lower continent. Feng Ruyen nodded and did not say anything else. After a while, Sima Yue retracted her hand. She frowned and looked at Feng Ruyen suspiciously. Did my body scare you? Feng Ruyen saw Sima Yue's expression. She was neither surprised nor disappointed. It was as if she had expected her reaction. You're not sick, Sima Yue said confidently. Feng Ruyen smiled. She did not confirm nor deny. But your body is very strange. It's as if your internal organs are not working. Sima Yue continued. A doctor once told me that if I tried to slow down my internal organs, I can prolong my life. Feng Ruyen did not hide it. Her internal organs were actually working. It was just that they were very slow. It was so slow that she could not feel it. Sima Yue was stunned. How powerful was she to be able to make her body work like this? You were injured before and have not recovered. It seems like something rushed into your body. Sima Yue said, but you sealed it into your internal organs. That's why I can't see it. Feng Ruyen then looked at Sima Yue. She did not expect her medical skills to be so good. She did not say the reason why her body was not well, but Yue was able to see it. I don't know which quack gave you the idea to seal that aura in your internal organs. It's obvious that you want to drag this sickly body of yours forever. Sima Yue said angrily, because of this, you can't get it out even if you want to. You can only seal it in your body and slowly eat away at your life force. Feng Ruyen smiled. If that person knew that he was called a quack, she wondered what kind of expression he would have. The situation is urgent. There's no other way. She still defended that person. But this will be troublesome. Sima Yue said. Hearing her words, Feng Ruyen's eyes flashed. You have a way? Your situation is similar to my brother's, but your situation is worse than his. Sima Yue sighed and said, it's really giving me a headache. Feng Ruyen smiled sincerely. It was different from the smile that always hung on her face. This time, it came from the bottom of her heart. That helpless look of hers was rather cute. How long has it been since someone dared to show such an expression in front of her? Or rather, how long has it been since someone dared to show any expression in front of her? No matter if it was fear, worry, or anything else, none of them. Then do you have a way? She asked. I don't have a way to cure it, but I can think of a way to suppress it. Sima Yue said, at least you won't feel so uncomfortable. Use this? Feng Ruyen raised the cup in her hand. Unknowingly, she had already finished the fruit juice. Sima Yue shook her head. This can only temporarily relieve the discomfort in your throat. It can't suppress your situation. You have to use other methods. How can I believe you? Feng Ruyen asked. Sima Yue looked at Feng Ruyen and said, I need the divine sand. Save your brother? Feng Ruyen was not angry at her straightforward words and said with certainty. Sima Yue nodded her head. You are an honest lady. Feng Ruyen said, if you can cure my illness, I will give you the divine sand. Sima Yue looked at Feng Ruyen awkwardly. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I already said that I haven't thought of a way to cure you. Moreover, your situation is so complicated. If I cure you and then save my brother, I will be worried about my brother. How can I be at ease to save you? Feng Ruyen was just casually saying it. She knew her current situation. Other than the divine scar, there was no other way. Moreover, she could feel that her body was getting weaker and weaker. Who knows when she would reach the end? Stay by my side. If you can't cure me, you can still get the divine sand after I die. I won't. I will definitely save you. Sima Yue said with a resolute gaze. Chapter 528. Feng Ruyen looked at her bright eyes and felt as if something had struck her heart. Why? Why was he so determined to save her? They didn't seem to have any interactions. Sima Yue was also stunned. That's right, why did I have such a strong desire to save this woman? Just as she said, If he followed her even if she died, he would still be able to obtain the divine sand. But why didn't she want her to die? Could it be that she was so used to pretending to be a man that she fell in love with beautiful women? It shouldn't be, right? She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth as she quickly denied her own thoughts. When Feng Ruyen saw Sima Yue's expression, her smile deepened. If you can suppress my illness, I will give you the divine sand. She found that she really liked the girl in front of her. Okay. Sima Yue nodded. She could accept this. She was confident that she could suppress Feng Ruyen's illness. Feng Ruyen closed her eyes and said, I'm tired. Then rest well. I need to make some preparations. I'll come and treat you in 2 days. Sima Yue said. All right. When Sima Yue saw that Feng Ruyen was about to fall asleep, she sighed and took out a cup of fruit juice mixed with herbs. She gently placed it by the side and turned to leave. Once she left, Feng Ruyen opened her eyes and looked at the cup of fruit juice. Her lips curled into a smile, but before she could say anything, she started coughing again. After coughing for a while, she felt that her internal organs were about to be coughed out. Thinking of the fruit juice that Sima Yue had left for her, she took a sip while coughing. Unknowingly, a few women appeared beside Feng Ruyen. Your Honor, you should return as soon as possible. The woman in the lead advised. Why should I go back? Feng Ruyen felt that her throat felt better and stopped coughing. She laid back down and said, It's the same if we go back. We might as well stay outside and feel more comfortable. Who knows when I'll be gone? I'll take this opportunity to take a good look at this world. Hearing her words, the women all knelt down and said in unison, Senior will definitely be safe and sound. Life and death are predestined. Feng Ruyen said indifferently, Everyone, get up. Your Honor, will Sima Yue really have a solution? The woman in the lead asked. Feng Jiao, look at her, how old can she be? Feng Ruyen asked. He should be in his 20s, Feng Jiao replied. For someone in their 20s to have her current medical skills, it is already amazing. Feng Ruyen said. She then thought of how she scolded quacks and laughed. If Lord Jean knew that he was scolded as a quack by a 20-over-year-old girl, I wonder how he would react. Feng Jiao seemed to know what Feng Ruyen was laughing about and laughed as well. That's right. If Jean knew about it, he would be so angry that he would stomp his feet. Feng Ruyen said. Then, Your Honor, do you really want her to treat you? Feng Ruyen placed the cup in her hand to the side, closed her eyes and didn't reply. She only said, Go investigate her. Seeing that Feng Ruyen closed her eyes, Feng Jiao waved her hands at those women and the group of people disappeared silently. After Sima Yue returned, she told them about Feng Ruyen's situation. She wanted to see if they knew who she was, but Third Mo and Wu Lingyu had never heard of such a person. Seeing that they didn't know, Sima Yue didn't think about this problem anymore. The most important thing now was to suppress her illness and then exchange for the god's sand to suppress Shimin Feng's condition and prolong his life. She went to find Shimin Feng and asked about Kong Sangyi. Shimin Feng said with certainty that even if Kong Sangyi knew about the spirit pagoda, he wouldn't say anything. That night, Third Mo came to find her and said that he was preparing to go to Kong Valley. Sima Yue saw his frown and knew that he was thinking about the ore that she bid for. She thought for a while and said, I know a place that can let you start without any distractions. But Third Mo asked. Sima Yue closed the door and with a thought, she brought him into the spirit pagoda. Third Mo had heard of this divine weapon before. Although he was shocked, he quickly accepted it and happily said that if he was here, no matter how powerful that thing was, he wouldn't be afraid. Sima Yue saw his happy expression and said, You stay here and study how to open the ore. I'll bring them in. After that, she brought everyone in, including Kong Sangyi. Knowing that Third Mo was going to open the ore, everyone was excited. Only Wu Lingyu was faintly angry. Others already knew, but he only knew. It seemed like his position in her heart wasn't high enough. After staying inside for a day, Third Mo said that he had thought of a way to open the ore. Thus, a group of people surrounded him and watched as he took out the tools to open the ore. Then he thought for half an hour before opening the ore. Then he thought for another half an hour before opening the ore again. Because this ore was too complicated, Third Mo couldn't grasp the situation inside. He chose the safest way to open the ore and peeled off the outer layer of the ore. The deeper they went, the more nervous everyone became. The ore that was originally half a person's height had already been peeled off and was only a foot tall. It was coming out. After Third Mo peeled off the outer layer of the ore, they could faintly see a green light. Everyone knew that the spirit ore was coming out. Everyone held their breaths and watched as Third Mo peeled off the rest. When the outer layer of the ore was peeled off, everyone saw the true appearance of the spirit ore. A thin layer of the spirit ore wrapped around a small golden snake that was a foot long. That small snake's eyes were closed and it gave people the feeling that it was asleep. Suddenly, the color of the spirit ore quickly faded and the spirit energy inside disappeared. The spirit ore cracked and the small golden snake inside suddenly opened its eyes, shooting out a cold gaze. However, that gaze disappeared in a flash and the small snake revealed a confused look. A small snake? Is this an immemorial small snake? Fatty Chu looked at the small snake and said in surprise. His words seemed to have startled the small snake. It moved its body and struggled out of the cracked spirit ore. Looking at the people around it, its eyes revealed an ominous glint. The little snake spat out its tongue. Looking at so many people, its eyes were cold, and there was an innate arrogance in its eyes. The small snake looked around and fixed its gaze on Third Mo, who was closest to it. "Be careful!" Sima Yue shouted at Third Mo, wanting to let little spirit separate the small snake. However, she realized that the small snake had disappeared in a flash. Soundless. Wu Lingyu, Qin Mo and the rest frowned. Even they didn't know where the small snake went. Woo woo woo. Just when the atmosphere was incomparably tense, a whimpering sound suddenly entered everyone's ears, causing their scalps to go numb. It was only then that everyone realized that the little snake was coiled around Sima Yu's neck. Its head, which was the size of a finger, was rubbing against Sima Yu's face. It let out the woo-woo-woo sound as tears fell onto her face. At this moment, she didn't move at all and her entire body was frozen. Chapter 529. Sima Yue felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard the cries and felt the wetness on her face. First edition, she didn't know how the little snake got to her neck, but she felt a chill on her neck. The little snake had already wrapped itself around her neck. Ooh! The little snake's cries became louder and louder. Her tears kept falling. Sima Yue looked at her and felt that she was very sad. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They thought that this thing would hurt people or escape, but they didn't expect this situation. After a while, they saw that the little snake was just crying and had no intention of hurting Sima Yue. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. No matter how I look at it, the way it looks at Yue is as if Yue had once abandoned it. Wei Ziqi said, "That's right. I was wondering why it looked at Yue so strangely. It didn't look like it was looking at a stranger. It looked more like it was looking at its former owner. It was the kind of look a pet would give to its owner after being abandoned." Everyone felt the same way. Even Sima Yue felt guilty from the way Sima Yue looked at her, as if she had really abandoned her. Little fellow, did you get the wrong person?" Sima Yue saw that the little golden snake had no intention of harming her, so she reached out to stroke the little snake's head and comforted it. Who knew that when she said that, the little snake cried even harder. Its tail kept hitting her body, and its head kept rubbing against her face. Woo 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 woo. She looked so sad that Sima Yue's heart almost melted. She quickly comforted her, "Don't cry, don't cry. I won't leave you alone in the future." Actually, it wasn't that she was soft-hearted, but she felt that this little fellow was about to go berserk. Now that it was on her neck, what if it used all its strength and strangled her to death? When the little snake heard her say that, it stared at her with its big teary eyes, as if trying to discern the truth. "Really, really?" Sima Yue promised. Ooh. After confirming that she wasn't lying, the little snake rubbed against her face again. Sima Yue's hair stood on end. She was afraid that Sima Yue would bite her to death if she was careless. She slowly reached out her hand, wanting to remove the little fellow from her neck. However, she realized that the little fellow was wrapped around her neck and refused to budge. Being entangled by an ancient creature like this made her feel insecure. I can't breathe with you like this. Can you come down first? She tried to communicate with the little fellow. This little guy didn't know how to speak the human language. It didn't understand the human language. Woo woo. The little snake whimpered and tilted its head to look at Sima Yue. It seemed to understand what she meant and let go of her neck. However, it did not come down. It hung around her neck like a golden collar and closed its eyes in satisfaction. This guy is relying on Yue. Fatty Chu looked at it and laughed. Sima Yue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This clearly belonged to Third Mo, but it seemed like he was trying to cling on to her. Shameless Third. Third Mo waved his hand and said, "Since it came to you, I'll give it to you." Shameless Third, how can you do that? Sima Yue shook her head. An ancient creature was not something that could be measured with tens of millions of crystal stones. Hiss. As if it felt Sima Yue's intention, the little fellow opened its eyes and stuck out its tongue at Third Mo. Its cold eyes stared at him fiercely. It looked like if he dared to take it, it would bite him to death. Third Mo looked at the little snake and spread his hands. Now, it wasn't a matter of whether he wanted it or not. It was a matter of whether the other party wanted it or not. Didn't you give me something good too? If you feel embarrassed, you can brew more fruit wine for me. In order to make Sima Yue accept it, he said, "You have so many spirit fruits here. No wonder you have so many types of fruit wine." Okay, I'll definitely let you drink enough. Sima Yue accepted Third Mo's kind intentions. This little fellow looked very fierce. She didn't know what would happen if she angered it. Thus, she decided to go along with it. She just didn't know if this fellow would leave after it was done staying by her side. She kept her thoughts and let everyone walk around. Those who wanted to go out were sent out. Then she went into the pill refining room. The little snake suddenly moved. Sima Yue felt that the cold feeling was gone. She looked up and saw that the little fellow had run to the shelf where the pills were placed. She saw it wrap around a pill bottle and plunge its head into the bottle. In the end, its mouth was too small and it couldn't pull its head out with the pill in it. Sima Yue immediately laughed. The fear she had towards it disappeared just like that. She walked over and broke the jade bottle to free it. If you like to eat pills, just tell me. I'll naturally give it to you. If you do something so embarrassing again, I won't care about you anymore. She reached out and poked the little fellow's head. Woo-woo. The little fellow shook its tail in protest. Sima Yue ignored it and turned to the table to arrange the medicinal ingredients. She said, "You can eat any of the pills here, but don't waste them for me." Hearing no sound behind her, she turned around and saw that the little fellow had finished a big bottle of pills in less than a minute. Seeing Sima Yue looking at it, it stopped and looked at her very innocently. "Luckily, I'm an alchemist. Luckily, there are enough medicinal ingredients in the spirit pagoda. Otherwise, how would it be enough for a little fellow like you?" Yu shook her head. "Little fellow, you're so small. I'll call you little fellow from now on." Hiss hiss. The little fellow glared at her in protest. "I don't want little fellow. Little fellow isn't domineering at all." Sima Yue understood its gaze. She smiled and said, "Your protest is invalid. I'm going to refine pills. Don't disturb me. Otherwise, I won't let you enter this room in the future." Hiss hiss. The little fellow hurriedly nodded, indicating that it wouldn't disturb her. Sima Yue looked at it and couldn't help but laugh. This little fellow clearly gave off a very dangerous feeling. Even Wu Lingyu had expressed that this little fellow made him feel a faint sense of fear. This meant that it should be very strong. Furthermore, it had the usual coldness of a snake. People couldn't help but keep a distance from it. However, this little fellow was very dependent on her. Thinking about how it cried at her just now, she touched her face. Could it be that she looked very similar to its previous owner? However, its previous owner was dead. It didn't die. This meant that there was no contract between them. If that was the case, then why did it cry so sadly when it saw her? Chapter 530. Since she could not figure it out, she was too lazy to think about it. However, she was a little worried that if the little fellow left her, she would be letting Third Mo down. However, she was thinking too much. The little guy who was happily eating the pills didn't have any intention of leaving her. He was happy because he had so many pills to eat. Sima Yue found many herbs and refined 3 types of elixirs before leaving the spirit pagoda. Although the little fellow was very reluctant to part with those medicinal pills, but she had already left, so it could only bear the pain and leave. It wrapped around her arm like a wrist guard. Sometimes, when she had an idea, she would take out a pill to tempt it, teasing it before giving it to eat. Sima Yue stayed with everyone for 2 days. After she finished preparing everything, she went to Xianyuan Pavilion to look for Jun Lan. In these 2 days, Mo San and Kong Sangyi returned to Kong Valley, while Shimin Feng was left behind by Sima Yue. Qin Mo also left. He still had matters to attend to in his clan and had to return to deal with them. He had to go back and make some preparations for Sima Yue's revenge. Although she said that she wanted to take revenge on her own, he still had to be prepared in case she needed it. Bei Gong Tang returned to Autumn Moon City. The matter between the Yin clan and the Bei Gong clan was not over yet. Her mother was still there, so she needed to go back and help. Ouyang Fei, the Sima family, and Honor Rock also went with them. They wanted to help Bei Gong Tang. Moreover, Sima Yue had already agreed to meet them in Tianfu City. Thus, only Wu Lingyu and Shimin Feng were left by her side. Jun Lan had already received instructions from the other side and went to see her immediately. Seeing the 2 men beside her, she asked, "You're taking them there?" "Don't worry, I'll tell her," Sima Yue said. The reason why he brought Shimin Feng along was because he was afraid that Shimin Feng would be disobedient and run to the Zhongjin clan for revenge. Then, he would use the power in his body, so it was best to bring him along. Wu Lingyu shamelessly followed them, saying that she was worried about them and wanted to go with them. Seeing that Sima Yue had already made up her mind, Jun Lan didn't say anything. She brought them to the courtyard in the suburbs using the transportation portal. Perhaps it was because they had brought people with them, but this time, someone stopped them. Feng Jiao looked at Wu Lingyu and Shimin Feng with hostility, but because of Sima Yue, she didn't show anything. She just didn't allow them to enter the innermost courtyard. These 2 people can live in other courtyards, but they cannot go to his honor's courtyard. Feng Jiao said. Sima Yue immediately knew who His Excellency was. She thought that such a beautiful woman, even if she were to look at her from afar, she would feel that she was being blasphemous. "Okay." She nodded and glanced at Wu Lingyu and Shimin Feng, saying, "You guys go rest with them. I'll go check on her." She went to Feng Ruyan's courtyard alone, and the first thing she heard was her suppressed coughing. She quickened her pace and walked over. It was still the same place, the same chaise lounge, and the same pale and thin figure. It was a heart-wrenching cough, as if she was going to cough out her internal organs. Sima Yue went forward and reached out her hand to Feng Ruyan's back. A stream of spirit energy was injected into her body, alleviating the discomfort in her body, allowing her to slowly stop coughing. Feng Ruyan stopped. The handkerchief in her hand was almost completely dyed red by the blood she coughed out. She threw the handkerchief to the side and smiled faintly. "You still have your ways. Why do I feel that your condition has worsened again?" Sima Yue frowned. The last time she came, her coughing wasn't this bad. How did her condition become so serious in just 2 days? Feng Ruyan didn't say that she used her spirit energy again yesterday. Every time she used it, it would be a death sentence, but yesterday's situation wasn't up to her. She didn't think that the other party would come looking for her, but she had already dealt with them, so there wouldn't be any danger for the time being. Sima Yue grabbed her hand and checked for her. Her face sunk. "You used your spirit energy yesterday?" Feng Ruyan nodded lightly. "You should know your condition. Every time you use your spirit energy, your body will become worse. Why did you still use it?" Sima Yue looked at her pale face and couldn't help but say what was in her heart. "Hee hee." Feng Ruyan laughed softly. This was the first time she was cared for by someone she didn't know. It was purely caring for her body, unlike other people. "Cough cough, don't worry. I won't die." Sima Yue didn't think that such words would come out of Feng Ruyan's mouth. She should be beautiful and not this kind of person who was filled with helplessness towards life. "I'll suppress your condition first," she said with a sigh. "Okay." Feng Ruyan smiled and looked at her. Sima Yue took out the pills she refined these 2 days and said, "Eat this first. I will perform acupuncture for you later." Sima Yue stayed in the courtyard for 1 day and 1 night. When Jun Song came to see Feng Ruyen, she was preparing to go back and rest with a tired face. "Eat this." Feng Ruyen took out a pill and placed it in Sima Yue's hand. Her complexion was much better now. She wasn't as pale as before and wasn't as red as when she coughed. She looked like a normal person, as if her illness had already recovered. Sima Yue looked at the pill in her hand. The milky white pill had circles of pill markings on it. This meant that the pill's grade wasn't low. "Aunt Feng, I am just a little tired. I will go back and rest." "Such a precious pill, it's better to save it for when I need it urgently in the future." She put away the pill. She didn't eat it, but she didn't plan to return it. After interacting for a day and a night, the distance between the two of them was much closer. Feng Ruyen took the initiative to let her call her aunt, and the relationship between the two of them became different. "This pill isn't anything precious. Do you still need to eat it next time?" Feng Ruyen said. "I also don't want my body to rely on this pill." Sima Yue smiled and said, "I will go and rest first." "Go on." Feng Ruyen waved her hand at her. That movement was so graceful. Sima Yue cupped her hands towards Jun Song and left the courtyard to find a place to rest. "Your Honor, your illness has recovered?" Jun Song waited for Sima Yue to leave before asking. "Not really." Feng Ruyen said. She thought of a way to suppress it temporarily. "Although it is temporary, it has been a long time since I felt so relaxed." "I didn't think that she really had a way," Jun Song said. "Yes, even Jean didn't have a way. She did it in 1 day and 1 night." Feng Ruyen's words were full of praise. "Your Honor, I heard her call you Aunt Feng just now, and she reminded me of little brother's child many years ago. They looked similar, so I let her call me that. I also like this child." Then does she know your identity? Chapter 5:31. Feng Ruyen shook her head and lazily said, "It's because we don't know that we can interact like this. Many people respected her, and feared her because of her status, but very few people truly cared about her." "My lord, does she really not know your identity?" Jun Song said worriedly. "I heard Feng Jiao say that she treats you very special. I don't know if she did it on purpose." "Pff." Feng Ruyen suddenly laughed. She recalled that when she asked Sima Yue why she was so nice to her, Sima Yue blushed and said that she did not want to see such a beautiful person die. She even said that the scent on her body was very comfortable, and Sima Yue could not help but want to get close to her. Could it be because of Sovereign Lord's cultivation method? Jun Song guessed after hearing what Feng Ruyen said. "Although my technique can make people feel close to me, that is only at the initial stage. At this stage, closeness has become reverence." Feng Ruyen said with a bit of loneliness. It was lonely at the top. Only when one stood at the top could they understand. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "However, her soul does give people a sense of closeness, but I don't know why it's hidden. If it weren't for my good perception, I wouldn't have noticed it." If Sima Yue was here, she would definitely be shocked. In the beginning, her soul had formed a contract with the spirit pagoda, so there was a sense of closeness to her soul. However, ever since she had advanced to the god level, she remembered the past. The hatred of the past had changed the aura of her soul, suppressing that sense of closeness. He didn't expect Feng Ruyen to be able to sense this. However, perhaps it was because of the affinity between their souls that they found each other pleasing to the eye, although it was not obvious now. Jun Song saw that Feng Ruyen was more interested in Sima Yue and said, "Although I don't know much about this person, and the other's evaluation of her is not bad. Furthermore, it was rare for him to have such attainments in medical skills at such a young age." Feng Ruyen raised her hand and interrupted him. "Since I like this child, I don't intend to force her. I have my own decision on this matter." "Yes, my lord." "All right, you can leave first." After Jun Song left, Feng Ruyen took a sip of the fruit juice that Sima Yue left for her and closed her eyes to rest. Sima Yue went back to rest for the night and came to look for Feng Ruyen the next morning. This time, Feng Ruyen wasn't in the pavilion, but in the house. She was talking to Feng Jiao about something, and when she arrived, Feng Jiao had just received her orders and came out. "Aunt Feng, it's time for the second acupuncture," she said to Feng Ruyen after entering. Feng Ruyen waved her hand, and the two white-clothed women in the house retreated, leaving behind a woman named Feng Qing. Feng Qing took off Feng Ruyen's clothes, leaving only her undergarment. Her perfect back was exposed in front of Sima Yue. Sima Yue couldn't help but wonder how a man would react if he saw it. Unlike yesterday, he didn't need to prick the whole body. This time, he only needed to prick the 2 acupuncture points on his back and head. After he was done, he took out a milky white pill and fed it to her. Feng Ruyen felt that the pill was different. Her tired soul actually had a sense of relaxation that she hadn't felt in a long time. It was like a spring breeze, soft and gentle. "What kind of pill is this?" she asked curiously. How many years had it been? She actually had a curious heart. "This isn't a pill. It's a pill that I developed using some herbs that are useful for the soul," Sima Yue said. Feng Ruyen raised her eyebrows. She had become her lab rat? Seeing Feng Ruyen's expression, she explained, "Aunt Feng isn't the first to take this pill. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Feng Ruyen smiled, "I know." Hiss hiss dash, smelling the fragrance of the pill, the little fella woke up from its sleep and stretched out its head to take the pill. Feng Ruyen then noticed the little golden snake and said in surprise, "Ancient golden snake?" Hiss hiss dash, the little fella stared at Feng Ruyen and spat out its tongue. "Aunt Feng knows about this little fella's origin?" Sima Yue was afraid that it would hurt Feng Ruyen and quickly reached out to hold it down. Seeing Feng Ruyen's expression, she should know about this fella. Feng Ruyen didn't expect that Sima Yue's wrist guard was actually an ancient golden snake. When it was asleep, it had completely concealed its aura. Even she didn't notice it. She looked at the little golden snake again and said, "I've seen it in ancient books." However, it only mentioned the characteristics of its body and didn't describe it in detail. How do you have an ancient creature? In the last auction, Shameless 3 bought an ancient ore. This little fella came out from there. Sima Yue didn't hide it. She originally thought that Feng Ruyen would know about this little fella's situation. She didn't expect that it was just this little information. An ancient creature is something that many powers are after. In the future, it's best that you don't let anyone know about its identity. Feng Ruyen warned. I understand." Sima Yue took out a pill and the little fella swallowed it in one gulp. Then, it rubbed against the back of her hand and went back to sleep. "Aunt Feng, after 2 more acupuncture sessions, your condition will be completely suppressed," Sima Yue said. "In these 2 months, you must not use any spiritual energy. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will go to waste. After these 2 months, you'll only need to rely on pills to suppress it. Then, every 20 years, I'll have to perform acupuncture for you. However, this can only be maintained for 200 years. If we still can't find a way to cure it in 200 years, then there's really nothing we can do." 200 years. Feng Ruyen's expression was slightly restrained. A faint smile hung on her lips. 200 years is not bad. "Aunt, don't worry. I will definitely find a way in these 200 years," Sima Yue said. "I believe in you," Feng Ruyen said as she took out a box and passed it to her. Sima Yue looked at the box and was stunned. "Aunt, didn't you say that you'll give it to me after you've suppressed your condition? Take it. I believe in you. Even if I give it to you now, you'll take care of it for me." Feng Ruyen said, "The one wearing a mask in the courtyard next door is your brother, right?" "Yes. Because he was bitten by a poisonous bug, his face is full of scars, so he has to wear a mask." Sima Yue took the box and said, "Then I'll have to thank Aunt. You can go." Feng Ruyen put on her clothes and stood up, waving her hand at her. Sima Yue obtained these things and wanted to suppress Shimin Feng's aura as soon as possible. She bowed and left. The 2 of them were in the same situation. They both had something in their bodies that couldn't be changed. However, because of the difference in strength and other reasons, the difference between the 2 of them was like heaven and earth. Although they're both suppressing the situation, the method to cure it will be different in the future. I hope that when the time comes, the two of them will have the same method to cure it. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Looking at the divine sand in her hand, she was in a good mood and walked towards Shimin Feng's courtyard. Chapter 5:32. Sima Yue and Shimin Feng stayed in the house for 2 days before coming out. During this time, Wu Lingyu was waiting in the courtyard. The door was opened, and Sima Yue appeared in front of him, looking a little tired. He suddenly felt that this girl was too tired and often made herself look like this. "Are you done?" He stepped forward and naturally reached out to press her temples, gently rubbing them. Sima Yue could feel his spiritual energy flowing into her brain through his fingers. Her tiredness disappeared. She wanted to push his hand away, but now she allowed him to massage her. When Shimin Feng came out of the house, he just happened to see this scene. Seeing the sunlight sprinkling on the two people, so quiet and harmonious, his footsteps subconsciously stopped. He knew that Wu Lingyu was interested in his older sister, but he didn't know why. When he was chatting with Wu Lingyu, he had heard Wu Lingyu lament that she had not opened her heart yet. Now that she had regained her memories, it would be difficult for him to enter her heart. Sima Yue felt Shimin Feng's appearance and struggled out of Wu Lingyu's hands. Her expression was a little strange, as if she had done something bad. Wu Lingyu was talking to Shimin Feng naturally. She was not as uncomfortable as she was. It seems that after suppressing the aura in your body, you give people a different feeling. It's not as cold as before. Shimin Feng walked out and said, "I've been used to it for so many years. Now that I've suppressed it, I'm still not used to it. It's all thanks to Aunt Feng's divine sand. Otherwise, your condition wouldn't have been suppressed." Sima Yue said, "Come with me to thank her later." Shimin Feng nodded. "But who exactly is she?" Sima Yue shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I think his identity is not simple. Her strength is the highest I have ever seen. But no matter what her identity was, I felt that she didn't belong here. She might leave at any time. It was uncertain whether their lives would intersect in the future. I'll go back and rest first, then I'll take you to see her." After saying that, she returned to her room and began to meditate to recover her mental strength. On the second day, Sima Yue brought the two of them to see Feng Ruyen. Perhaps it was because her body was much better, she met them. When Shimin Feng and Wu Lingyu saw Feng Ruyen, they were somewhat stunned. There was actually such a beautiful girl in this world. Moreover, that kind of indifferent feeling made people feel very comfortable. The vicissitudes of life in her eyes made it seem as if she had gone through countless years. The holy son of the sage pavilion. Feng Ruyen looked at Wu Lingyu and said, "I heard that you are Yue's senior brother?" Yue said that she hasn't been to the Divine Devil Valley. "How is that devil brat now?" Feng Ruyen said indifferently, but it made Wu Lingyu's heart tremble. Everyone called his master Old Man Devil, but she called him Little Devil. What did this mean? Aunt Feng has seen my master before? Sima Yue asked curiously. At that time, he was still a little brat and was very arrogant. I didn't think that he would be the Valley Lord of the Divine Devil Valley now. Feng Ruyen said with a sigh. Sima Yue wanted to laugh. An old man like Old Man Devil was already at a height that people looked up to. Now that he was called a little brat, if he heard it, who knew how he would react? Moreover, she really couldn't imagine what that arrogant little brat would look like. At the same time, she was guessing her identity. A beauty that was more powerful than Old Man Devil, her identity must be extraordinary. If she met him in the future, she could ask him, "I heard that the food you cook is quite delicious. When are you going to cook for Aunt to try?" Feng Ruyen asked. Sima Yue knew that she must have sent people to check on her, so she wasn't surprised that she knew how to cook. She smiled and said, "If Aunt Feng wants to eat, I can cook for you now. However, your body is special now, so there are some things that you can't eat. Just do as you see fit." Feng Ruyen said, "I haven't eaten for a long time, and I miss the taste of it." "Then I'll go make it now." Sima Yue stood up and said, "No rush, let Jun Song make a kitchen first." Feng Ruyen remembered that there wasn't a kitchen here. "No need, I have everything," Sima Yue said. She originally planned to cook outside, but Feng Ruyen said to cook in the courtyard so that she could watch from the side. Sima Yue chose a few medicinal herbs that were beneficial to Feng Ruyan's body and made a few dishes. They were all simple, but the taste was not bad. Feng Ruyan ate happily. Although the taste was light, it was to her liking. After eating, Shimin Feng and Wu Lingyu left. Sima Yue stayed behind to chat with Feng Ruyan, taking the chance to ask her questions about cultivation. Feng Ruyan was really good to her. No matter what she asked, she would patiently answer her questions. Feng Ruyan was always able to answer the questions that she was struggling with. With just a few sentences, she would feel enlightened. Feng Jiao and the others were envious when they saw Feng Ruyan answering Sima Yue so patiently. To be able to receive guidance from his honor, who knows how many lifetimes of fortune she has accumulated. If those people knew, they would go crazy with envy. His honor liking her is indeed a blessing. Sima Yue knew that Feng Ruyan's identity was not ordinary, but she didn't say it out loud. She was afraid that if she said it out loud, they wouldn't be able to interact like now. And Feng Ruyan also liked this kind of interaction. In her long life, this period of time was just a drop in the ocean, but it made her heart feel peaceful. Thus, she liked Sima Yue even more. After that, Sima Yue gave her 2 acupuncture treatments and completely suppressed her illness. Then she went into seclusion for a week and concocted a pile of pills, giving all of them to Feng Ruyan. Eat 1 pill every 7 days. These pills should be enough for you to eat for 5 years. Sima Yue said, also, this is the pill recipe. When you finish eating the pills, remember to ask someone to find these ingredients to concoct. Feng Ruyan took the pill recipe and looked at it. The grade wasn't high, but the concoction process was quite troublesome. It could be seen that her pill concoction skills were not weak. Also, if you don't need to use your spiritual power, then don't use it. If you have no other choice, then eat 2 of these pills. This is the pill recipe. She took out 2 bottles of pills. Feng Ruyan looked at them and saw that they were black-colored pills. Feng Ruyan kept the pills and the pill recipe. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you willing to leave with me?" Sima Yue was startled. Then she shook her head and said, "I know that if I leave with you, I might step into a different life. But I have family and friends here. I still have a huge grudge that I have yet to avenge and a wish that I have yet to fulfill. Thus, I cannot leave with you." Chapter 5:33. Feng Ruyan wasn't surprised by Sima Yue's answer. After interacting with her for 2 months, she understood her better. If she had wanted to follow him from the start, she wouldn't have not asked about his identity for such a long time. It's good that you don't go back with me. If there's a chance in the future, you'll naturally go too. She smiled faintly. I'll give you something. Sima Yue did not know what she wanted to give her. She wanted to reject it, but Feng Ruyan placed her hand on Sima Yue's forehead. Following that, Sima Yue felt an additional presence in her sea of consciousness, together with Feng Zhixing's faint figure. Feng family? Feng Ruyan hurriedly sensed Feng Zhixing's aura and asked in astonishment. Sima Yue didn't expect that she would do the same thing as Feng Zhixing before he left. She said anxiously, "Aunt Feng, how can you do this? How can your body stand it?" Feng Ruyan raised her hand to stop her and said, "You should know that my soul power is stronger. That makes no difference to me. However, what I'm more curious about is who is that person in your sea of consciousness?" "It's my master," Sima Yue said. "His name is Feng Zhixing. After giving me this, he left the Lin continent and returned to the primordial lands." "Aunt Feng, do you know the Feng family?" She took out Feng Zhixing's jade pendant and showed it to Feng Ruyan. "I don't know the Feng Zhixing you're talking about, but I've seen the patterns on this jade pendant before." Feng Ruyan said, "These few years, I've been walking around the central and outer regions, and I've seen many of the Feng clan symbols. But if you ask me about Feng Zhixing, I don't know." Sima Yue put away the jade pendant. She naturally knew that there were members of the Feng family in the middle and outer regions, but she did not know where Feng Zhixing was. When he left, he said that he was going to settle the matters between the Feng clan and the Sage Pavilion. She didn't know how the situation was now. She believed that only the direct descendants of the Feng clan would have this jade pendant. When she went to the central region, she would definitely ask the Feng clan. I can feel that his strength isn't that high, but he's willing to take out a portion of his power to protect you. He treats you very well. Feng Ruyen said. Master is very good to me. Sima Yue said. Thinking about how Feng Ruyen had also left her aura in her body, she was touched. I will definitely think of a way to cure Aunt Feng's illness. Hee, alright, I'll wait. Feng Ruyen smiled and said. It was unknown if she heard her words. I left this aura in your body. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can also touch her. Once I sense it, I will rush over. She didn't say it out loud, but Sima Yue understood. If there's a chance, go to Carefree World to take a look. After Feng Ruyen finished speaking, her figure slowly faded and disappeared in front of her. At the same time, Feng Jiao and the others who were standing guard outside vanished into thin air. Sima Yue opened her mouth, but no words came out. She just watched as Sima Yue disappeared quietly. She did not open the space tunnel like Old Man Devil and the rest. Just how powerful was she? Jun Song hurriedly walked in from outside, but he could no longer see Feng Ruyen's figure. Jun Song, I'll have to trouble your Xianyuan pavilion to take care of Yue. Feng Ruyen's voice came out of thin air. Jun Song cupped his hands towards the sky and said, Xianyuan pavilion will not disappoint your honor. Feng Ruyen's voice did not come out again. It was unknown if she heard his reply. Jun Song looked at Sima Yue, who was in a daze, and said, Little friend Yue, this is my Xianyuan pavilion's token. With this, you can mobilize half of the Xianyuan pavilion's power. If you encounter any problems, you can look for them. Xianyuan Pavilion had an extraordinary position in the primordial lands. Furthermore, their management was very strict. Even an ordinary elder did not have the authority to mobilize half of the pavilion's power. Sima Yue saw Jun Song take out such a token and was shocked. Pavilion Master Jun, how can this, little friend Yue, this primordial lands is extremely dangerous. Although you are the young master of the Divine Devil Valley, the Divine Devil Valley is only active in the central regions. Now that you are in the outer regions, I can't follow you all the time. It's best that you take this. Jun Song said. You also heard what his honor said. If anything happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to him. Aunt Feng isn't a member of your Xianyuan Pavilion. Sima Yue said. That's right. But he has a deep relationship with my Xianyuan Pavilion. Jun Song said, you should accept this. Otherwise, this old man can only follow you around 24 hours a day to ensure your safety. Sima Yue's mouth twitched. Why did Jun Song's words sound so shameless? At this moment he was very similar to the one at the auction. He was different from the one in front of Feng Ruyen. However, she still took the token. Since he had already said so, if she still didn't accept it, it would seem unreasonable. If this old man really followed her all day long, the people of the Xianyuan Pavilion would probably go crazy. She looked at Jun Song and didn't ask about the relationship between Xianyuan Pavilion and Feng Ruyen. Although this old man gave her the feeling of an old urchin, she believed that to be able to become the pavilion master of the outer regions and be together with Feng Ruyen, he definitely wasn't as he appeared. Pavilion Master Jun, since Aunt Feng has already left, Yue won't disturb you any longer. She said to Jun Song. Little friend Yue, do you have any plans after this? Jun Song asked. After asking clearly, he would be able to make arrangements. Sigh, with Feng Ruyen's instructions before she left, her life was now very precious. There are still 2 months before the Heavenly Sect's decennial enrollment. I want to try. Sima Yue said. Yes, that's a pretty good place. Those who enter come out pretty good. But if you want to go, you don't have to go through so much trouble. I'll write you a recommendation letter. You can take it to the teaching director. Jun Song said as he took out a pen and paper and wrote a recommendation letter on the spot. Sima Yue admired his speed. She hadn't even said she wanted it and he had already prepared it for her. Then I'll have to thank Pavilion Master Jun. She didn't know that Jun Song couldn't wait for her to go to the Heavenly Sect. Her current strength was too low and it was too dangerous to travel around the continent. If she went to the Heavenly Sect and stayed there for a few decades, their Xianyuan Pavilion would be at ease for a few decades. With her talent, when she came out, her strength would definitely change drastically. No need to thank me. I'm also going to the heavenly sect. Why don't we go together? Jun Song asked with a smile. Before I go to the heavenly sect, I have to go to the Autumn Moon City first. I'm afraid I can't go with Pavilion Master Jun, Sima Yue tactfully declined. That's a pity. Jun Song looked regretful. Sima Yue looked at his expression and had the urge to facepalm. But she really did want to go to the Autumn Moon City. Bei Gong Tang and the others had left for more than 2 months without any news. This made her a little worried about their situation. She wanted to go and see what was going on. Chapter 5:34. The more Yue thought about it, the more worried she became. Thus, she hurriedly bade farewell to Jun Song, brought Shimin Feng, and had Wu Lingyu open the space tunnel, and went to Autumn Moon City together. The other end of the spatial tunnel that Wu Lingyu opened was right above the Yin clan. When Sima Yue and the other two appeared, Bei Gong Tang and the others immediately felt it. It's a bit dull and depressing. Shimin Feng said as he supported Sima Yue to prevent her from falling from the sky. Sima Yue was depressed that she could not fly. However, she could also feel the oppressive atmosphere in the Yin family. Just as she was worried about Bei Gong Tang and the others' safety, a familiar figure ran out from the house. Fifth brother. Yue. Yue, why are you here? Shimin Feng held onto Sima Yue's waist and landed on the ground with her. Seeing that she was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We've settled the things on our side. Seeing that you guys haven't contacted us, we were worried that something might have happened to you guys, so we came to take a look." The head of the Yin family also came out of the house. When he saw Wu Lingyu and Sima Yue, he said, "What are you standing here for? Tang, why aren't you inviting them inside to sit?" "Yes, clan head." Bei Gong Tang replied, "We are currently discussing some matters. I will bring you all back to the courtyard to rest." "What happened?" Sima Yue asked. "The Bei Gong family and the Earth Palace have joined forces to suppress us. Furthermore, they've even joined forces with other powers and formed an alliance. We've already fought with them a few times in these 2 months." Bei Gong Tang said, "They're very strong. We've already been forced into a dead end. Furthermore, they are still in discussion. According to the information we received, they will launch an all-out attack on us in 2 days. What about the Goshawk clan?" The Goshawk king returned, and so did the other Goshawks. Bei Gong Tang said, "We also wanted to send people to inform the Goshawk clan to ask for their assistance, but the people we sent out were all killed by them halfway. Where is Honor Rock?" After General Rong and his men left, their whereabouts are also unknown. However, unlike the men we sent out, their corpses were not returned. Bei Gong Tang said apologetically, "I'm sorry. It's all because of us that General Rong and the others. It seems like the Bei Gong clan and the Earth Palace do not intend to survive in this world." Sima Yue said coldly, "Little Rock, are Honor Rock and the others still alive?" Little Peng appeared in front of everyone. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, saying, "He's still alive, but his aura is a bit weak. He should be heavily injured. Moreover, they are still running. They may be being hunted down." "Is it far away?" "Not far. It shouldn't be far from Autumn Moon City." Little Rock said, "Okay, tell them to hold on. We'll go and save them right away." Sima Yue said, "Also, release your aura to warn the Bei Gong clan and the Earth Palace. Also, let the Goshawk King know that you are back." Little Rock nodded. The aura of the golden-winged rock was released without reservation. The Earth Palace Master and Bei Gong Xiong, who were discussing matters with the Bei Gong clan, stood up immediately. This is, the Rock King is back." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. If the Rock King was back, then they would definitely be able to contact the Goshawk clan. Once they arrived, the situation would be reversed. "It seems like we can't care so much anymore. Gather people immediately. We have to destroy the Yin clan before the Goshawk clan arrives." Bei Gong Xiong slapped the table and said, "Palace Master, please send people from the Earth Palace over." The Earth Palace Master, who was also Gu Yun'er's mother, said fiercely, "I didn't expect the Yin clan to be able to find people at this time. Whoever dares to stop me from avenging my daughter and granddaughter, I will not let them go. Come on, Take my token back and call all the people of the Earth Palace here. Yes, Palace Master. A woman stepped forward to take the token and turned to leave. In the Goshawk clan's land, the Goshawk King was cultivating at the edge of a cliff with his eyes closed. Feeling Little Rock's aura, he opened his eyes. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes, which then turned into ruthlessness. He ordered, "All clansmen listen to my order. Those with the strength of a sacred beast and above, gather immediately." "King, what's the matter?" a woman behind him asked. "King is back. He just sent a message through the air. He must have met with danger." The Goshawk King said, "Go and arrange it. We will leave in half an hour." Half an hour later, the Goshawk King left with thousands of sacred beasts. Other than leaving behind some necessary people to protect the younger generation of the clan, the others followed him to Autumn Moon City. Sima Yue knew that once Little Rock returned, the Beigong clan and the Yin clan would definitely make a move. However, if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to contact the Goshawk clan. They needed a lot of time to go back and forth. It was hard to guarantee that the Beigong clan and the Earth Palace wouldn't make a move. Yin clan master, the Yin clan should have a defensive array, right? Yes. Little Rock said that the Goshawk clan has already set off. They will reach here in a day. You just need to activate the teleportation array and hold on until tomorrow. Sima Yue said. Although we have a defensive array, if too many of them come and attack continuously, the array won't last long. Yin clan master said. Sima Yue thought about it and called Little Rock. They flew into the air and took out array stones. They threw them in the Yin clan's direction. When the Yin clan saw Sima Yue setting up the array, they cried out in surprise, "She's an array master?" Bei Gong Tang glanced at them but didn't reply. Because the Yin clan wasn't small, Sima Yue spent more than an hour to set up the array. She then landed and said to Bei Gong Tang, "I set up an illusion array. If the Beigong clan and the Earth Palace come, activate the illusion array and trap them for a while. However, this illusion array won't last long. Once it's broken, you will have to use the defensive array. However, with the two arrays together, you should be able to delay them until the Goshawk clan arrives. Also, if the Earth Palace and the Beigong clan want to attack you, they will need some time to prepare." "Yue, what about you?" Bei Gong Tang asked. "I'm going to save Honor Rock and the others." Sima Yue said, "To be able to chase them away, the opponent's strength is definitely not low. Honor Rock and the others are injured and need someone to save them." "Then you guys be careful," Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yue nodded and said, "You guys too." Not long after Sima Yue and the others left, a group of people came down from the Earth Mountain. They were aggressive and rushed towards Autumn Moon City. At the same time, many forces in Autumn Moon City gathered in front of the Beigong clan, waiting for the final order. Chapter 5:35. When Bei Gongxiong led everyone to launch the final attack on the Yin family, he realized that no matter where the Yin family went, they always maintained a constant distance. They had no way of getting close to the Yin family's residence. "Patriarch, Palace Lord, the situation doesn't seem right. No matter where we go, we can't reach the Yin clan. It's as if we're walking on the same spot." Someone noticed that something was amiss and reminded, "Not good, Palace Master, we've entered an illusion." A man from the Earth Palace said, "Illusion array?" The man looked at the faint smoke that filled the street and said with certainty, "That's right, we must have entered an illusion array. However, this illusion array was set up in a hurry, so it only has the effect of trapping and does not have any offensive power." "Then isn't what we're seeing now an illusion?" Bei Gong Ao said. "That's right." The man's expression was solemn. He was a formation master invited by the Earth Palace. His attainments in formation were relatively deep, but even he did not notice that he had already entered the other party's formation. It could be seen how powerful the other party's formation was. If it wasn't for the fact that they were pressed for time and didn't have time to set up their attacks, they would probably be dead by now. Sima Yue had once used this formation to deal with the Jiang family. It had caused Jiang Fei and Evernew City's city lord to lose control and kill each other. However, due to the lack of time, she could only set up an illusion to trap the people that Bei Gongxiong had brought with him. Master, can you break the formation? The Earth Palace Master asked. It will take some time. That array master said, the other party's attainments in array formations are higher than mine. She can surround the entire Yin family. We have to deduce the rules of her calculations before we can break the array. Then, should we continue? Bei Gongxiong asked. It's useless even if we leave. As long as we stay in this array formation, we won't be able to get close to the Yin clan's house. It's better to ask everyone to stop so that their efforts will be in vain. Grandmaster stopped talking after he finished speaking and began to calculate the data of Sima Yoyue's array formation. The main members of the Yin clan were all in the main courtyard. When they heard that the Beigong clan was trapped in the illusion array, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yoyue said that you can trap them for half a day. That should be no problem. Beigong Tang said. Little Tang, this friend of yours is really amazing. She just casually set up an array, but it's so powerful. One of Beigong Tang's aunts said with a smile. Yoyue is naturally amazing. When Beigong Tang talked about Sima Yue, her tone was filled with pride. When she comes back, we must thank her properly. Yin family head said. Xiao Tang, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped us. Clan head, in the end, Beigong clan and the Earth Palace attacked us because cousin sent Beigong heir and Guyun heir to the abyss of hell. Why should we thank her? A lady glared at Beigong Tang unhappily. It was clearly that Beigong heir who swore an oath to compete with cousin in pill refinement. She was only pulled into the Avicii hell after losing. That Guyun heir also went against her oath and wanted to kill cousin, so she was pulled into the Avicii hell. They only have themselves to blame. What does it have to do with cousin? A man with delicate features said, moreover, the Beigong clan has wanted to deal with our Yin clan for a long time. Even if this matter didn't happen, they would still deal with us. You're being biased by blaming cousin like this. That lady was choked by the man's words. She wanted to refute, but the Yin family had berated her. What time is it now? You're still bickering here. Clan head, what Lu Er said is right. This happened because they came back. Even if you berate Lu Er, you can't cover up this fact. A lady said. She looked at Yin Lan and Beigong Tang with an unfriendly gaze. They realized that the clan treated Beigong Tang and Yin Lan very well. Yin Lan was about to snatch their position. It seems that aunts are very unhappy that we're in the Yin family. Beigong Tang smiled and said, since you don't welcome us when this matter is over, my mother, brother and I will leave the clan. We won't be part of the Yin family anymore. If you want to leave, leave now. Once you leave, who knows if the Beigong clan will retreat? A teenage boy said. Are you sure that if we leave, the Beigong clan will let the Yin family go? Can the Yin family save themselves? Beigong Tang laughed coldly. Those people's original target was you. If you leave, they will naturally let us go. Even if we don't leave, when the Goshawk clan comes, they will kill all of them. That boy said. Cousin, you really know how to talk nonsense. Beigong Tang looked straight at that boy. Do you think that if we leave, the Goshawk clan will come and help you? What relationship do you have with them? The boy was speechless. What she said was right. If she left, the Sima clan would definitely leave as well. Without them, the Goshawk clan would not care if they lived or died. They were originally sent by Sima Yue to help Beigong Tang, not to help the Yin family. All right, let's talk less. Yin family head rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Family head, I'm telling the truth. I've already talked to mother. After this matter is over, mother, brother and I will leave the Yin family. Little Tang, why do you have to? A man who looked somewhat similar to Yin Lan spoke up. Why? Beigong Tang laughed coldly. Although my mother married into the Beigong clan, she did not do anything to let down the Yin family. I didn't expect that in just a few days after I left Autumn Moon City, you people would come and bully them. Why do you have to do this? This Yin family is not something that we want to acknowledge. You treat mother well, so we naturally want to come down. You don't want us to stay, so we won't be an eyesore and be bullied. It's not like we can't live without you. The last time she went to the auction, she came back and found that her mother and brother were being bullied. She was furious. After investigating the reason, she found out that they thought that Sima Yue would not come back, so there was no use in keeping Yin Lan and the rest. At that time, there were people who were unhappy that they came back, and at that time, they came to bully them. Yin Lan said that they would let it go because they were from the Yin family, but Bei Gong Tang decided that once the Bei Gong clan's matter was settled, she would take them with her and leave. Yin Lan, you think so too? The Yin family head looked at Yin Lan, who was silent at the side, and asked. I'll do whatever Tang says. Yin Lan said. Family head, if we really settle the Bei Gong clan and the Earth Palace, the Yin family will be the only big family in Autumn Moon City. This can be considered our repayment for your shelter. Bei Gong Tang said. Seeing Bei Gong Tang's firm attitude, the Yin family head sighed in his heart. He regretted that he did not punish his sons for that matter. It was because of the unfair treatment that Bei Gong Tang, who did not have a good impression of the Yin family, was bitterly disappointed and wanted to leave. At this time, Sima Yue did not know what was happening in Autumn Moon City. At this time, she was rushing towards a direction outside of Autumn Moon City. Chapter 5:36. Honor Rock brought 2 four-winged rocks and flew towards Autumn Moon City. They received news that the king was already on the way to rescue them. As long as they could hold on until they arrived, they would be saved. Their hearts were filled with hatred when they saw the Goshawk's remaining members getting closer and closer. It was unknown where this Earth Palace had met the remnants of the Goshawk clan. Knowing the grudge between them and the Four-Winged Rock clan, they also knew that they would seek the help of the Goshawk clan. Thus, they ambushed them outside the city. As soon as they came out, they would intercept them. There were only 3 of them, but the other side had more than 10 people. If it weren't for their strength, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. He had never been in such a sorry state in his entire life. The Goshawk king had been killed in the previous incident, but the Goshawk clan had not been completely wiped out. Some of the Goshawk clan had escaped, and some of the stronger ones had killed their way out. Now that they hated the Four-Winged Rocks to the bone, they would naturally not show mercy when they saw their enemies. Sima Yue sat on Little Rock's back. Hearing him say that Honor Rock's aura was getting weaker and weaker, her heart was burning with anxiety. Master, they are right in front. Little Rock said. They heard the sounds of fighting. It must be Honor Rock and the others fighting. Thinking of this, Little Rock increased his speed. Very soon, they saw the Honor Rock trio covered in injuries, stubbornly resisting the siege of a group of Goshawks. It's the remnants of the Goshawk clan. Sima Yue saw that it was the Goshawk race that was chasing after Honor Rock and the others. She was so angry that she called out the remaining 4-winged rocks to save them. When Ninth Rock and the others saw the remnants of the Goshawk clan injuring Honor Rock and the others to such an extent, they hurriedly flew over to save them. The situation instantly reversed. Honor Rock's injuries were very serious. The reason he was able to hold on until now was completely because of the belief that someone would come to save them. Now that he saw his own people coming, the string in his heart relaxed. He fainted and fell straight down from the sky. General Honor. Someone saw him falling and hurriedly grabbed his body, then slowly brought him down. The other 2 injured ones also withdrew from the battlefield and landed beside Honor Rock, transforming into mimicry. Sima Yue and Little Rock rushed over and saw the unconscious Honor Rock. She hurriedly took out a bottle of pills and gave it to the other 2 to eat. Then, she looked at the mountain-like Honor Rock and the small pills in her hand and face-bombed. I'll do it. Little Rock transformed into his human form and came to the side of Honor Rock's mouth. He pried open his huge beak and then threw the medicinal pill inside. This was an elixir that Sima Yue had concocted for spirit beasts. It took effect quickly and soon, Ren Pengrong woke up. Your Majesty, he called out weakly. It's fine, Little Rock said. Honor Rock transformed into a small bird. Sima Yue walked over and hugged him. Very quickly, Ninth Rock and the others killed all the Goshawks. Not a single one was left. Sima Yue looked at the mountain-like corpses and said, bring them all back. They're not weak. When we have time, we'll eat them to fill our stomachs and increase our spiritual power. Honor Rock and the others had seen Sima Yue eat goshawks before and were not unfamiliar with her hobby. Seeing her keep all the corpses, they were not surprised. After Sima Yue kept all the corpses, she kept Ninth Rock and the others in her spirit pagoda. Then she returned to Autumn Moon City with Little Rock. When they returned, the Yin clan's battle had almost ended. The corpses had not been cleaned up and the Yin clan's people were cleaning up the corpses and the bloodstains on the streets. With the help of the Goshawk clan and Bei Gong clan's desperate counterattack, the Bei Gong clan and the people they brought were almost completely wiped out. Sima Yue went to the hall and found Bei Gong Tang. Before she entered, she heard Bei Gong Tang's voice from inside. That voice was very loud and she could hear that it was very angry. She subconsciously stopped in her tracks, wanting to hear what they were arguing about. Bei Gong Tang, don't be so shameless. We have already apologized. What else do you want? What do I want? Bei Gong Tang laughed coldly. You want to erase the fact that you bullied my mother and younger brother with an insincere apology? Actually, I don't want to do anything. What I want to do has already been decided. After this matter with the Bei Gong clan, my mother, younger brother and I will leave the Yin clan. I want to ask, what do you want to do by stopping my mother and not letting her leave? Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. The Yin clan actually bullied Yin Lan and Bei Gong Hang? Xiao Tang, we are your aunts. As your elders, we have already lowered our heads and apologized to you. You are still harping on this matter and not letting it go. It is a little unreasonable. A woman's voice was heard. You apologized? You only saw that Yue had returned and called the Goshawk clan over. You felt that we were useful again, so you softly said that it was wrong at that time. I'm not a fool. Everyone knows what you are thinking in your hearts. I don't want my mother and younger brother to still be bullied by you after I leave the clan. Sima Yue more or less understood when she heard this. She originally thought that the Yin clan would treat Yin Lan and the others well. This way, Bei Gong Tang would be able to leave in peace. But now, it seemed that the Yin clan was not a clan that could be entrusted to them. Sima Yue got someone to report and then walked in. Seeing that she had returned, the anger on Bei Gong Tang's face dissipated a little. Yue, did you find General Rong and the others? I found them. Although they are injured, their lives are not in danger. Sima Yue said, I heard you arguing outside just now. What happened? It's nothing. It's just that we wanted to leave the Yin clan and they didn't agree. Bei Gong Tang glanced at them coldly. Sima Yue looked at Yin Lan who was sitting at the back and asked, Auntie Lan, do you want to leave? Yin Lan nodded, saying, I want to be with Tang. It's not good for me to say anything about your clan's matters. But no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Sima Yue said to Bei Gong Tang. After speaking, she looked at the Yin clan head and said, Yin clan head, leave a way out for everything. We will meet again in the future. If they really angered Bei Gong Tang, the Yin clan would suffer a double loss and end up in the same state as the Bei Gong clan. She did not say what she wanted to say, but how could the Yin clan not understand her meaning? Since they want to leave, then let them leave. Yin Hao said as he came in from outside. Third brother. How are? The Yin clan did not expect that Yin Hao would actually support Bei Gong Tang to leave the clan. Did he not know how big of a loss this would bring to the clan? Yin Hao looked at the people present and said, I want her to live. Since she is not living well in the clan, then let her leave. You guys should also put away your little schemes if you don't want the Yin clan to end up in the same state as the Bei Gong clan. Sima Yue did not expect Yin Hao to say such words. However, his position in the clan was different. Since he had already said so, even if the Yin clan had any objections, it was useless. Chapter 537. With Yin Hao's words, Bei Gong Tang finally brought Yin Lan and Bei Gong Hang out of the Yin clan. However, the Yin family had agreed to let them leave, but he didn't want them to leave the family. Their names still remained in the family records. Bei Gong Tang saw that Yin Lan was indeed reluctant to part with the Yin clan, and also agreed. In any case, as long as Yin Lan was not in the clan, she would not be bullied by those people. Thus, the group quickly left Autumn Moon City and rushed to Tianfu City. Tianfu City was the largest city in the central region. There were many forces in the city and many forces and clans gathered outside the city. It was much more than other cities. When Sima Yu and the others arrived at Heavenly City, they found an inn to stay in. After that, they didn't go to the heavenly sect. Instead, they found a house near the sect and settled down as a place for them to stay. Sima Lai, Sang Muyu and Yin Lan did not want to go to the academy, and Shimen Feng was too old to go. There was a courtyard where they could live normally. Yuiwei and the others had a place to stay when they left the academy. The courtyard he bought wasn't big. There were only a few small courtyards in total. However, because it was close to the academy, the price was ridiculously high. Fortunately, Sima Yuiwei still had 4 million mid-grade crystal stones left. After spending almost all of her savings, she bought this courtyard. There was still more than a month before the academy's enrollment. Sima Yuiwei and the rest used this time to familiarize themselves with Heaven City. Tianfu City was the largest city in the central region, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers from north to south and hundreds of thousands of kilometers from east to west. Even if one stood on the tallest building, they wouldn't be able to see the end of it. The Sky Heaven School was located in the eastern district of the city. It was close to the center of the north-south direction, so it wasn't very far to the north and south of the city. At least they could use spirit beasts to go back and forth in the same day. The western district was much further away. There was an area in the city center that did not belong to the 4 cardinal directions. It was the most prosperous area in the city. Those who could enter this area were not ordinary forces. Furthermore, there was a rule here that no one was allowed to fight here. Once discovered, they would be blacklisted by various forces. Most people who entered this place didn't dare to act rashly because the shop owner here wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. Sima Yuiwei and the rest had been wandering around the city for the past few days. Even if they didn't buy anything, they only rode on the spirit beasts and took a few days to finish walking the main streets. On this day, Sima Yuyu, Sima Lai, Sima Yulin and Wu Lingyu went to the memory restaurant in the city center. After entering, she showed the shopkeeper a token and he immediately led them to a courtyard in the backyard. "Greetings, second master." The shopkeeper bowed towards Sima Yue. "I have been waiting for you under young master's orders." "Shopkeeper you don't have to be so courteous. Just call me Yue." Sima Yue waved her hand. "I'm here to take a look at the situation here." Before Qin Mo left, he originally wanted to give her the entire memory restaurant. He said that it was originally opened for her. She rejected him, so Qin Mo said that she would be responsible for it as well. In the future, she would be the second master of memory restaurant. Seeing the persistence in his eyes, she understood that he wanted her to have someone to rely on and a source of income. He wanted her to know that if anything happened, he would still be there to rely on. "Yu, I don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past," he said sadly. Her heart warmed and she accepted this favor. "I will show the account book to young master." "Shopkeeper," he said. "No need." Sima Yue said, "Shopkeeper whatever you did in the past, you will do it in the future. If anything happens, just let me know. There's no need to look at the account book. This is my grandfather. If there's anything in the future, just look for him. We are now living in Banyan Tree Street." Sima Yue said as she pointed at Sima Lai. "I understand." "Shopkeeper," he replied. "Shopkeeper, how much do you know about the heavenly sect's recruitment?" Sima Yue asked. "Does young master want to participate in the recruitment?" "Shopkeeper," he asked. "Yes, I heard that this sect is not bad, so I want to go in and learn." Sima Yue said with a smile. "This heavenly sect is not bad. It is one of the best in the entire primordial lands. Many people from the inner regions come here to learn." "Shopkeeper," he said, "apart from being under 100 years old, you have to go through a few rounds of tests before you can enter the sect. Do you know the contents of the tests?" Shopkeeper, he shook his head. "The contents of the tests are kept secret before the recruitment. You will only know after the tests are over. The contents of the tests are different every time. There's no way to get any experience from the previous batch of recruitment." After that, Sima Yue asked a few more questions about the sect. They left after getting a general understanding of it. On the way back, they saw many young people discussing the recruitment. They guessed that these people were also here to participate in the recruitment. So many people came to participate, but only 100 people are recruited. You can imagine the competition. Sima Yulin couldn't help but sigh. Even if the competition is fierce, I believe that we can still get in. Sima Yue said confidently. She believed that it was not only her, but also her brothers from the Sima family, Bei Gong Tang and the others. Everyone had experienced so many things, so their mentality was definitely fine. Their talent was not bad, and adding on the time they saved in the Spirit Pagoda, their strength was not bad for those under 100 years old. It should not be a problem for them to pass the recruitment test. Hey, have you heard? There are many geniuses who came to participate in the recruitment this time. Really? Poor they. You haven't heard? That person said with surprise. I heard that apart from the geniuses from the outer regions, there are also geniuses from the inner regions, Southern Desolation, Northern Desert, Eastern Region and Western Liang. I heard that a few geniuses came to participate. Really? Then this year's competition will be tough. Of course. The two of them walked away as they spoke. Sima Yue and the others who accidentally heard the news looked at their backs and sighed at the difficulty of the competition this time. After they went back, Sima Yue and the others told everyone about the news they received today. Everyone's faces were solemn, and the pressure was not small. Everyone, don't worry. If you can enter, then enter. If you can't, don't be discouraged. There are many paths to cultivation, and this is not the only one. Sima Lai said, Grandfather is right. We will do our best. Even if we can't enter, we will not regret it. Sima Yuchi said, in the excited atmosphere of the whole city, the recruitment day of the heavenly sect arrived. Even Sima Yulu and the others could not calm down because they were too excited. A group of people ate, drank, and chatted in the courtyard. Sima Yue came to Wu Lingyu's side with 2 cups of wine and handed one to him. Senior, are you not going to go back? I said I would be with you, waiting for Mo Sha to wake up. Wu Lingyu smiled faintly as he drank the wine in one gulp. You also want to participate in the recruitment with us? Sima Yue looked at Wu Lingyu with surprise. Without waiting for him to reply, she said, You are definitely more than 100 years old. You don't have the right to participate. Wu Lingyu came in front of Sima Yue, and the two of them could smell the wine from each other's breath. Junior, do you want me to go with you? Chapter 5:38. Wu Lingyu's voice was lazy and teasing, but it also gave people the feeling that he was serious. Sima Yue turned her head and their noses touched. When she saw those smiling eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Junior brother hasn't answered me yet. When she heard that magnetic voice and smelled the faint fragrance of wine on his breath, she didn't know why her face turned red. She quickly turned her head in embarrassment and said, I don't care what senior brother wants to do. After that, she lowered her head and took a sip of wine to hide her emotions. Wu Lingyu chuckled softly. This was the first time Sima Yue had heard him laugh out loud. In the past, it was always a faint smile, a devilish smile, an indifferent smile. It was always a silent smile. Looks like this guy is in a good mood. At the thought of this, Sima Yue could not help but glare at him. She turned around and returned to the table to continue eating and drinking with everyone else. She couldn't be bothered to care about what he would do in the future. He wasn't a child anymore. He definitely had his own plans. Wu Lingyu leaned against the balustrade of the pavilion. He took out a wine jug, filled his cup, and drank it with a smile. He would give her a surprise. The next morning, Sima Yue and the rest packed up and headed to the Sky Heaven School. They were close to the academy and had woken up early. However, when they arrived, they still discovered that they were late. That was because the outside of the academy was bustling with activity. There were tens of thousands of people. There are so many people so early in the morning. Did they come here since last night? Sima Yue's lips twitched. There are so many people, are you really only accepting 100? Fatty Chu looked at the crowded scene and swallowed his saliva. If that's really the case, then this ratio is indeed frightening. Wei Ziqi said, Great pressure. Sima Yulu felt that he was a little uncertain. He didn't know if he would be chosen. At this time, they heard people talking beside them. Their originally disappointed hearts were filled with confidence. I heard that someone leaked the news last night that they're not only taking in 100 people this time. I think so. Those who came early are all spreading the news. Hee hee, if that's really the case, then wouldn't our chances of being selected be even greater? Yeah, just thinking about it makes me excited. If it's not 100 people, then how many? I don't know. Who knew what the Academy was thinking? Although they would only accept 100 people each time, there were exceptions. The highest number they accepted was 500 people, and the lowest number they accepted was 20 people. Since there are rumors that there are more than 100 people, then the number of people is probably uncertain. In short, the more we recruit, the greater our chances. Of course. Sima Yue and the rest looked at each other. If that was the case, they would have a better chance. He just didn't know how the Academy would assess him. He remembered that at that time in the Yilin continent, Bei Gongtang and the others only had to touch the testing ball when they took the test. He didn't know if this would be any different from the past. Out of the way, out of the way. There was a sudden commotion at the back. Sima Yue and the rest turned around and saw a few people who looked like guards pushing the crowd aside, allowing a luxurious beast carriage to slowly drive over. Seeing the three divine beasts pulling the carriage, Wu Hen, everyone present subconsciously opened up a path for the beast carriage to drive to the front. Wu Hen, also known as Quan Yin, was a kind of spirit beast with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. It looked like a cow, but it didn't have the honest nature of a cow. It was cruel, liked to kill, and was strong. Now that there was someone using a Wu Hen to pull a carriage, their background was definitely not small. Who is sitting in the beast carriage, so ostentatious? Fatty Chu blinked and said, "You don't even know this? You'll know when you see the mark on the carriage. This is the Grey Wolf clan of the Northern Desert." Someone at the side saw that Fatty Chu didn't even know this and explained, "What kind of clan is the Grey Wolf clan?" Sima Yue asked Sima Yue. She used to be from the central regions, so she should know this. The Grey Wolf clan is a big clan in the Northern Desert. Their surname is Grey Wolf and their clan is huge. They are one of the top clans in the Northern Desert. They are ruthless and like to take revenge. Their methods are cruel and those who offend them don't have a good ending. I heard that among the younger generation, there's a youth called Song Langli. He's very talented. He's only 50 years old, but he's already advanced to divine overlord rank. Sima Yu explained, thinking about it, the one sitting in the carriage should be Song Langli. This kind of person would come here to study? Fatty Chu didn't understand. For a clan like theirs, they could definitely nurture him better. Why would they let him come here? Although the heavenly sect is only an outer sect, it has an extremely important position in the entire continent. Moreover, it is said that there are many secrets. Being able to walk around here is also a kind of affirmation for them. Bei Gongtang said, when the beast carriage reached the gate of the academy, it stopped moving forward and waited with everyone else. After a while, another carriage came. Although there were no guards in front shouting this time, when everyone saw the spirit beast pulling the carriage, they consciously opened up a path. They actually used the descendant of the ancient divine beast, Fu Zhu, to pull the carriage. This meant that their status was definitely not lower than the Grey Wolf clan. What kind of spirit beast is that? It looks like a white deer. Sima Yue said. That is Fu Zhu. It is the descendant of the ancient divine beast. Although it looks like a white deer, it is much more ferocious than a white deer. It is extremely fast. Many people want to use it as a means of transportation. However, very few people can find it and tame it to pull the carriage. Sima Yue said. Then which power does this person belong to? If I didn't guess wrongly, it should be someone from Western Liang. Sima Yue said. Looking at the two beast carriages that were parked side by side, she was puzzled. Why are these people gathering at this time to participate in the recruitment? Is there anything strange? Sima Yue asked. Sima Yue nodded and said, although this sect is not bad, it is a little strange to let so many geniuses from the inner regions to participate in the recruitment at the same time. After all, this sect's recruitment period is not long. It happens once every 10 years. For cultivators, 10 years was nothing more than the blink of an eye. There is no need for them to rush here at this time. Maybe it is a coincidence. Fatty Chu said. The sound of the beast carriage came from behind again. Sima Yue looked at the beast carriage that was slowly approaching and narrowed her eyes. Was this really a coincidence? They waited for a while. During this time, many beast carriages came and they all went to the front to wait. No one dared to be rash. Looking at the crowd that was retreating, Sima Yue sighed in her heart. What was the use of coming early? They still had to give way when they met someone powerful. Just as the sun was hanging in the sky, the sect gate slowly opened. An old man with white hair and a white beard wearing a white robe slowly walked out from inside. Chapter 539. There was a group of people behind the old man. They were not surprised to see the people waiting outside. There are more people this year than in previous years. One of the mentors said, I wonder how many people will pass the assessment. There are quite a few geniuses this year. I don't think they will disappoint us. Another mentor said, these geniuses, how many of them are here to learn with sincerity? A black-clothed instructor said with a straight face. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's prepare for this year's test. The old man said. As soon as he spoke, no one else dared to say anything. One of them walked up to the high platform in front of the academy and waved his hand. Everyone present quieted down. Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Sect's enrollment this year. The teacher's voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner. But that doesn't mean that you'll be members of my academy just because you're here today. If you want to join the academy, you must pass our test. Only after passing the test can you become a student of the academy. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment, looked around at everyone present, and said, I just made a visual estimate. There are at least 50,000 people here this time, but you all know the academy's rules. They only accept a fixed number of people. Whether or not you can enter this quota will depend on your own ability. The people below began to whisper to each other. Many of them were worried about whether they would be able to enter the quota. Quiet. He waited for everyone to quiet down before continuing. The assessment this time is divided into 3 stages. Only after passing all 3 stages can you be considered to have passed our assessment. Now you can go to the first stage. After saying that, everyone saw a silver light shining under their feet. Before they could figure out what the first test was, they disappeared. Sima Yue felt dizzy. When she regained her balance, she was alone in the desert. She looked around, but there was no one around. The scorching sun above her head was scorching the earth, causing the sand to become boiling hot. The whole environment was like a huge steamer. Illusion? She thought about it carefully. Apart from this, she could not find any other explanation for the sudden change. I don't know if this is an illusion created by an illusory array or some other spirit artifact. But it's so realistic. It really makes me feel hot. Sweat flowed down her bun. She wanted to take out a handkerchief from her spatial ring to wipe it off, but she found that she couldn't communicate with her spatial ring. When she realized this, her heart shook. She sensed the spirit pagoda and found that it couldn't be opened. However, she did not panic. She closed her eyes and cleared her mind. Then, with a thought, a spirit fruit appeared in her hand. She looked at the fresh fruit in her hand and smiled happily. An illusion array is an illusion array. It doesn't exist at all. It wasn't that this space couldn't be connected to the spatial ring, but the illusion array made people think so. Subjectively, people thought that it couldn't be connected. However, objectively speaking, as long as one emptied one's mind and did not think that one was in an illusion, one would be able to take out the items in the spatial ring. If those people thought that they couldn't communicate with their spatial rings, they would definitely panic. Then, passing the test in such an environment would indeed be more difficult. Could it be that the test this time is to walk out of this desert? As she ate the spirit fruit, the uncomfortable feeling in her body subsided. Only then did she calm down and think about the content of the assessment. This desert is boundless. It shouldn't be this. Thinking about it again, if it wasn't to walk out, then it should be to see how long one could last here. Those who couldn't meet the requirements would be eliminated. After thinking about it, this was the most reasonable. Since she wasn't in a hurry to find a way out, then she wasn't in a hurry. She stayed in place without moving. She even took out a tent and sat in the tent to meditate and cultivate. At this time, in a room in the Sky Heaven School, a group of teachers surrounded a huge crystal ball and looked at the situation of the examinees. Yo, someone saw through the truth so quickly this time? A flirtatious woman wearing tight red clothes saw the situation in the crystal ball and lowered her head to continue polishing her nails. This reaction is a bit too fast. The other teachers were also curious. The people who went in before didn't react as quickly as him. And looking at him, he should have guessed what the test is about. From the moment she made contact with the spatial ring, the people in the room had already noticed her. To be able to react in half an hour was unprecedented, especially when they saw her setting up a tent and taking out spirit fruits to eat one after another. Then she leisurely meditated. Everyone in the room had a strange expression. This brat passed this test too easily. That's right, in their eyes, being able to make contact with the spatial ring was already half of the test. This was because most people would store water in their spatial ring. As long as there was water, they would be able to survive here. Then the condition of staying here for 10 days was not difficult for her. He's an array master. The old man from before opened his eyes and looked at the crystal ball and said with certainty, to be able to react so quickly, his array skills shouldn't be low. Is he really less than 100 years old? The glazed mirage can only be entered by people under 100 years old. Since he can enter, he must be under 100 years old. He should only be in his 20s. The white-clothed old man said. 20s. The other teachers in the room exclaimed softly. How could someone in their 20s have such high array skills? But if the vice principal said so, then it should be so. 20s. This talent is simply heaven-defying. The teachers came back to their senses and looked at Sima Yue with a burning gaze. This was a prodigy among prodigies. At this moment, Sima Yue suddenly felt like she was being watched by many people. She opened her eyes and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she stopped cultivating with a puzzled gaze. What a sharp little fellow. The vice principal saw Sima Yue's alertness and nodded his head in satisfaction. They were just looking at her, but she actually felt it. This was not something an ordinary person could have. Since that's the case, let's send her to the next stage of the test earlier. One of the teachers said. I agree. The first stage of the test is already useless. She can go to the next stage earlier. The vice principal's eyes flashed. He nodded his head and stroked his long beard, saying, then let's send her to the second stage of the test. Oh, we'll send 5 for the first time. I wonder how this little fellow will react, hee. Ever since Sima Yue felt that someone was watching her, she stopped cultivating. However, she did not know how long she would have to stay here. She wanted to find something to do, so she took out some array stones and fiddled with them. Sha sha, sha sha. Hearing the soft sounds from the desert, her lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 540. Rustle, rustle. The sound from the yellow sand did not make Sima Yue panic. She just sat in the tent and looked outside leisurely. Kacha, the sound of pincers opening and closing could be heard. Then, one by one, large red pincers emerged from the yellow sand, followed by a 1 to 2 foot long red scorpion. Kacha, kacha. 5 red scorpions surrounded Sima Yue and her tent in the middle, each of their eyes shining with hunger. Such large scorpions, I don't know if they're real or just illusions. It would be great if they're real. Sima Yue touched her chin and pondered while looking at the red scorpions. Seeing that Sima Yue seemed to have ideas about them, the red scorpions were furious. One of them waved its large pincers and the other 4 immediately attacked her. Sima Yue did not hesitate as she condensed a fireball and threw it at the red scorpions. Poochie, the fireball hit the red scorpions, but it only made their movements pause for a moment. It did not cause any substantial damage to them. Immune to fire? Sima Yue looked at the red scorpions in astonishment as she dodged the poison they spat out. Because a few of them were attacking her at the same time, she was careless and her clothes were swept by the poison. Immediately, a large hole was corroded. Damn, it hurts. The hem of the shirt brushed against her leg, and a burning pain spread all over her body. What a poisonous liquid. If this was real, it would be best to use it to refine the poison. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. She leaped and quickly jumped out of the red scorpion's heads and went outside. Since you're immune to fire, try something else. She formed a seal with her hands and a metal whip quickly appeared in front of her. She grabbed the whip and quickly swung it at the red scorpions. If she guessed correctly, these red scorpions should have lived under the desert and were exposed to high temperatures all year round, so they gradually became immune to fire. Fire and metal were the two attributes with the most attacking power. Since the fire attribute was useless, she would choose the metal attribute. Pa! The whip hit a red scorpion and the barbs on the whip directly pierced through its shell and into its flesh. She withdrew her whip, and blood flowed out from its body. Chi! A scorpion ambushed her and spat venom at her. She quickly dodged to the side. The venom landed on the yellow sand and emitted a corrosive smell. "They're bullying us with numbers." She snorted and brandished her whip. In an instant, it coiled around a red scorpion. Then, with a forceful swing, that scorpion was flung far away by her. She rolled and flung again. Within a few breaths, the 3 scorpions were flung away by her, preventing them from coming back to attack her. Afterwards, she continued to deal with the remaining 2 red scorpions. Every time the whip landed on their bodies, they would feel excruciating pain. One of the weaker ones was whipped to death by her. The other one was a little stronger. She used the whip to trap it, then formed a seal with both hands. A long sword was formed and then fiercely pierced towards the red scorpion, directly piercing through its head and into its tail. The red scorpion struggled on the ground for a bit before dying. At this time, the other 3 crawled back. Seeing that their comrade had died, the 3 red scorpions went crazy and attacked her together. This time, other than their venom, they also attacked with their spiritual energy. Sima Yue formed a protective layer around her body. Then, she concentrated on forming seals. Small swords were formed one by one, and under her control, they flew towards the red scorpions. Clang! The red scorpions waved their claws to knock the small swords away, or spat out venom to corrode the small swords. However, Sima Yue did not hold back this time. In an instant, she created dozens of small swords. Although some were knocked away, there were still many that pierced the red scorpions. Those 3 red scorpions lost their ability to move. After 2 more stabs from her, they fell to the yellow sand and stopped moving. The mentors outside the crystal ball saw her performance and nodded in satisfaction. Her fighting strength is not bad. Usually, people of this age would be more flustered when they were surrounded. Once they panicked, their fighting strength would drop, and it was very likely that they would be injured by the red scorpions. Although this glazed illusion would not kill anyone under their control, the pain within was still self-evident. And from the very beginning, she wanted to scatter her opponents and defeat them one by one. That thought was admirable. Seeing Sima Yue pick up a red scorpion and close her eyes to empty her mind, one of the mentors asked, "What is she planning to do?" "She probably wants to see if these red scorpions are real," someone guessed. Sure enough, when Sima Yue opened her eyes again, she saw that the red scorpions were still there. She was extremely happy and carried the 5 red scorpions' corpses back into the tent. Sima Yue placed the 5 red scorpions side by side on the ground. Squatting beside one of them, she pried open the shell on its tail and checked its poison gland. What a good thing! Thinking about the poison that continuously attacked her just now, she was extremely curious. Taking out a pair of scissors, she cut off the poison gland. Once this thing is refined, it will definitely be a good thing for poison people. I really didn't expect that the spirit beasts here are actually real. She took out a pill furnace and threw the snipped poison gland inside. Then she heated it up and refined it. Soon, the poison in the poison gland was completely refined by her. Next was the second one, the third one. She's an alchemist. The alchemy mentor said in astonishment when he saw Sima Yue's proficient movements. She's an alchemist? That's right. Look at her technique. It's indeed the technique of refining medicinal ingredients. The alchemy mentor said, and this technique should be a lost technique. Looking at her, her alchemy level shouldn't be low. Old Moo, what level do you think her alchemy is? It shouldn't be lower than level 5. Old Moo, who was the alchemy mentor, said. Around 20 years old, level 5. Her talent should be considered not bad, but not particularly outstanding. Old Moo glanced at that person and said, don't forget, other than being an alchemist, She's also an array master. Moreover, her array skills are so high. She's both an array master and an alchemist. Looks like our academy has a good seedling this time, the vice principal said with a smile. Some of the other people's performance is also not bad. Song Lang Li and Ryu and the others also quickly reacted. It's just that they haven't discovered the essence of this illusion, so they haven't connected with their spatial rings yet. Where did these people come from? Someone actually managed to connect with their spatial rings. That old man closed his eyes and thought for a while. The scene from before appeared in his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "These people were standing with that little guy before. It seems like they're together. Where did this group of people come from? They're actually not bad. Could it be that they're from some big family? We'll find out when we investigate later. Let's continue watching. Alright, send some spirit beasts to play with that little guy." The vice principal instructed. Chapter 541. Just for fun, hearing the vice principal's words, all the mentors felt sorry for Sima Yue. She had caught the vice principal's attention. Dance Ruo starter, but such students would often lead a more miserable life because this vice principal liked to play. Even though his fighting prowess would increase by leaps and bounds while having fun, the process, Sima Yue had just finished extracting the red scorpion's poison reading ability when she felt something approaching her. This time, it was even more ferocious. 10 red scorpions came directly, and their strength was even higher than before. This time, she didn't dare to fight alone. She called Little Peng to fight with her. Against this kind of spirit beast, Little Rock was the most suitable. Golden-winged Great Rock. Everyone in the house cried out when they saw Little Rock. Looks like we know who this person is. The contractor of the Golden-winged Rock. I didn't expect him to be so young. The red lips of the teacher in the red dress parted slightly. After the shock in her eyes, there was a strong interest. I've always heard that a golden-winged great rock has appeared in the rock world. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, its aura is indeed extraordinary. This little fellow, not only is his talent not bad, he even has such a contracted beast. This kid is extraordinary. Vice Principal, I think we can directly recruit her. We can't miss out on such a talented person. I agree. What's the hurry? The Vice Principal leaned back in his soft chair. If she's really talented, she'll be able to pass the next 2 tests. If she really enters the school, do we need to notify the inner courtyard? Someone asked. Let's talk about it later, the vice principal said and closed his eyes again. The second batch of red scorpions were all killed. Sima Yue realized that this time was different from before. Among the 10 red scorpions, only 5 were real, and the other 5 were just illusions. F***C, are you kidding me? Sima Yue cursed, but she still took the 5 real red scorpions and refined them. After an unknown amount of time, more spirit beasts approached. This time, it was not a red scorpion, but a bunch of pythons. These pythons were all torn in half by Sima Yue and Little Rock. I wonder how the pythons in the desert taste. Sima Yue said and took out some water to clean the python. Then, she took out some pots and pans and started to make snake soup. In addition, he took out a barbecue rack and roasted a piece of meat. Smelling the fragrance of the snake meat, she leisurely hummed a little tune, completely unaware that her every move was clearly seen by the teacher outside. She's so carefree. The teachers laughed and scolded her when they saw that she was in such a leisurely mood. Although the python grew in the desert, its meat was tender and delicious. With her cooking skills, the snake soup and roasted snake meat tasted delicious. Carrying all these cooking utensils with him, this kid must be a foodie. Sima Yue was leisurely enjoying her food. Suddenly, she frowned and stuffed the barbecued meat into her mouth. Is there an end to this? As soon as she finished speaking, monsters made of yellow sand appeared one after another. Suddenly, they rose from the ground, each of them a few meters tall. Their mouths and eyes were empty, and yellow sand kept falling from their bodies. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not normal spirit beasts. Holy **T, what kind of spiritual beast is this? Sima Yue smelled a peculiar aura when she saw the spiritual beast. These spirit beasts were so strange. She could feel violence and killing intent from these spirit beasts, as if they were brainless creatures. Their empty eyes looked at her as if they were looking at a dead person. A dead person? She wondered who would be dead. When the teachers outside saw the spirit beasts, they exclaimed, "Who released the yellow sand beasts?" "Not us." The two teachers in charge of this area shook their heads. They had only released a few spirit beasts to tease Sima Yue. No one had released the yellow sand beasts. "Oh no, the glazed illusion is out of control." The girl in red stood up and slammed the table. "What's going on? It seems that someone has cut off our connection with the glazed illusion. Someone must have done something inside. The spirit beasts inside are also out of control." The vice principal's face was no longer as relaxed as before. He stood up, reached out his hand, and the huge crystal ball appeared in front of him. He pressed both hands on the crystal ball and injected spiritual energy into it, attempting to control the glazed illusion again. The teachers in the room looked at him nervously. They didn't dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing him. After a while, the vice principal opened his eyes. With a shake of his hands, the crystal ball returned to its original position. "The glazed illusion has been connected, but we can only control the remaining spirit beasts. We can't control the ones that came out before." The teacher said, "Look at the situation inside. Get those who are on the verge of death out. As for the rest, just treat it as a test." The vice principal sat down. "Send someone to investigate who dares to tamper with the enrollment of the heavenly sect." "Yes, vice principal." The two of them left the room. The people in the glazed illusion didn't know about the dangerous situation just now. When they saw the spirit beasts, they thought it was the Academy's assessment. They didn't think that someone had set them up and almost made them unable to come out. During this period of time, nearly 1,000 people had died an unnatural death. The Academy quietly took out their corpses. The teachers didn't dare to be careless. They paid full attention to the situation inside. Once someone was about to die, they would get them out. When those people came out, they knew that they had lost their qualifications. But at least they were alive, so they weren't so depressed. Sima Yue looked at the yellow sand beasts in front of her that couldn't be killed. She was worried. She had encountered such a difficult spirit beast. She didn't know how the others were doing. Actually, the others weren't as unlucky as her. They went in alone. Although the teleportation was random, most people went in with a few or even tens of people. Only a few people went in alone. And she was one of those lone Dido. Fatty Chu and the others had 6 people. Sima Yulin and the others weren't with them, but they were with others. That was why she was the unluckiest. Yu, these spirit beasts seem to be made of yellow sand. Even if we hit them, they can recover immediately. Our attacks are useless. Little Rock said, "That's right, Master. My flames are useless against them." Yaguang said. When she heard what Little Rock and the others said, Sima Yue's heart sank. She realized this as well. She had just chopped off the head of a yellow sand beast, but it was as if nothing had happened to it. The yellow sand rolled, and another head grew. "I have to find a way." She thought about it and called out Chongming. When Little Rock evolved into the golden-winged rock, Chongming also received some bloodline power. Recently, he had been digesting this power. That was why Sima Yue rarely let him out to fight. Now it seemed that he was the most suitable. Chapter 542. Chongming, sorry to trouble you. Chongming nodded. He formed a seal with both hands and waved them, isolating all the yellow sand beasts. Those yellow sand beasts did not breathe to begin with, so even after being isolated, they did not immediately die. However, due to the restriction of space, he was unable to move at all. Sima Yue watched as Chongming imprisoned them but did not kill them. He sat down on the ground and panted heavily. These spirit beasts have no life and will never die. It's useless to imprison them like this. We have to think of a way, Sai. Chongming also needed spiritual power to support them, so it was impossible to imprison them forever. He had to think of a way to solve it. She sat on the ground and thought for a long time. She reached out to grab the hot yellow sand and said, "These are all monsters formed by the yellow sand. They will either destroy the world or destroy the yellow sand. But there's too much yellow sand, and it's impossible to destroy it. So, we can only destroy this world. Everyone in the room couldn't help but raise their eyebrows when they heard her words. What was this little guy trying to do? If this heaven and earth were to be destroyed, then wouldn't the academy suffer a great loss? Everyone turned to look at the vice president. That fellow calmly waved his hand and said, "It's fine. She's not that capable." The glazed illusion was now under the control of the vice principal. If he said it was fine, then it was fine. As expected, Sima Yue paused for a moment after saying those words, then said, "This world cannot be destroyed. The things in the academy are definitely not that weak. Don't tell me there's no other way?" "Master, wouldn't it be gone if we moved the yellow sand away?" Ye Guang said. "Move away?" Sima Yue's eyes lit up. She stood up and dusted off the yellow sand on her hands. "That's right. Even if we can't kill them, we can still take them away." "Good job, Ye Guang. Actually, if these yellow sand beasts were brought into the spirit pagoda, they could be dealt with immediately." However, she wasn't sure if the people from the academy could see the situation here. If they could, then the matter of the spirit pagoda would be exposed. She took out an array stone and set up an array around the yellow sand beasts. "Master, where are you taking these yellow sand beasts?" Ye Guang saw that Sima Yue was able to set up an array in such a short period of time. He thought that it must not be a good place. Otherwise, it would take her a long time to calculate the coordinates. Sima Yue patted Ye Guang's head and said, "Send them to a good place. Chongming, the moment I activate the array formation, you can break the space imprisonment." Chongming nodded. Sima Yue picked up the last formation stone, injected her spiritual power into it and placed it on one of the corners of the pentagram. The formation was activated and the silver light flowed along the lines of the pentagram before flowing into the other complicated lines. Chongming release. As soon as Sima Yue spoke, Chongming released the space shackles. The moment the yellow sand beasts pounced on her, they all disappeared. The light disappeared, and the desert became quiet again. "Master is so powerful." Ye Guang jumped and said, "Master, since there are no more enemies, I'll go back first. My fur is about to be burnt." Sima Yue thought about the high temperature of the yellow sand. Even if Ye Guang's skin was thick, it would be uncomfortable to step on, so she kept him back. "Yu, where did you send them?" Little Rock transformed into his mimicry form and landed on Chongming's shoulder as he asked. If the place they were sent to happened to have someone, then the other party would be in trouble. How could I harm others? Even if I don't know them and they have nothing to do with me, what if they were sent to my brother's side? Sima Yue said, "I sent them to the void." Chongming was not too surprised by this answer. This was quite her style. "What do you plan to do next? Or do you want to stay here?" Sima Yue had not finished speaking when she felt movement in her space ring. She took out a piece of jade and saw two small dots on it, saying, "We're not going to wait here. Yu Lin is not far from us. Let's go find him." Chongming transformed into her original form and flew in a direction with Sima Yue and Little Rock. She lowered her head and looked at the jade. It showed that they were quite far away. Fortunately, the other party seemed to have noticed her approach and rushed in her direction. However, their speed was obviously much slower, as if they were being held back by something. "Chongming, hurry up. They seem to have met with trouble." Sima Yue said anxiously. "All right." Chongming flapped her wings and increased her speed. In the room, the teachers watched as Chongming flew in the air with Sima Yue. They were already numb to the shock she gave them. 3 contracted beasts, and they're all sacred beasts. Aren't they afraid of being devoured? Since she can become an alchemist and array master, her divine sense is naturally extraordinary. It's normal for her to be able to contract a few sacred beasts at the same time. She was able to set up a teleportation array in such a short time. She even thought of sending the yellow sand beasts into the void. It's really rare. Those yellow sand beasts will become a handful of yellow sand once they go into the void. What are you chatting about? Pay attention to the situation in the illusion. If anyone dies again, I'll stuff you all in. The vice principal said as he shook his beard. Although they knew that the vice principal was joking, everyone still stopped joking and paid attention to the situation in the illusion. There was no night or sunrise. Sima Yue didn't know how long she had been flying before she finally saw Sima Yulin and the others. What surprised her was that Sima Yuqi and the other three brothers, Wei Ziqi and the other three, Sima Yulin and Little Two, were all together. They were fighting a group of yellow sand beasts. Was she the only one who had been left far behind? It would be great if we could fix them in place, then use a teleportation array to send them away. Otherwise, they won't die or be injured. Our spirit energy will be exhausted. Sima Yulin said when he saw that the yellow sand beasts' heads had grown back after being chopped off. Everyone was already exhausted. But we have no way to fix them in place. Fatty Chu blew up a yellow sand beast with a punch and watched them turn into a pile of yellow sand. Then, in a very short period of time, they condensed together again. You guys hold them back. I'll set up a teleportation array over there and lure them over. Sima Yulin said, "Will this method work?" "Whether it works or not, we can only try." You guys, all the yellow sand beasts froze in place. They were in all kinds of positions. It was as if time had stopped. Bei Gongtang looked at the frozen yellow sand beasts and subconsciously looked behind her. She saw a familiar figure. Sima Yue sat on Chongming and looked at everyone who was stunned. She said, "Yulin, didn't you say you were going to set up a teleportation array? Why aren't you doing it? Chongming won't be able to hold on for long with so many beasts." Chapter 543. Everyone was excited to see Sima Yue, especially when she came to stop the yellow sand beasts that had exhausted them, giving them a chance to catch their breath. It had to be said that she came at the right time. Sima Yue let the Chongming fly in the air. She estimated the number of stones and the distance between each of them. She took out a pile of array stones and threw them in all directions. When the last one was left, she let the Chongming land. She injected her spiritual power into it and threw it into the ground. Seeing that the array was starting to activate, Sima Yulu and the others who were still at the edge of the array hurriedly ran away. If they were teleported away together, who knew where they would end up? Chongming. Sima Yue waited for the formation to activate and shouted. Chongming immediately activated the space imprisonment. Before the yellow sand beasts could react, they were all transported away. Yu is still the best. Wei Ziqi saw that the yellow sand beasts were really gone, and sat down on the ground. That's right, these things have been pestering us for a long time. Even when we rode on flying beasts, we were unable to shake them off. Fatty Chu said, "Yue, how did you know we were here?" "I'm looking at Jade." Sima Yue said in surprise, "Aren't you walking in my direction? Don't you know?" Everyone looked at Sima Yulin. He shrugged his shoulders, saying, "I was so shaken by the yellow sand beast that I didn't even have the strength to fight back. How would I have the energy to look at the jade?" Sima Yue was speechless. It turned out that they were running in this direction and did not know that she was approaching them. Fortunately, they were heading in the right direction. If they had fled in the opposite direction, it would have taken him a long time to find them. "By the way, why are you all together? Did you come in together?" "No." Sima Yuran shook his head, saying, "In the beginning, we were separated as well. However, we weren't too far apart from each other, so we slowly gathered together. We were just talking about how you're the only one missing. But we all know what you're capable of, so we're not that worried. If it was anyone else who was alone, they might have gone to look for them. But thinking that it was her, they didn't even look for her." Sima Yue looked at her brother with resentment. Finally, she said, "You all recover your spiritual energy first." She saw that everyone had taken out pills from their interspatial rings and knew that they had discovered the essence of the illusion to recover, so she stood guard for them. While everyone was resting, she looked at the boundless desert. She wondered when the assessment would end. Bei Gongtang was the first to recover. Seeing Sima Yu sitting on the sand dune, she walked over and said, "What did you go through by yourself?" Sima Yu told her about the few times she had met spirit beasts, and Bei Gongtang was rather surprised, and Yue to Sima. "You didn't encounter it?" "We've also encountered it, but it's only been 2 days. We haven't encountered it before." Bei Gongtang said, Furthermore, we haven't encountered any spirit beasts before we met up. Am I the only one who encountered it? Sima Yu rubbed her nose. That's possible. Sima Yue was speechless. Is it because my luck is too bad? Or is it because someone is controlling this place and doesn't like me, so they threw some spirit beasts to deal with me? The instructors in the room looked down, and no one said a word. This was the vice principal's order. It had nothing to do with us. Don't blame us if you don't choose our academy. Sima Yue had no idea what the teachers were thinking. She also didn't know that the spirit beasts were arranged by someone. She was still thinking about when the first round of the exam would be over. Yue, I feel that these spirit beasts are a little strange. Bei Gongtang said. How so? It feels like they suddenly appeared. It's like they were locked in a cage before, and then suddenly ran out uncontrollably. Bei Gongtang said what she felt. This is the first round of the academy's exam. Although I don't know where it is, it should be under the control of the academy. There shouldn't be any accidents. Sima Yue said. What you said is possible, but we have no way to prove it. You're right. Bei Gongtang nodded and didn't think about it anymore. After that, everyone woke up one by one. Their injuries were healed and their spirit energy was restored. They looked very energetic. Brother, where are we going now? Little Two came to Sima Yue's side and asked. Sima Yue looked at everyone and said, This desert is boundless. It doesn't matter where we go. Brother Yu Lin and Brother Yu Ran said before that the exam this time should be to test how long we can stay here. So it doesn't matter where we go. That's why we didn't run around aimlessly like the others. Sima Yue knew that with Sima Yu Lin and third brother's intelligence, they should be able to guess what the exam was about. Since everyone thought the same, the possibility of it happening was much higher. Then let's wait. Sima Yue said, The last time I killed a few spirit snakes, they tasted pretty good. Let's eat them in a while. This spirit snake meat is pretty good for increasing spirit energy. Okay. Sima Yue took out a few spirit snake corpses. With the safety of the interspatial ring, these spirit snakes were pretty much the same as when they had just died. The blood had not even solidified yet and was still fresh. She handed the spirit snake corpses to Fatty Chu and the others to clean up. After they were done, everyone started to cook. When they found out that these were the spirit beasts that Sima Yue had encountered before, everyone laughed at her for her bad character. Otherwise, why would she be the only one who encountered it when no one else encountered it? Sima Yue had been criticized too much. Could it be that she had done something immoral recently that caused her character to drop? Compared to them who were happily eating, the other examinees were much more unlucky. Without the interspatial spirit beasts, they had no way of getting rid of those yellow sand beasts. They also had no way of escaping from their pursuers. In the end, they were killed until they were completely exhausted before they were thrown out, losing the right to continue the exam. Those who were lucky did not encounter any yellow sand beasts. However, because they did not understand the essence of the illusion, they did not eat or drink for the past few days. Furthermore, they were in such a harsh environment. They were exhausted. In the end, they could not take it anymore and were thrown out. There were also some who did not encounter any yellow sand beasts, but encountered other spirit beasts. Although they killed the spirit beasts in the end, they were heavily injured. However, they were still able to hold on and were not thrown out. After an unknown amount of time, Sima Yue and the others had not even finished eating their snake meat when they heard a low roar approaching them. It's a yellow sand beast. Sima Yu ran and the others' expressions changed. They were very familiar with the sound that had been chasing them for a few days. Someone must have been chased by a yellow sand beast and is running towards us. Chapter 544. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a sky full of yellow sand. It had an aura that seemed like it was going to devour the entire world. In front of the yellow sand, a group of black dots was moving quickly. If they saw such a scene on any other day, they would definitely say that it was beautiful. However, no one could say anything today. They could only subconsciously swallow their saliva. My goodness, why are these yellow sand beasts bigger than the others? Sima Yue looked at Chongming. He nodded at her and she finally relaxed. The speed of both parties was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to see the figures of the people flying in front of them. They're all divine overlords. Bei Gongtang said. When those people saw Sima Yue, they shouted, "Run! Don't just stand there, run!" Seeing that they didn't move, those people became anxious. A woman shouted, "Are you stupid? Hurry up and run!" Behind them was a row of yellow sand beasts. They could only move forward and could not change direction. They could only watch as they and the yellow sand beasts got closer and closer to the group. They were so close that they could see each other's faces clearly. One of the men in blue saw that Sima Yue and the others had not moved and thought that they were too scared to react. He cursed in his heart, but he still stopped and turned to face the group of yellow sand beasts. "You guys go first, I'll hold them back." "Don't be silly. How can you deal with them alone?" The woman from before roared at the blue-clothed man. "There's nothing we can do about it. Drag it out for as long as you can. Hurry up and leave." The blue-clothed man roared. "I'll stay with you. Everyone else, hurry up and leave." The woman shouted at the others, turned around and flew back, fighting side by side with the blue-clothed man. The others hesitated for a moment before flying back. "Why did you come back? How could we leave you behind?" The blue-clothed man was hit by the yellow sand beast and rolled a few times on the ground, landing at the feet of a yellow sand beast. Tuoba Han. Everyone was scared silly by this turn of events. If the yellow sand beast raised its foot, he would definitely be dead. Tuoba Han. Everyone attacked the yellow sand beast in an attempt to save it, but their attacks were useless against it. Instead, they were sent flying by the other yellow sand beasts. Tuoba Han was hit in the waist, and the heart-wrenching pain made it impossible for him to stand up. He raised his head and saw the huge foot of the yellow sand beast, and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Was he going to die here? The giant foot was getting closer and closer to him, and his pupils were gradually filled with yellow sand. He wanted to close his eyes and wait for death, but he found that the foot of the yellow sand beast had stopped less than a foot away from him. Then he heard a pleasant voice. Only then did he realize that he had been saved. There are too many yellow sand beasts and too much space. Chongming won't be able to hold on for long. Yulin, you and I will set up the array. The others will help these people to a safe place. Quick. After Sima Yu finished her instructions, she jumped onto Chongming's back. Sima Yu also called out his own flying beast and flew into the air, setting up a teleportation array with Sima Yu. Wei Ziqi and the others were not slow either. They quickly ran over and helped all the injured people up, and quickly left Sima Yu's area of effect. Until they were far away from the yellow sand beasts, these people still did not realize how quickly the situation had changed. But they knew that they had been saved. When they saw the two throwing the array stones in the air, it was the first time they knew that an array could be set up like this. Tuoba Han was the most seriously injured, and the others gave him pills before eating them themselves. They originally wanted to ask about the situation, but when they saw Wei Ziqi and the others looking at the two in the air, they tactfully shut their mouths. After setting up the array, Sima Yu and Sima Yulin returned to the ground and activated the array. Roar! The yellow sand beasts roared the moment they regained their freedom. But before they could move, the array sent them into the void. Huff! Sima Yu let out a long breath of turbid air and walked over. "I am Tuoba Yin Air. Thank you for saving me. If it were not for you, we would have died today." The girl cupped her hands towards Sima Yu. "Sima Yu." Sima Yu replied, "Even without us, I think the sect would not leave you in the lurch. Death is not so easy." She was willing to save them because she saw that the other party had no intention of dragging them down. Coming here was an unintentional act. Seeing that they were here, the other party actually went back to resist and stall for time. This showed that they were not bad people. Secondly, she saw that they had a close relationship with each other, which was very similar to her own team, so she wanted to help. Anyway, if they died, those yellow sand beasts would still come to deal with her, so she might as well do them a favor. Both parties got to know each other. The blue-clothed man was Tuoba Han. Other than Tuoba Yin Air, the other three were Feng Wuhen, Wang Kai and Mu Lin. Hearing Feng Wuhen's self-introduction, Sima Yu looked at him discreetly. She did not know if he and Feng Zhixing were from the same family. Tuoba family, is it the Eastern Ridges Tuoba family? She looked at Tuoba Han and Tuoba Yen Air and asked. Yes, you know about the inner regions? Perhaps it was because she was grateful that they saved her life. Tuoba Yen Air did not hide her identity. Eastern Ridges Tuoba family, Northern Deserts Tsang Lang family, Western Liang's Mo family, Southern Desolation's Hong family. The four great families are so famous, it's normal that we know about them. Sima Yu said. The four great families were strong, and were not inferior to those halls and valleys. She had thought more than once about how many years it would take for such a big family to grow so strong. Later on, she found out that the four great clans were not considered the largest clans. In unknown places, there were clans that had been passed down from ancient times. These clans had even more honorable statuses on the continent. However, they did not often roam the world, so they were called the hidden clans. I heard that Western Liang and Northern Desert sent geniuses, and now Eastern Ridge sent people. I didn't think that the sect would attract so many geniuses this time. Sima Yu Lin said. Although the heavenly sect is in the outer regions, its reputation is not small in the inner regions. We also came because of its reputation. Tuoba Yen Air explained. Sima Yu and the others did not completely believe her, but they did not say anything. The geniuses from all over the place came to the sect, but it had nothing to do with them. His injuries are quite serious, it's best to let me take a look at him. Sima Yu said to Tuoba Han. Since Tuoba Han was as famous as Tsang Lang Li, it was not a bad thing to form a good relationship with him. You know medicine? Feng Wu Hen looked at Sima Yu with surprise. A little. Sima Yu said. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Yu. Tuoba Han said. Sima Yu stretched out her hand to take Tuoba Han's pulse. She felt the situation in his body and looked at him suspiciously. Chapter 545. Book title, Brought Out of Mother's Womb. Author Sima Yue looked at Tuoba Han, and Tuoba Han looked back at her. Both of them looked at each other. Young Master Yue, how is he? Tuoba Yen Air asked with concern. Sima Yue retracted her gaze and smiled at Tuoba Yen Air, saying, I injured the tendons and bones of the lumbar spine, so I need to insert a few needles. If I only rely on medicinal pills, my recovery will be slower. Acupuncture? What is that? Saitoba Yenner asked. I used silver needles to prick his acupuncture points to dredge his meridians, Sima Yue explained simply. I once heard that the Miss of the Shiman clan of the southern wasteland has a unique set of silver needles for treatment. Did you use the same method as her? Mu Lin looked straight at Sima Yue. The world is so big, maybe it's the same. Sima Yue did not deny it. Really? Tuoba Yen Air looked at Sima Yue. Then can I trouble you to perform acupuncture on him? That's not a problem, but the environment isn't very good. Let's set up a tent. Sima Yue stood up and said. That's easy. Feng Wuhan, Wang Kai, and Mu Lin worked together and quickly set up the tent. Then, they took out a bed and helped Tuoba Han lie on it. Sima Yue chased everyone out, leaving the two of them alone in the tent. Bei Gong Tang saw the look in her eyes when she went out, so she said to Tuoba Yen Air, Before you came, we just happened to get some good stuff. Do you want to come with us? Good stuff? Let's go. You guys have just experienced such a huge shock. Go eat something good and drink some wine to calm your nerves. Bei Gong Tang said as she pulled Tuoba Yen Air to the place where they had barbecued meat. When Feng Wuhan and Wang Kai saw that Tuoba Yen Air had gone over, they followed her. After all, there was no point in staying here. After everyone had left, Sima Yue came to the bedside and sat down. She lifted the clothes on the back of the bed, but she was not in a hurry to insert the needle. Thank you. Tuoba Han's voice was warm and magnetic, making people feel that he was a gentle person, which didn't match his name at all. What are you thanking me for? Sima Yue took out the box containing the silver needles and said calmly. Keep it a secret for me. Tuoba Han said with a smile. Sima Yue smiled. When she was examining Tuoba Han, she could tell from Tuoba Yen Er's expression that she did not know about it. Furthermore, she could see a faint pleading in Tuoba Han's eyes, hoping that she would not reveal his physical condition. I'm a little curious. With your body like this, why are you still here? She took out a silver needle and inserted it into an acupuncture point on his waist. Naturally, it is to survive. Tuoba Han said. He felt a little strange. He had just met Sima Yue, but he felt a sense of familiarity with her. He did not mind telling her these things, and he subconsciously believed that she would help him keep the secret. It turned out that his intuition was right. She didn't tell him about his situation and helped him keep it a secret. Survive? You can survive just by coming here? Sima Yue was a little confused. The Tuoba family is so big, can't they solve your problem? If they could, I wouldn't have come here. Do you think that I am like those people who came here for? Tuoba Han paused and did not continue speaking. Sima Yue held the silver needle and slowly inserted it, thinking about his words. It seemed that the reason why those people from the central regions came here was not as simple as it seemed. Are you poisoned? She asked. I was born in my mother's womb. Tuoba Han did not avoid this as he said. Sima Yue knew that there were many such things in large families like theirs. Wasn't the poison in her body also from her mother's womb? It caused the original body to be unable to cultivate. She could only cultivate after crossing over and getting rid of the poison. Perhaps it was because they were fellow sufferers, but when she inserted the needles, she inserted a little more. After she was done, she said, I've helped you suppress the poison in your body. Take this pill, and the poison won't act up for half a year. Tuoba Han took the pill and looked at it. He did not ask anything and ate the pill. Sima Yue saw him eat the pill so quickly and raised her eyebrows. Aren't you afraid that it's poison? Even if it's poison, can it be more poisonous than the one in my body? Tuoba Han moved his body and realized that his waist did not hurt as much. It seemed that this acupuncture method was really powerful. Sima Yue finally took a good look at his appearance. Although he wasn't the type of handsome, he was the type that made people feel comfortable. Your medical skills are very good. He said. I have good talent. A certain someone said narcissistically. Tuoba Han laughed out loud. She was really not modest. How could Sima Yue not understand the meaning behind his laughter? But she had no choice. She couldn't say that she had lived for 3 lifetimes and accumulated experience, right? Can you help me detoxify the poison? After Tuoba Han asked this question, he laughed at himself. Although her medical skills were very good, this poison of his, if not for the family's doctor saying that this was the only way, he would not have come here. It's not like you don't have a way. Sima Yue said. You have a way? I'm not sure yet. Sima Yue said, but it doesn't seem very troublesome. I can help you when I have time. But I'm not doing it for free. If you can help me detoxify the poison, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Tuoba Han said with certainty. Okay, it's a promise. Sima Yue said with a smile. But before that, you have to keep it a secret for me. Tuoba Han said, because of some reasons, the family thinks that my poison has been detoxified. Whatever. Anyway, keeping a patient's secret is what a doctor should do. It doesn't affect me much. She replied. She took back all the silver needles and covered his back with his clothes. Then she opened the curtain and went out. When Tuoba Yen and the others came back, he had already put on his clothes. Seeing him standing in front of the bed, Wang Kai asked, Is your injury better? At least I can straighten my back. Tuoba Han said as he tidied his clothes. I didn't expect that kid's medical skills to be so good. Wang Kai said with a smile. What good food did you guys go out to eat? Tuoba Han asked. Oh, Han, it's a pity that you didn't go. The food they make is very delicious. It's not inferior to memory restaurants' dishes at all. Is that so? I hope I have the chance to try it in the future. Tuoba Han was not regretful. Although he did not eat good food, he found a breakthrough in his body. If she really had a way, it would be best. Even if she didn't, it would be another way. Wei Ziqi and the others took this opportunity to set up their tents. They would probably spend the rest of their days here. Sima Yue gave Tuoba Han another round of acupuncture. Adding on his own recovery and the effects of the pills, he had almost recovered by the time they left the illusion. Gentlemen's assembly. Chapter 546. On this day, Sima Yu and the others were drinking wine and chatting in the desert. They were lamenting about why the assessment had not ended yet. Following that, the scene changed. They had already left the boundless desert and arrived at a spacious venue. Mobile phone station. Welcome back. At the start, the tutor swept his gaze across them. The tens of thousands of people had been reduced to 2,000 to 3,000 people, which was less than expected. It was probably because of the change in the middle. Teacher, have we passed the first round? A student asked. The tutor nodded and said, you will have a day to rest and recover from your injuries. You can meditate here or go out, but you must come back here tomorrow at this time. If you miss it, you will be disqualified. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the venue. Most of the people chose to meditate here to recover their strength, and only a few went out. Sima Yue and the rest chose to meditate on the spot. They could not do much outside in a day, so they might as well recover their spiritual energy. A day later, the tutor appeared again and said, we will now begin the second round of the assessment. Do you see the door behind you? Everyone turned around and looked at the huge door. For the second round of the assessment, enter the door and walk straight. If you can come out from the other exit after 3 days, you will have passed. If there are too many people, we will only choose the first 1,000. After the tutor finished speaking, the door slowly opened. The inside was filled with thick fog, and the people outside could not see the scenery inside. Go in. The tutor waved his hand and the students felt a force pushing them into the door. Due to the previous incident, Sima Yue grabbed onto the people beside her. She would not be alone when she went in, right? The moment she passed through the fog, she saw many people disappear in front of her. This fog indeed had the ability to teleport people. Bang bang bang, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was accompanied by a painful howl. Oh my God, why are you all so heavy? Fatty Chu was lying on the ground. The weight of the people on top of him almost made him faint. In order to let everyone be together, they subconsciously held onto the people beside them. Hence, when they entered, they fell together. Fatty Chu was at the bottom, and because of that, he was the one who was crushed the most. Everyone hurriedly got up. Little Tu helped Fatty Chu up and looked at him with his big cute eyes, asking, Brother Fatty, are you okay? I'm fine. Fatty Chu patted the dirt off his body. It was a good thing that he walked the path of body refinement, so his body was stronger than the average person's. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to a pulp. Sima Yue looked around. Luckily, everyone was there. There were some unfamiliar faces further away. Which direction are we going now? We should be in the forest now. The fog is blocking our view. However, you can't just randomly pick a direction. Otherwise, you might get further and further away from the exit. Sima Yue said. Then let's try using the compass. Sima Yue took out a compass and looked at the compass needle on it. He realized that the needle was spinning in circles and could not be used at all. It should be that the magnetic field here isn't right. Sima Yue said when he saw the reaction of the compass. Then we can only go in one direction. Sima Yuming said. Sima Yue took out a few scarlet bees and got them to scout the way. She was surprised to find that the fog had no effect on them. It's useful? We should be able to find the exit. Sima Yue nodded. Let's wait here first. After speaking, she called out a few hundred scarlet bees and got them to disguise themselves as normal bees. They went out to scout the way. They waited where they were and were not in a hurry to move forward. After a day, she told everyone that they could leave. Then she led them in one direction. After walking for a day, the fog became thicker. In order to prevent people from getting separated in the fog, they held hands and walked forward. At the end of the second day, they finally saw another door. After walking out of the door, there was a green mountain and clear water. There were 100 people standing by the river. They did not stand out at all. When they turned back to look, how was that a door? It was just a forest. You're out too. Tuoba Yen Air waved at Sima Yue and the others. Sima Yue and the others walked over and realized that they were all there. Have you been out for a long time? We're quite lucky and landed not far from the exit. We came out yesterday. Tuoba Yen Air said, you're not bad too. You came out today. Sima Yue smiled but did not say anything. Was this considered cheating? Thinking about it, it was not. Since the sect had set up such a checkpoint, they must have wanted to see if they had the ability to pass through the maze forest. As for how they did it, it did not matter. 100 people have come out now. I think that by the end of tomorrow, the number will not be small. Sima Yuming said. But it probably won't reach the 1,000 that the sect wants. Feng Wuhen said. It's hard to say now. We'll have to see tomorrow for the specifics. But there should be more people coming out tomorrow. Tuoba Han said. Sima Yue agreed with him. The third day should be when the most people arrived. Most of the people who arrived in the first 2 days relied on luck and trickery. Those people should be out on the third day. A day passed in the blink of an eye. By the end of the third day, there were a total of 800 people who passed the test. Those who did not come out lost their qualifications and were sent out of the sect. Congratulations on passing the second round of the test. Now raise your head and look at the mountain path in front of you. The teacher in charge of the test appeared at the foot of a mountain. Behind him was a mountain peak that reached the clouds. There were layers of stone steps that went from the bottom to the clouds. So high! Someone exclaimed. The third round of the test is to walk up the mountain. You can use your treasures and spirit energy. Walk as high as you can. There is no time limit. You can do whatever you want. After speaking, his figure slowly disappeared. It was as if he had never been here. He's gone. Those students saw the teacher disappear and cried out in surprise. That's just a projection. What's there to be surprised about? A red-haired girl snorted and took the lead to step on the stone steps. The stone steps at the foot of the mountain were very wide. Every step was 2 to 3 meters long. It was not crowded at all when a few people stood on it. Those people saw that the girl had already gone up and flocked up. Sima Yue stood at the same place without moving. She only watched as those people excitedly walked up. You're still not going? Tuoba Han asked beside her. What's the rush? Those who go first may not be able to climb the highest. Sima Yue said calmly. Tuoba Han looked at her approvingly. Then he looked at the stairs and said, Do you know where this place is? Chapter 547. Sima Yue noticed Tuoba Han's expression and asked curiously, What is it? Yue, have you heard of Tong Tian Tower? Tuoba Han looked at the invisible scenery above the clouds. Heavenly Tower? Sima Yue thought about it and shook his head, saying, I came up from the continent below and haven't been here for long. I haven't heard of this before. As a matter of fact, she really didn't know. In the past, when she was the young miss of the Shiman clan, she was more focused on cultivation and didn't pay much attention to the matters of the outside world. It was normal that he didn't know many things. Sky-piercing Tower is located at the top of a tall mountain. As long as you can reach Sky-piercing Tower, you will be able to reach the heavens in the future. But in the past million years, not many people have been able to reach that floor. Tuoba Han said. Sima Yue did not expect there to be such a place. Seeing him looking at the stairs with a yearning expression, she said in surprise, Don't tell me you're talking about this place? This staircase is known as the Heavenly Staircase. There are a total of 9,999 steps. You will reach the Heavenly Tower after walking through the staircase. Tuoba Han said, but in the past 10,000 years, the best result was only 8,000 steps. Sima Yue stared at the stone steps that extended into the clouds. She was skeptical of Tuoba Han's words. Would she be able to reach the sky after walking through the heavenly stairway? Why did it sound so mysterious? Ouyang Fei also voiced out her doubts. Tuoba Han smiled. Actually, it doesn't mean that one can reach that level just by walking the heavenly stairway. It means that the more talented and capable a person is, the higher they can go. Those who are able to climb this heavenly stairway must be extremely talented. So that's how it is. They really thought that they could become gods just by walking up the stairs. Han, let's go too. Wang Kai said to Tuoba Han. Tuoba Han saw that most of the people had gone up and were scattered around the stone steps. If they went up now, it would not be crowded at all. Do you all want to come together? Tuoba Yen asked. Let's wait a little longer. Sima Yue said. Then we'll go first. Tuoba Yen Air and the rest went up the stone steps, leaving Sima Yue and the rest to look at the sparse people on the steps. Why is this path able to test how far a person has walked on the path of cultivation? Fatty Chu did not understand. The world is so big, there are many things that we can't explain. Sima Yu said, let's go up. When they stepped on the stairway, they finally understood why those people were walking so slow pace. It was a fact that every step was difficult. Was a Yue. Was Yue. Was just a few steps. It was just a few steps. The Yu and Yuas. Was. Yue was only a few steps. Was only a few steps. But she. Was only a Yue. Was only a few. She a Yue. Yu. They A's and the others. Sima Yue walked up step by step. Slowly, it was as if she only had eyes for the stairs. A voice in her head kept telling her to go up, go up. She overtook the people in front of her one by one. Her companions were also left behind. There weren't many people in front of her. She looked at the backs of those people and knew that they were from the central regions. That person is so strong. She overtook us so quickly. Someone saw Sima Yue walking up without any pressure and sighed. Who is that person? She's walking so fast. Could it be that she can reach the top? When those people saw her, they all seemed to be deep in thought as they made their own plans. Mu Lin and Wang Kai were also overtaken by her. Seeing that her forehead was slightly wrinkled, unlike them who were panting, they were a little surprised. 1,000 steps, 2,000 steps. She seemed to have entered a state of selflessness and didn't notice the strange gazes of the others. Suddenly, she felt her brain heat up and her entire being left that state. Thinking of her appearance just now, she felt a little scared. She was too weak now. If she revealed her talent, it wouldn't be a good thing. Crimson Flame, thank you, she said in her heart. Crimson Flame replied faintly. She turned around and looked. She was already more than 1,000 steps higher than Bei Gong Tang and the others, so she sat where she was and didn't move. More than 1,000 steps. They spent a day to catch up. Most of them didn't even reach this height. Of course, there were many who overtook her again. After they met up, they continued to walk up until they reached the clouds. The people below couldn't see them. Looking up, there were still tens of people in front of them. They guessed that their results should be enough to pass the test, so they didn't have the mood to continue. How many steps have we walked? Fatty Chu panted. Almost 6,000. Sima Yulin replied. How do you know? Every 1,000 steps, there will be a small word on the stone steps. There was this? Fatty Chu didn't notice, but he didn't think that they would walk until now. Tuoba Han said before that the best result in 10,000 years was 8,000 steps. Their result was considered not bad. Furthermore, they didn't use any external help. They just relied on the spirit energy in their bodies. Do we continue? Ouyang Fei asked. There are so many people in front. We won't be too conspicuous if we continue walking. Sima Yu Ran said. We can continue walking. Sima Yu agreed. So everyone continued to walk up and past those people. However, Sima Yu Lu and Sima Yu Ming couldn't walk anymore when they reached 7,000. After that, Sima Yu Chi and Fatty Chu stopped at 7,500. Sima Yu and the others looked ahead. There were only a few people left. Among them were Tuoba Han, Song Lang Li and the girl at the beginning. They had all passed 8,000 steps. It was better than the previous best result. Let's stop here, Sima Yu said when they were close to 8,000. Brother, we can still walk. Why don't we? Little Two asked. Sima Yu patted Little Two's head, saying, if we walk further than them, we will be noticed more than others. They will know that we are talented and won't let us grow. They will think that we are a threat. Even if we want to leave, we can come back when no one is around. Little Two understands. Little Two nodded. Then let's go down. Bei Gong Tang also agreed and suggested. No rush. We can take a look. Sima Yu looked at the silhouettes of those people. They are the best in our generation. We can see how far they can go. In the end, an unknown man stopped at 9,000 steps. The girl stopped at 9,200. Tuoba Han stopped at 9,300. Song Lang Li stopped at 9,500. They were only 500 steps away from Heavenly Tower. His eyes flashed with unwillingness, but he couldn't walk anymore. After they gave up, a silver light flashed and the four of them disappeared from the stairs. "Let's go back," Sima Yuyu said and prepared to go down the mountain. Suddenly, she felt something in her interspatial ring. She took it out and saw that it was Emperor Qingdao's Heaven's Halberd. After Heaven's Halberd came out, she couldn't control it. It flashed up the mountain and disappeared into the pavilion. Chapter 548. Seeing this unforeseen event, everyone was stunned. Read the latest chapter first. Yue, what's going on? Sima Yue was also shocked. Because this item belonged to Emperor Qingdao, she took the time to refine it. The so-called refinement was actually to imprint one's own brand on the spirit artifact so that the spirit artifact would listen to one's command. Logically speaking, Heaven's Halberd had already been refined by her, so it should be under her control. Such a situation shouldn't have happened. "Brother!" Little Tu pulled Sima Yue's clothes and pulled her back from her shock. Sima Yue looked at the loft at the top of the mountain and said, "Something must have attracted it." "But haven't you already refined it?" Sima Yuming said. Sima Yue said, "This can only mean that there's something up there that's more attractive to it and it's not under my control." "Then what do we do now?" Fatty Chu asked. That thing had gone to Heavenspan Tower and was at the top of the mountain. They had no way of getting it back. Sima Yue could feel that Heaven's Halberd was very excited. It was just a broken divine weapon without a weapon spirit, but now it seemed to have a life of its own. There were still 2,000 stone steps, but very few people were able to climb them. A gust of wind blew, and some of the thick clouds were blown away. The people at the foot of the mountain could be vaguely seen. "Let's go down first," Sima Yue said. "That Heaven's Halberd." Sima Yue looked back at the top of the mountain and said, "I will find time to take it back." In any case, no one would be able to enter if he left it there, so it would be fine for the time being. Hearing her say this, everyone went down. Strangely enough, going up took a lot of effort, but going down didn't feel any pressure at all. It was very easy. Not only that, but they also felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies was somewhat active and restless. The further down they went, the stranger Sima Yulin's expression became. When there were 2,000 steps left, he stopped and said, "I can't control it anymore. I'm going to advance in rank." Everyone was stunned. Although they also had the feeling of advancing, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't control it. Seeing that Sima Yulin had already sat down, Sima Yu sighed, saying, "Then let's rank up here. We will protect him." It was a taboo to be interrupted during one's advancement. Once interrupted, one would lose the opportunity to advance and suffer a backlash, making it difficult for one to advance again. Therefore, most people would find a safe place to advance. Very few people would advance in public like this. Fortunately, there weren't many people below. Those who didn't meet the requirements and were eliminated had already been sent away. Now, there were only 100 or 200 people below. Moreover, some of the 100 or so people were also meditating and cultivating, as if they were trying to comprehend something. Therefore, not many people noticed the situation on the stairs. An hour later, the light of advancement enveloped Sima Yulin, and he successfully advanced to the intermediate Divine King rank. After their advancement, they quickly returned to the foot of the mountain. The figure of the tutor appeared again. After their previous experience, they knew that this should be his projection. Congratulations to everyone for becoming a new student of the sect. That silhouette looked at everyone present. When he saw Sima Yuyu, his gaze lingered for a second before sweeping over the others. In a moment, there will be people who will bring you into the sect. You have to think of a way to get your first mission from them. I hope that you will be able to pass smoothly. After speaking, the figure faded and disappeared. The students waited where they were for a while. After a while, a group of people flew over on cranes. Sima Yuyu estimated that there were about 60 to 70 people. You will be divided into groups of 5 to 6. I will give you 1 minute. Once you are in your group, line up here. A young man on the crane said to the people below. Sima Yuyu and the others quickly divided into groups. Sima Yu Ming and his brothers and Sima Yu Lin were in one group. Sima Yu Yu, Wei Ziqi and Little Tu were in another group. After confirming the number of people, they gathered at the designated location. In less than a minute, the 100 people were divided into 30 groups. Now, each group will get on a crane. That person instructed again. Since they did not know each other, Sima Yu Yu and the others casually got on a crane. There was a man and a woman on the crane. When they saw them get on, they said, "Sit tight." Then they flew away with them. 30 over cranes flew in different directions. Thinking that they were already students of the sect, they were all extremely excited. The crane took them and disappeared very quickly. When they could not see anyone else, the man on the crane said, "Do you know where you are now?" Sima Yu Yu and the others shook their heads. This place is no longer within the boundaries of the sect. It is half a day away from the place where you report to the sect. It is just the time that the cranes can reach. The cranes only listen to us. The man explained. So, Ouyang Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the two of them. The two of them saw that Sima Yu Yu and the others did not act according to their plan and said angrily, "If you are unable to report to the place on time, you will also lose the right to become a student of the sect. If you can please us, we will bring you there. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid that you will not dare to return." "If we please you, will we have to give you something?" Fatty Chu asked. The man and woman gave them a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." "And if we don't?" Wei Ziqi asked. "Then we will not bring you back. You have to think carefully. Other than the cranes, you have no way of knowing where the sect is." Sima Yu Yu laughed. "That means that you do not know either." "Of course we know, but you do not. So if you know what's good for you, you should hurry up and show your filial piety to us." The woman threatened. "Since the cranes know, wouldn't it be the same without you? The cranes only listen to us. Without us, you can forget about going back." The woman said. "Is that so? Then let's try." After Sima Yu Yu finished speaking, she gave everyone a look and suddenly threw the two of them out. The cranes did not fly high and the two of them could fly on their own. Sima Yu Yu was naturally not afraid of them falling to their deaths. "Let's go, flying crane. Bring us to the place where we report to the sect. You know where it is, right?" Sima Yu said as she patted the crane's shoulder lightly. Little Rock's aura was silently emitted. The crane that originally wanted to throw Sima Yu Yu and the others down calmed down and brought them to the designated place. The man and woman who were kicked down originally wanted to see the scene of Sima Yu Yu and the others being thrown down by the crane. However, they did not expect the crane to obediently fly away with them. When Sima Yu Yu and the others arrived at the place to report, they realized that the others had already arrived. Beside them were the students from before. However, some of them had bruises on their faces while others were very pleased. It seemed that everyone's methods were not all very gentle. Chapter 549. Book title, Chapter Unexpected Choice. Author. At this moment, almost everyone else had arrived. The teachers and students were standing in the huge square. Everyone was surprised to see Sima Yu Yu's flying crane without the two students from before. "Where are the people who brought you here?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "They said they had something to do, so they couldn't come with us. They asked Fei He to bring us here," Sima Yu said calmly. The mentors who had already received the news couldn't help but twitch when they heard what they said. They had just received news that they didn't discuss it with them at all. They directly threw the people down and came back on the flying crane. Although cranes were generally not controlled by outsiders, they knew that she had the king of the rocks, so it was not surprising that the cranes would bring them here. However, those two students didn't really want to take advantage of the situation. It was just an arrangement by the academy to understand the character of the academy. The others either accepted the threat and took out something to bribe the students, or used their powerful strength to beat up the other party and force them to bring them here. They were the only team that didn't compromise or go berserk. Everyone be quiet. The instructor on the podium coughed and said, "Now that you are all our students, please calculate the content you want to learn. We will assign you to different classes according to your situation. Now, come over here, number 1. The order was based on the time they came back. Therefore, Sima Yue and the rest were at the end. The first person went up. The instructor looked at him and asked, "Name, what do you want to learn? What skills does he have?" "My name is Wang Mang. I don't know anything about alchemy, nor do I want to learn it. I just want to improve my strength," the man replied. "That's the spiritual energy department." The tutor gave him a sign and said, "Go over there and wait." Behind the teacher, there was a sign with the words, "Spirit Energy Academy," written on it. The student took his sign and walked over. Then the second one, the third one, Sima Yu Lin and the others didn't return much earlier than Sima Yu Yu and the others, so their ranking was rather low. "What's your name? What do you study?" Sima Yu Lin wants to learn arrays. After the teacher finished writing, he looked at him and saw that he was together with Sima Yu Yue. His performance in the first round of assessment was not bad, and he had also reached the highest point on the heavenly stairway. The vice principal said that the few of them could still go up, but they stopped. He didn't know what kind of results they would get if they continued. Just based on how high they were on the heavenly staircase, they would receive special training from the sect. As such, he handed Sima Yu Lin a token and pointed to another empty space, saying, "Go there and wait." Sima Yu Lin took his token and went to the place that the tutor had designated. Sima Yu Ming and the other three did the same. After that, more than 10 people stood in the area where Sima Yu Lin and the others were. Sima Yu took a look and saw that they were all people who had climbed higher on the heavenly stairway. Finally, it was Sima Yu Yue's turn. The tutor suppressed his excitement and asked, "Name, what do you want to learn?" "Sima Yue, I want to learn medical skills," Sima Yue replied. "What?" The tutor raised his head in shock and looked at Sima Yue, saying, "Student, are you sure that you want to learn medical skills?" Sima Yue didn't know why the tutor was so excited, but she still nodded, saying, "That's right, I want to learn medical skills and become a doctor." "This student, our sect's alchemy and arrays are very powerful, and we have very powerful tutors. However, medical skills are much weaker in comparison. Do you want to reconsider?" The tutor looked at Sima Yue as if she was a good seedling. Sima Yue shook her head, saying, "Thank you for your advice, teacher. I only want to learn medical skills." "Are you sure?" The tutor looked at her bitterly. "I'm sure." "Sigh, all right. Then go over there and join them." The tutor handed her a token with a pained expression. The others were shocked when they saw that she had chosen medical skills, especially Tuoba Yen Air and the others who had seen her arrays and knew how powerful they were. They originally thought that she would choose to continue learning arrays, but they didn't expect her to choose medical skills. Medical skills were the least outstanding of all the major professions, and could even be said to have the lowest status in the entire school. They also had the least number of students, and even had the least amount of teaching resources. Therefore, her choice of medical skills was a shock to everyone. "All right, now someone will bring you to your living quarters. They will explain some things about the school, where you can go, where you can't go, where you need to pay attention to. They will tell you everything. The first week is your free time, and classes will begin after a week. All right, you can all go now." The tutor hurriedly left after he finished speaking. He had to tell the vice principal that Sima Yue had chosen medical skills. A few students came up and brought them to their living quarters. The spiritual power faculty had the most people. 110 out of the 172 students were from this faculty. The other faculties added up to only 62 people. The student who brought them back told them about the things they needed to pay attention to in the school, and then left without looking back. Sima Yue originally thought that she would live separately from everyone, but when she went there, she found out that the spiritual power faculty had their own living quarters, while the professions lived together. 6 of them lived in a courtyard, and they could choose their own dormitory mates. As a result, Sima Yue and the other 5 lived together, and Sima Yu Lin was also included. Sima Yu Ming and the other 3 brothers lived together with little Tu and another person. Sima Yue and the others looked at their own courtyard, and subconsciously compared it to the previous school. They found that this courtyard was bigger, and the scenery was more beautiful. "I never thought that there would be a day when we would be students again." Bei Gong Tang sighed. "Our age in the primordial lands is about the same as a few years old child. It's nothing special for us to come to the school again." Sima Yue said, We've been constantly on the move, dealing with all kinds of things, and rarely had time to cultivate. Now that we've more or less settled our affairs, we can cultivate here and increase our strength. Now that Bei Gong Tang and the others' affairs were settled, all that was left was to heal her brother, and wait until she had the strength to take revenge. Now that they had the chance to enter the school, they could stop and cultivate. You, what about your heaven's halberd? Sima Yulin asked. Don't we have some free time? I've already memorized the spatial coordinates, so I'll go back tonight and climb the heavenly stairway again. I'll see if I can think of a way to get my heaven's halberd back. Chapter 550. They all believed that Sima Yue had made her own decision, so they did not say anything more. After that, they each chose a house. Sima Yue did not have time to tidy up her room, so she ate a pill and began to recover her mental strength. These few days on the heavenly stairs, her mental state had always been in a tense state. After coming down, she was taken away without any rest. Now, she had to quickly recover her strength. She originally wanted to rest in the Spirit Pagoda, but she was not familiar with this place and did not know how many experts there were. If she was discovered by others, then it would be troublesome. In the latter half of the night, she greeted Wei Ziqi and the rest, and set up a teleportation array in the courtyard. I don't know how many days I will be gone this time. If I am not back by the time classes start, help me apply for leave. After saying that, she stepped into the teleportation array. After a while, at the foot of the heavenly stairs, a space opened up, and Sima Yue walked out from it. Now, she was used to setting up short-distance teleportation arrays, and the location of the exit was just a little above the ground. This place was not as lively as it was a few days ago, and the towering mountain peak seemed especially cold and cheerless in the night. Standing here once again, she thought of the time when she walked up, and did not know if she could reach the top. She lifted her foot and stepped on the stone steps, and the familiar pressure pressed down on her, but it did not hinder her footsteps. She did not even start to use her spiritual energy, and purely relied on the strength of her body to resist the pressure. When she reached the 1,000th step, she felt a little tired, and started to use the spiritual energy in her body to resist. After adjusting her breathing, she continued to walk up. Night turned into day, and day turned into night again. The higher she went, the slower she walked. However, after 2 days, she reached the place where she stopped. There were still 2,000 steps left. She raised her head and looked at the stone steps, ate some pills, and continued to walk. What she did not know was that after she disappeared into the clouds, 2 figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. Vice Principal, how did you know she would come here? The teacher in charge of recruitment asked. Intuition. Vice Principal said, looking at the person in the clouds with a thoughtful look. He didn't expect that something that had been on top for so many years would actually have a reaction. This caused the 2 old men in the distance to react and ask him what was going on. In view of the fact that they had tied him up in the academy all these years while they went out to have fun, he was very kind and didn't say anything to them. Am I that easy to enslave? You want to know the reason? Then come back by yourself. I wonder if she can walk to the top of the mountain. 9,000. He was still short of 1,000. Sima Yue felt more and more pressure. She needed a long time to prepare for every step she took. Sometimes, she could not even lift her foot for half an hour. Seeing her walk higher and higher, the 2 people below also became a little nervous. Could she become the person who reached the top again after that person? It took her a week to climb the last 1,000 steps, but she managed to clench her teeth and succeed. After stepping onto the last step, the pressure on her body instantly disappeared. That instant feeling of relaxation almost made her lose her balance and fall down the stone steps. She took out a healing pill and swallowed it. All the bones in her body ached faintly. If it wasn't for Qi Yan refining her body twice, she was afraid that it would not be as simple as just pain. Facing Tong Tian Pavilion, she was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, she sat on the last step and began to recuperate and recover her strength. No one knew what the inside of Tong Tian Pavilion was like. She had to maintain a good state to go in. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to deal with any dangers. While she was resting, the vice principal and the recruitment teacher left quietly. Before disappearing, the vice principal said, Go back and make arrangements for her not attending class on time. Yes, the recruitment teacher replied. One day later, Sima Yue pushed open the door of Tong Tian Pavilion. To her surprise, there was nothing in the pavilion except for her Heaven's halberd that was attracted here. There's nothing here. Why is Heaven's halberd here? She walked towards Heaven's halberd and grabbed it in her hand. It was restless in her hand, but it did not fly out again. Sigh. A soft sigh suddenly sounded in the room, startling her. But when she looked carefully, there was no one. However, she did hear a sound and felt the air flow in the pavilion. This was definitely not a hallucination. The Heaven's halberd in her hand became even more agitated. Sima Yue could no longer hold it and let it go. The moment Heaven's halberd left, she was startled. Was this guy going to run away again? If it ran away, where would she find it? She turned around and did not see Heaven's halberd fly out of the pavilion. But she was still startled. Who was this man with Heaven's halberd? When did he appear here? Also, he clearly did not have any life force. Could he be like Mo Sha, a spirit? But he was not transparent either. He did not seem like a spirit. Who are you? She calmed herself down and asked. Actually, when she saw Heaven's halberd lying quietly in that person's hand, she already had her own guesses. But this guess was subconsciously rejected by her. She felt that if her guess was true, it would be too terrifying. But the other person's next words confirmed her guess. Even if I told you my name, you wouldn't know it. But later on, people called me Emperor Qing Dao. That handsome man said, "You're really Emperor Qing Dao?" Sima Yue was extremely shocked. Didn't they say that Emperor Qing Dao had disappeared a long time ago? How could he be here? Could it be that he had lived for such a long time and had always been hiding here? Seeing her doubts, the other person smiled and said, "I'm also not him." Didn't you feel that I had no life force? Emperor Qing Dao smiled and said, "How did you know?" My thoughts. Sima Yue did not finish speaking before stopping. If the other person had really reached the legendary level, reading people's thoughts was not impossible. The other person smiled and shook his head, saying, "I said I'm not him because I'm only a spirit that he left behind." Spirit? Sima Yue looked at the other person's body and thought of the spirit that Feng Zhixing and the others left behind in her body. This was clearly not on the same level. That's right, I'm only a spirit. The other person nodded with certainty. How could you be here? Where did Emperor Qing Dao himself go? She could not suppress the curiosity in her heart and asked. The other person seemed to be a little confused. After a while, he said, "I don't know about his matters after I left him. As for why I'm here, it's because I'm waiting for you." Chapter 551. Waiting for me? Sima Yue was shocked when she heard that. This imperial Emperor Qing Dao had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. How did he know that he would come here? Emperor Qing Dao's divine sense nodded before shaking his head. "I was waiting for someone to come here, but after waiting for so long, you're the only one." Sima Yue heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Emperor Qing Dao had been away for so long. How could he have known that she would come? If he was just waiting for the next person who could reach this place, then he was just coincidentally the person he was waiting for. "Then what are you doing here?" she asked. "I need to think about this." The other party said something that made her speechless. Then he really started to think about it seriously. Seeing that he was deep in thought, she did not dare to disturb him. Instead, she began to size him up, and a wave of sympathy rose in her heart. Although he was only a strand of consciousness, he had stayed here alone for decades, guarding the mission given to him by the main body. However, because too much time had passed, his memories had become blurry. How many years would it take to erase these traces? "I remember now." Emperor Qing Dao's voice was still indifferent. He wasn't excited because of his memories. He said that he wanted me to tell the next person who ascends the stairway to heaven that the changes in the heavenly Tao might be due to human factors. If you can stand at the top of the world one day, you must go to a place and change the world for the sake of the world. The more Sima Yue listened, the more shocked she became. She didn't expect Emperor Qing Dao's divine sense to tell the world such a thing. She knew that the heavenly Tao's rules were very different from before. She had heard of the heavenly Tao's rules changing more than once. She had even suspected why the heavenly Tao had changed. However, when she heard the doubts of the former emperor, she still felt shocked. What exactly did Emperor Qingdao discover back then that made him leave behind such a message in his consciousness? Moreover, this divine sense was only given to those who could set foot here, indicating that this matter could only be done by those who reached the peak of the world in the future. Did he say anything else? Where is that place? The consciousness shook its head and said, he said that if you can reach that level, you will naturally know where it is. Woo woo woo. The heaven's halberd made a whining sound. It was clearly a divine weapon without a weapon spirit, but Sima Yue always felt that it was more spiritual than ordinary divine weapons. It was as if it was not a broken weapon, but a complete divine weapon. The divine sense lowered its head and looked lovingly at the halberd in its hand. It's been hundreds of thousands of years. I didn't expect to see you again. He stroked the heaven's halberd, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Sima Yue knew that this was the spiritual weapon that he had used when he was young. Judging from his expression, he was probably reminiscing about the past. Your aura is on it, Emperor Qingdao said. Sima Yue did not expect him to suddenly mention this. She was a little embarrassed. I bought this at the auction. As she spoke, she raised her eyes to look at him. She didn't see any unhappiness in his eyes, so she knew that he didn't intend to blame her. I didn't expect us to be fated, Emperor Qingdao said. Since that's the case, then I'll give you good karma. Good karma? Sima Yue felt the air around her freeze. There was a cloud of fog in her mind. It was so hazy that she couldn't see clearly what was inside. What is this? This is a set of battle techniques that I created myself. When used with the heaven's halberd, it can maximize its power, Emperor Qingdao said. If you can find the other part of the heaven's halberd, then you can obtain this battle technique. Sima Yue's mouth twitched. She could only obtain this battle technique if she found the other part. In other words, if she couldn't find it, even if it was in her mind, she wouldn't be able to obtain it. Emperor Qingdao saw her expression and knew what she was thinking. He smiled and said, this battle technique was originally developed based on the heaven's halberd. If you can't obtain the heaven's halberd, then this battle technique won't be suitable for other halberds. It's useless. So that's why. But this heaven's halberd is only a divine weapon. It doesn't even have a weapon spirit. Even if I find the other part, it's still a piece of trash. How can it still be used? She asked the question in her heart. Emperor Qingdao's divine sense shook his head. Although this heaven's halberd is only a divine weapon, how can my Qingdao's weapon be ordinary? As long as you can find something, this broken spirit weapon can be reunited. What is it? The heaven-mending stone. Sima Yue's mouth twitched again. The heaven-mending stone, that was a legendary spirit stone. How could she obtain it so casually? But this was also an accident. If she could obtain these things in the future, it wouldn't be bad. If she couldn't, then there was no need to force it. She bowed to Emperor Qingdao and said, many thanks for Senior's gift. To be able to complete his task before disappearing, my waiting here for so many years was not in vain. Emperor Qingdao said, Senior, what's wrong? I've waited here for too long. My divine sense is about to dissipate. Even if you didn't come today, in another 3 to 5 years, I would have disappeared from this world. Emperor Qingdao said somewhat sadly. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, only you would come. Fine, I'll let our good karma get closer. After saying that, he turned into specks of starlight without any reluctance. A part of it merged into the heaven's halberd, while the other part entered her body. Sima Yue was shocked, but she had no way to stop it. Fortunately, she checked her body and there was nothing wrong with it. She was relieved. This Emperor Qingdao's strength is really terrifying. But at least his divine sense still gives people a heavy sense of oppression. I just don't know why he entered my body in the end. Could this be the good karma he talked about? She muttered. Seeing the heaven's halberd on the ground, she walked over and put it away. If you didn't come here, I shouldn't have climbed the heavenly stairway so early. I also wouldn't have met Emperor Qingdao's divine sense. AI, what do you mean by that place? If his guess is correct, then this heavenly Tao. She sighed and looked around. There was nothing in the empty house. Without Emperor Qingdao's divine sense, this place seemed even more desolate. A cold air enveloped her. She pushed open the door and went out. Standing at this height, all she could see were the towering mountains. It's lonely at the top. What kind of feeling do those who stand at the top of the world have? Do they feel lonely? After sighing for a while, she began to fiddle with the teleportation array. She had been away for so long. The reporting time for the academy had passed. She didn't know what kind of situation she would face when she returned. Chapter 552. When Sima Yue returned to her courtyard, it was already noon. Wei Ziqi and Bei Gongtang were in the house while the other three had yet to return from class. Yue, you're finally back. Bei Gongtang saw Sima Yue and walked over, asking, Did you get the heavens halberd back? Sima Yue nodded. You finished climbing the heavenly stairs? Wei Ziqi asked in surprise. Sima Yue nodded. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't worry. Wei Ziqi and Bei Gongtang promised. At most, only a few of them would know about it. They definitely wouldn't spread it out. If this matter was known by outsiders, who knew what would happen? By the way, the dean asked you to meet him when you're back. Bei Gongtang said, Don't worry, we've already applied for leave for you. They said it's fine, but you have to go and see him immediately when you come to the academy. Sima Yue nodded and turned around to leave, but was pulled back by Bei Gongtang. She looked at Bei Gongtang suspiciously. Do you know the way to the teaching office? Bei Gongtang laughed as she asked. There. Sima Yue shook her head. She had left on the same day, so how would she know where the road was? I'll take you there. It was rare for Bei Gongtang to see her so muddle-headed. She did not know what she had encountered these past few days. Ziki, when they come back in a while, tell them that Yue is back. Don't worry. Okay, you guys can go. Wei Ziqi replied. Bei Gongtang brought Sima Yue through the campus and explained to her which department the buildings belonged to and what their functions were. We're here. It's the second room on the left on the third floor. Go ahead, I'll wait for you downstairs. When they reached the administration building, Bei Gongtang stopped. Without the teacher's permission, students were not allowed to enter the academic affairs building. She could only wait for him downstairs. Sima Yue nodded at her and entered the academic affairs building. She went to the second floor and knocked on the door of the second room on the left. There was a conversation going on inside, but when the door was knocked, the conversation stopped, and the voice of the recruitment teacher came through. Come in. Sima Yue did not expect the recruitment teacher to be the dean. She was slightly surprised, but she quickly adjusted her mental state and pushed the door open. But when she went in, she was shocked by the people sitting inside. Senior, what are you doing here? Seeing Wu Lingyu sitting on the chair, she felt that her eyes might have blurred and she was hallucinating. No wonder she felt that the voices of the two people talking inside were familiar. One was the admissions teacher, and the other was her senior brother. It would be strange if she didn't know them. Sima Yu, this is the new teacher of the sect. He's in charge of this batch of freshmen. The dean of teaching said, Teacher Wu has already told me about the relationship between the two of you. Because the two of you are fellow disciples, we are going to let Teacher Wu be the teaching assistant. The corner of Sima Yu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Responsible for this batch of new students. Yue Yang to be the. In Yue to learn? Yue. Director, are you sure he has medical skills? Can he teach me well? Since I can come here, I naturally have this confidence. Wu Lingyu looked at her with a smile. Sima Yue glared at him. She had something important to do here. What was this guy doing here? She wanted to improve her medical skills, because she must think of a method to cure Shimen Feng within 5 years, and also think of a method to cure Feng Ruyan. This was why she insisted on choosing the medical school. She was still hoping to find a way here. If this guy messed up her plan, she would be pissed to death. Yue, the vice principal said that as the teaching assistant, Teacher Wu will be in charge of you. If you have any problems with teaching, you can look for Teacher Gu. The dean said. Why don't you just let Teacher Gu teach me? Sima Yue protested. Bei Gongtang had told her before she came. They had found out that the best teacher in the medical school was Teacher Gu. If she could get Teacher Ji's help, she might be able to find a solution quickly. Thinking of this, she glared at him again. Teacher Gu already has quite a number of students under him. He said that he can teach you about medicine, but he won't be responsible for other things. Since Teacher Wu is new, he will be responsible for other things. The teaching director said. Teacher Wu is also new. I'm afraid he's not very familiar with the things here. Sima Yue said. You're wrong. I'm very familiar with this place. Wu Lingyu smiled. I was a student here before. I've been here for a few decades. Wu Lingyu looked at Sima Yue's surprised face with satisfaction and continued, so don't worry. I'll definitely settle your matters. Sima Yu's heart was filled with depression, but he had already decided, what else could she say? All right. Sima Yue was too lazy to care about him. Dean, why did you call me here? It's about your leave. But I've already talked to Teacher Wu about it. The dean said, Teacher Wu will bring you to the vice principal's office later. He wants to see you. Wu Lingyu stood up from his seat and said, if that's the case, I'll bring Yue over first. Go ahead. The dean waved his hand. Seeing them leave, he shook his head regretfully. She was such a good seedling. Why did the vice principal allow her to stay in the medical faculty? After leaving the office, Sima Yue turned around and glared at Wu Lingyu. Why are you here? I'm not here to join in the fun. Wu Lingyu said, I said that I want to go with you, in case Imosha wakes up and can't find me. And I can't be a student again, so I can only come in and be a teacher. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him. How come I didn't know that you were a student here? You didn't ask me. Wu Lingyu said, all right, I'll bring you to the vice principal's office. The vice principal has been waiting for you for a long time. Don't get in my way or else Sima Yue waved her fist at Wu Lingyu before turning to leave. She stopped after taking 2 steps and asked, aren't you going to lead the way? You're going in the wrong direction. The vice principal's office is this way. Wu Lingyu looked at her darkened face with satisfaction. He smiled and turned to leave. Sima Yue glared at Wu Lingyu's back. She wanted to burn a hole with her glare. Seeing that he was about to disappear at the stairs, she followed him. Wu Lingyu brought her to the vice principal's office. He knocked on the door and said, go in by yourself. I still have some things to settle. I won't accompany you in. Chapter 553. Sima Yue looked at Wu Lingyu's back as he left. Why did she feel that he was running away? She raised her hand and was about to knock on the door when the vice principal's voice came from inside. Come in. Sima Yue pushed the door open and saw a spacious office. There was a huge bookshelf, a set of office tables and chairs, and a few chairs beside it. The simple furnishings made the room even more spacious. Behind the table, a white-haired old man was leaning against the chair and resting with his eyes closed. When he heard her enter, he sat up and said, Sima Yue. Sima Yue recognized him as the old man she had seen before the first assessment. She bowed politely and said, Vice Principal, the dean said that you were looking for me. Did you see anything good on the stairway to heaven? The vice principal asked directly. Sima Yue wasn't surprised that the people from the academy knew that she had once again climbed the heavenly staircase. Since the other party had asked her directly, there was no need for her to hide anything. Seeing the other party's curious gaze, she said, There's nothing up there. The pavilion of heaven is empty, not even a chair. Vice principal, you should have known that I went to the Tower of Tongton, right? Otherwise, do you think you'd still be standing here? The vice principal said. Sima Yue was confused. Tuoba Han, Songlong Li, the vice principal reminded them. Sima Yue then recalled that Tuoba Han and the rest were taken away by a beam of light at the very last moment. They did not report with them. However, after he walked down the stone steps, nothing like this happened. You did it. She looked at the vice principal in surprise. Those people from the inner courtyard are always snatching people from me. Every time they find someone with good talent, they would take them back. This time, I made them lose a big fish. The vice principal said while shaking his beard. This meant that he had indeed done something. Why? The faculty of medicine doesn't exist in the inner courtyard. The vice principal's reason was enough for her to express her gratitude for his actions. Thank you, Vice President. She thanked him. Why did you choose the faculty of medicine? The vice principal asked. To save people. Sima Yue replied, my medical skills are limited now, so I want to learn and find a way to save people. Just for this? Then you can also choose the alchemy department or the array formation department, and then study the medical department. I plan to major in the medical faculty, then study the array formation faculty and alchemy faculty. Are you sure you don't want to change? I'm sure. Seeing how determined she was, the vice principal said helplessly, because you are the only new student in the medical faculty, the school will not hold separate classes. Therefore, you have to arrange your own time. Wu Lingyu will be in charge of your other matters as your teaching assistant. As for medical matters, you can look for Teacher Ge. I've already talked to her. She will take out 2 nights a week to answer your questions. As for the specific time, you can discuss it yourselves. Also, if you want to attend classes in other departments, you can go directly. Understood? No classes? This was practically tailor-made for her. Sima Yue was secretly delighted, but she did not show it on her face. Understood. Since you understand, you can go back. If you need anything, you can look for me here directly. The vice principal closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Sima Yue bowed and left. She was a little puzzled. Did the vice principal ask her to come here just to say these words to her? The teaching director could also pass these words on to her. After she left, the vice principal shook his chair and said faintly, after so many years, you finally appeared. Sima Yue left the school building and saw that Bei Gongtang was still waiting for her. She walked forward and said, let's go back. Yue, I saw your senior just now. Why is he here? Bei Gongtang asked. Thinking of this, Sima Yue could not help but facepalm. He came here to be a teacher. Bei Gongtang could not help but laugh. He came to be a teacher? Sima Yue said helplessly. And he's my teaching assistant. What's going on? Let's go back first. I'll tell you on the way. Knowing that Sima Yue did not need to go to class and could walk freely in the sect for classes, everyone was envious of her and happy for her. Her main purpose here was to find a way to cure Shimen Feng. Going to class was not of much use to her. Also, the vice principal gave her the right to go to other faculties for classes. If she was happy, she could go to class. If she was busy, she could not go. But no one would say anything. This was simply too good. Yue, this teacher Gu is said to have a weird temper. He is also an alchemist, but he chose to stay in the medical faculty. And it is said that he has very strict requirements for students. I don't know what it will be like for a student like you who is not considered a student. Sima Yue said. I'll go see him tomorrow. Sima Yue said. I think since it's the vice principal's order, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. In fact, she was completely wrong. That Mr. Gu was someone who didn't even care about the vice principal. He was willing to take her along because she was more skilled in treating Tuoba Han in the glaze illusion. He thought that she had a higher medical talent, that's all. So when she went to look for him the next day, he threw a book at her and said, go back and read the things in this book. Come and see me in 5 days. If you can pass my test, you can become my student. Sima Yue hugged the heavy book and went back silently. The things in this book were all relatively uncommon. There were some difficult and complicated diseases that spirit masters might suffer from. After reading these, she realized that it wasn't that spirit masters didn't get sick. It was just that she hadn't met any sick spirit masters. It was just that the probability of a spirit master falling sick was very small. But most of the diseases in it were ordinary people. Sima Yue spent 5 days to read the thick book from beginning to end. After reading it, she found that more than half of the knowledge was already known to her. The rest were things that she had not seen in her 2 lifetimes, no, 3 lifetimes. In these 5 days, Wu Lingyu called her to his courtyard, saying that he was helping her learn. But only she knew that after she went there, she was reading the book while he was looking at her from the side. She was annoyed by him and slammed the book shut. She glared at him and asked, Senior, is the academy all right? It's all right. Now it's the time for everyone to learn. It's not time for those trials and tests. Wu Lingyu said. Then is the Sage Pavilion all right? She did not give up and asked. The Sage Pavilion's matters are taken care of. As long as that old thing doesn't come out, I'll be fine. Wu Lingyu snickered in his heart. But I've said it before, he won't come out for a while. If he comes out, it will be his final struggle. Then you have nothing to do. Wu Lingyu answered straightforwardly. What? I'll accompany you to read. Sima Yue controlled herself and did not throw the book in her hand out. Chapter 554. 5 days later, Sima Yue went to Professor Ge Lang's office. This time, there were people in the office. There were a few students inside, and they seemed to be researching some topic. She originally wanted to wait outside, but Ge Lang knew that she was outside, so he stopped his discussion with the other students and said, "Come in." Sima Yue pushed the door open and entered. She placed the book on the table and said, "Return the jade to Zhao." Finished reading? Ge Lang glanced at the book and asked. "Yes," Sima Yue replied. "I've finished reading them." "Then let's start the test now. Each of you, find a question from this book and ask her." Ge Lang said to the students sitting below her. "Yes, Mr. Ge." The students respectfully took the book and each of them randomly chose a topic to ask about. No matter if it was about medicinal herbs or diseases, Sima Yue answered them all fluently. They didn't know how much practical experience she had, but at least she was good at theoretical knowledge. Ge Lang was a picky person, but he couldn't find fault with Sima Yue. "Have you read this book before?" he asked, putting the book away. "No, but I've known some of the content before, so it'll be faster." Sima Yue said, "And I already knew those herbs before, so I saved a lot of time this time." "You are honest," said Glenn. "Take this book and study it. Ask me again if you have any questions." "Yes, Mr. Ge." Although Sima Yue really wanted to tell him about Shimin Feng's situation, but seeing that there were still people here, she took the book and left. When she was about to leave, she heard Ge Lang say, "There are many medical books in the library. You can go take a look. I've been a little busy lately." "Yes, thank you for your advice, Mr. Ge." Sima Yue replied and left the office. It seemed that he would have to rely on himself if there were any problems. After returning home, Wu Lingyu was still leisurely sunbathing in the yard. When he saw Sima Yue, he asked, "You're back so soon?" Sima Yue took it out and sat back down to continue watching. "You changed it?" Wu Lingyu asked. "Let me come back and take a look. If there's anything I don't understand, I can ask him." Sima Yue said. "The teachers here are all like this. You'll get used to it," Wu Lingyu said. He seemed to be comforting her. "I understand." Sima Yue said, "This is actually better for me. I can search for information based on Feng Er's situation. Mr. Gu said that he's been busy recently and told me to go to the library if I have any questions." "The library is a good place. You can go and have a look," Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yue turned around and looked at Wu Lingyu. "What did you learn when you studied here?" She had never seen him concoct pills, nor had she seen him forge weapons or tame beasts. He didn't even know about arrays, so what did he come here to learn? It couldn't be learning cultivation, right? She wouldn't believe it. "I learned the secret. I won't tell you," Wu Lingyu said mysteriously. "You," Sima Yue gritted her teeth. "I'll know even if you don't tell me. But you've been here for decades. You should know about the inner courtyard, right?" Wu Lingyu looked up at her. Seeing the curiosity on her face, he said, "You want to go to the inner courtyard?" Sima Yue shook her head. "The vice principal said that there's no medical department in the inner courtyard. It's better for me to stay here. But I'm still curious about the inner courtyard." Tuoba Han and the others went directly to the inner courtyard. "After you've cured your brother, you can go to the inner courtyard to take a look," Wu Lingyu said. "You'll be able to grow faster if you go there." "What's the inner courtyard like?" "It's nothing much. The people who go there are more talented and stronger. There are more resources there. Other than that, there's no difference," Wu Lingyu said. "The academy holds a selection every 10 years. 2 years later, there will be an internal selection in the inner courtyard. As long as you meet the requirements, you can go to the inner courtyard. Is the internal selection targeted at new students? Some old students who didn't enter the inner courtyard in the previous selection will also participate in the later selection. It's just that there's a limited number of places in the inner courtyard. Not everyone can enter. Some people have been here for hundreds of years and still can't enter the inner courtyard. Wu Lingyu explained. So 2 years later, you can choose whether to enter the inner courtyard or not. There's still 2 years. Sima Yue rubbed her chin and said, "It'll be great if Feng'er's illness can be cured in these 2 years." After saying that, she put away her book, stood up and walked outside. When you see the old guard in the library, be more respectful to him. Wu Lingyu's voice came from behind. Sima Yue stopped in her tracks and left without looking back. She was going to the library. But how did this guy know? Was he a roundworm in her stomach? It's not a roundworm. It's called telepathy. Wu Lingyu's words came from behind again, causing Sima Yue to almost fall. When she walked out of the courtyard, she could still hear the muffled laughter behind her. She gritted her teeth and didn't plan to follow Wu Lingyu's words. She turned around and went to her own courtyard. She didn't think that Wei Ziqi and the others would be there. She thought that she wasn't in a rush to go to the library and she hadn't seen them for a long time. She got Fatty Chu to call Sima Yuming and the others over so that everyone could gather. When Sima Yuming and the others came, they didn't see Little Tuesday. Where's Little Two? He was taken away by the vice principal. He said that he's going to nurture him alone. Sima Yuran said, "I think the vice principal found out that he has the blood of a spirit beast." Vice principal? Sima Yue thought of that kind-looking old man whose eyes shone brightly. Hearing Wu Lingyu's evaluation of him, Little Two should be fine if he was with him. When everyone was gathered, everyone said that they would go home to take a look. As such, a group of people prepared to leave the school and go home. Just as they reached the school gate, they saw a group of people walking into the school. "Oh, isn't this Bei Gong Tang who destroyed her own clan? What are you doing here?" A girl who was dressed flirtatiously saw Bei Gong Tang and said sharply, TSK, a group of men and only you are the only woman. Are they all your lovers? You're so good at controlling men. I wonder if your mother also found helpers to escape from the Bei Gong clan like this?" When they heard this, Sima Yue and the others stopped and looked at the group of people. Their expressions were ugly. "Ling, is she the Bei Gong Tang you were talking about?" One of the men in the group asked. "Isn't it them?" Su Ling looked at Bei Gong Tang with disdain. "Oh, such a beautiful lady. What's the point of following a few brats who are still wet behind the ears? Why don't you follow us? This young master will definitely, bang dash." That person hadn't even finished speaking when he was sent flying. Chapter 555. Who are you? How dare you hit me? The man crawled up from the ground and looked at Sima Yue while clutching his stomach. That's right. Sima Yue retracted her leg. Who are you? How dare you hit the young master of the Ouyang family? The group of people looked at Sima Yue cautiously. They didn't even see how she moved, but she had already run over and kicked Ouyang Dong away. This speed, this strength, they were all caught unprepared. But they had never seen her before. They had already met Sima Yulin and the others, and had even had quite a few conflicts. However, the person in front of them was obviously familiar with them, but none of them recognized him. How dare you? We've already warned the people of the academy not to get close to them, yet you still dare to be with them. I think you don't want to live anymore. Sima Yu turned around to look at Sima Yulin and the others. Seeing their expressions, she knew that it was true. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? She looked at those people. They were not the students who had entered the school at the same time as them. It seemed that they were the old students. Ouyang Dong walked over and condensed his spirit chi to attack Sima Yue. How dare you? I want you to lie here and not get up today. Sima Yue looked at his attack. He was actually a high-level god king, one level higher than her. However, his attack did not pose much of a threat to her. She quickly formed a defensive barrier in front of her to block the attack. Furthermore, she took advantage of this gap and condensed her spirit energy to counterattack. Ouyang Dong didn't think that she would be able to counterattack in this situation and was stunned for a moment. This moment of distraction allowed Sima Yu use spirit energy to hit him. Young Master Ouyang. Su Ling and the others ran over and helped Ouyang Dong up. How dare you hurt young Master Ouyang? Sima Yue looked at Ouyang Fei and said, Ouyang, he has the same surname as you. But compared to you, his character is far worse. Not only was he wretched and vulgar, he was also vicious and merciless, wanting to kill people at the slightest provocation. You. Sima Yu Lin and the others came over and stood beside her. The atmosphere between the two sides was on the verge of exploding. Bei Gong, who is that? Sima Yue lifted her chin towards Su Ling and asked. She didn't forget that this woman had said some nasty words just now. That Su Ling heir. Bei Gong Ao's elder sister married into the Su clan. She's the only child left behind. Bei Gong Tang said with an ugly expression. Her mother has a good relationship with Bei Gong Ao. So she is from the Bei Gong family. No wonder. Sima Yue sneered. I didn't think that she would also be in the heavenly sect. Ever since she found out that I had entered, she has caused trouble for us many times. Bei Gong Tang said. What she didn't say was that because the people she brought with her were stronger, they were bullied several times. Of course, it was also because they were unwilling to reveal that they had contracted sacred beasts. However, how could Sima Yu not have guessed it? She understood from Sima Yu Lin and the others' unnatural expressions. You were bullied. No wonder you didn't tell me, she said. Cough cough. Didn't we see that you were busy? Also, we thought that it wouldn't be good to cause too much of a ruckus when we just arrived. Sima Yuming said. So you were bullied? Sima Yue looked at them disapprovingly. They had considered that they had to keep a low profile in a new environment. However, that was only if they weren't bullied. If they were bullied, so what if they revealed their strength? I didn't want to implicate everyone. Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yue looked at her and sighed. When it came to her personal matters, she lost her usual calmness and courage. Is the Su clan very strong? She asked. Stronger than the Yin clan. Bei Gong Tang said. Stronger than Little Rock? Bei Gong Tang understood what Sima Yue meant. She meant that even if they were strong, Little Rock would support her. I understand. She nodded. Su Ling Ouyang Dong and the others saw that the other party didn't even put them in their eyes and were still talking. They felt that they were being looked down upon and were furious. Although the older students usually don't bully the new students, we can't tolerate the new students provoking us. Otherwise, people will think that us older students are useless. Another black-clothed guy said. I will definitely kill you. Ouyang Dong glared at Sima Yue. You want to kill me with just you? Sima Yue looked at him disdainfully. I don't like to leave behind trouble for those who want to kill me. Yue, let's just forget about it. The Ouyang clan has a lot of power in the outer regions. Bei Gong Tang said. Is the Ouyang clan powerful? Sima Yue asked. Bei Gong Tang nodded. This was also the reason why she didn't want to clash with them. Ouyang Dong and Su Ling had a good relationship. It was even said that he was pursuing her. So when he heard that she wanted to teach Bei Gong Tang a lesson, he ran the fastest. If it wasn't for the fact that the new students had just entered and it wasn't good to kill them at this time, they would have already attacked Bei Gong Tang and the others. More powerful than Little Rock? Sima Yue asked again. Bei Gong Tang shook her head. Little Rock was the king of the rocks. Even the rocks had to listen to him. Even if the Ouyang clan's power was not bad, they couldn't compare to Little Rock. How long has he been in the academy? Almost 100 years. Fatty Chu replied. He hasn't entered the inner sect for almost 100 years. This means that his talent isn't that great. Sima Yue said, since it's like this, the Ouyang clan won't say anything if I want to kill him. Haha, you want to kill me with just you? Ouyang Dong laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You guys, go. Kill them all for me. Young Master Ouyang. The others revealed their killing intent. For the sake of the older students' reputation, they couldn't leave these people alive today. Sima Yue and the others were also ready to attack, preparing to exterminate the other party. The heavenly sect was different from the Lin continent schools. There were no restrictions on killing here. If you were not strong enough and were killed in the school wouldn't care. Just as the two sides were about to fight, a delicate shout came out from the school. Stop. Sima Yue heard this voice and knew who had come. Tuoba Yin came in front of Sima Yue and said, "Ouyang Dong, you dare to kill my Tuoba Yin friend?" Feng Wu Hen, Wang Kai and Mu Lin were also with them. "Lady Tuoba, why have you come?" Ouyang Dong saw Tuoba Yin and broke out in cold sweat. A few days ago, he saw the pretty Tuoba Yin and flirted with her. In the end, he was beaten up by a group of people. When he found out that she was the young miss of the Tuoba clan in the eastern mountain range, he was so scared that he almost lost his life. Furthermore, her methods of beating people were very powerful. Although her blows didn't seem heavy, they were extremely painful. So when he saw her, the fear in his heart rose again. Chapter 556. Tuoba Yin swept her eyes over Ouyang Dong's group and said, 20 over seniors want to kill 10 freshmen. Ouyang Dong, you're really something. They were the ones who attacked us first, a man behind said. That's right, Miss Tuoba. We are seniors. Shouldn't we retaliate when facing the provocation of freshmen? Can't you see that they want to kill us too? We are defending ourselves. That's right. Ouyang Dong smiled and said, Miss Tuoba, you heard it too. This isn't our fault. They were the ones who started it. Speaking of which, we haven't done anything yet, but I've already been beaten up twice. Mph, Sima Yue snorted. I don't usually hit people. If I hit someone, they're not human. Ouyang Dong was scolded and wanted to get angry, but he saw Tuoba Yin standing in front of Sima Yue. Miss Tuoba, you saw it too. The freshman is too arrogant. Freshman arrogant? Are you saying that I'm arrogant too? Tuoba Yin said with a cold face, Don't forget, I'm also a freshman this year. No, how would I dare to say that about Miss Tuoba? Ouyang Dong hurriedly denied. How could Miss Tuoba be the same as those people? Tuoba Yin impatiently waved her hand and said, They are all my friends. Ouyang Dong, if you dare to find trouble with them in the future, not only will I not let you off, Han will also take care of you when he finds out. Get out of my sight. Hearing Tuoba Han's name, Ouyang Dong jumped in fright. Even though he was still angry, he didn't dare to vent it in front of Tuoba Yin. He waved his hand at the people beside him and said with a cold face, Let's go. Before she left, she did not forget to glare at Sima Yue. Sima Yue could see the killing intent in his eyes, but she was not afraid. If it wasn't for Tuoba Yin's arrival, they would already be dead. However, it didn't feel good to leave behind future troubles. Seeing that they had left, Tuoba Yin turned around and asked, Are you guys okay? Many thanks for Miss Tuoba's help. Sima Yue cupped her hands towards Tuoba Yin and thanked her, although she didn't need his help. Even though that Ouyang Dong's talent isn't that great, he is the Ouyang clan's direct descendant. If he were to be killed in public, the Ouyang clan would definitely demand an explanation. Tuoba Yin said with a smile. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Was she telling her not to kill in public but to do it secretly? Where are you going? Wang Kai looked at them arrogantly and asked. Sima Yue didn't have a good impression of Wang Kai and Mu Lin. Seeing him like this, she couldn't be bothered to reply. She said to Tuoba Yin Young Mistress Tuoba, we still have some matters to attend to. We will take our leave first. We originally wanted to invite you guys to Memory Restaurant for a meal. Since you guys are busy, let's do it next time. Tuoba Yin said with some regret. Miss Tuoba, can you contact Tuoba Han? Sima Yue asked. Sure. However, he was currently in the inner yard and couldn't come out as he pleased. Why are you looking for him? Tuoba Yin asked. It's nothing much. It's just that he asked me to help him refine some pills last time. It's already done. Before Sima Yue finished speaking, Wang Kai interrupted her. Since it's for Han, then give it to us. We will pass it to him. I'm afraid that won't do. Sima Yue directly refused. He asked me to keep it a secret. He said that he didn't want anyone to know what kind of pills he refined. Therefore, he asked Miss Tooba to inform him so that he can personally come and get it. You? Wang Kai was displeased by Sima Yue's words. He glared at her with a black face. Sima Yue didn't like people who thought too highly of themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that Tooba Yen Air wasn't bad and that she had promised Tooba Han to help him cure the poison, she wouldn't have bothered with them. Initially, she had saved them because she wanted them to stay by her side. However, after interacting with them, she realized that Wang Kai and Mu Lin were the kind of people who thought too highly of themselves. Once they knew that they didn't have any background, they acted arrogantly towards them. The reason they were with Tooba Yen Air and the others was because they had improper thoughts towards Tooba Yen Air. Don't worry, I will inform him. Tooba Yen Air said when she saw that Sima Yue was unhappy. Then we'll take our leave first. Sima Yue cupped her hands towards Tooba Yen Air and left with Sima Yulin and the others. This Sima Yue, Yen Air, you saved her, but she's still acting like this. How rude. Wang Kai was rarely ignored like this and said angrily. Tooba Yen Air saw how Wang Kai was acting and furrowed her eyebrows. She said lightly, she saved us before. After speaking, she left first. Feng Wuhen didn't say anything the entire time. Seeing that Tooba Yen Air was unhappy, he walked forward and walked beside her, ignoring Wang Kai. It seemed that their relationship wasn't very good. Wuhen, what kind of pill do you think Han asked you to refine? He actually wanted to keep it a secret. Tooba Yen Air asked. It should be something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to keep it a secret. Feng Wuhen guessed. Then I'll inform him as soon as possible. Tooba Yen Air said, it's just that the inner sect doesn't allow anyone to enter as they wish. I don't know when he'll be able to come out. I see that Sima Yue isn't in a rush. I'm guessing that this thing isn't something that he urgently needs. Furthermore, once he gets the news, he'll arrange it himself. Feng Wuhen said. Wang Kai saw that Tooba Yen Air wasn't waiting for him and thought about her indifferent expression just now. She seemed to be blaming him and the anger in his heart grew. He looked in the direction that Sima Yue and the others had left in. Why are you so angry? Mu Lin patted him on the shoulder. The moment this brat appeared, Yen Air's attitude towards him was different. I don't know what's so good about this brat. He's just a stinky brat from the lower continents. Now she's blaming me because of him. How despicable! Wang Kai said fiercely. Indeed, he's unpleasant. Mu Lin said, just because he's an array master and alchemist, he doesn't care about us. So what if he's an array master and alchemist? Sooner or later, I'll take care of him. Isn't it easy to take care of him? There's no need for you to do it yourself. Mu Lin said with a deeper meaning. What do you mean? Yen Air treats him differently now. If you go and find trouble with him, aren't you afraid that Yen Air will be unhappy? Mu Lin said as he looked into the academy. Coming to a realization, Wang Kai chuckled. That's right. If Yen Air knew that I made a move on them, she might be angry and ignore me. Ouyang Dong was beaten up by him. He definitely won't let it go. When the time comes, Sima Yue hadn't even turned the corner when she felt a burning gaze on her back. She didn't need to think to know who it was. The farmer and the snake. It seemed that she had saved a snake last time. Chapter 557. They went back to stay the night and told Sima Lai and the others about school life. They returned early the next morning. Bei Gong Tang and the others went straight to class, while she asked for directions to the library. After walking around for more than half an hour, she finally arrived. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated building in front of her, she really wanted to complain. If the academy was so rich, why didn't they build a better library? She entered the library. Originally, she thought that since the outside looked shabby, the inside would look much better. At least, the inside and outside of the general's residence's library were different. He didn't expect to see a dilapidated scene after entering. The decor and bookshelves were tattered, and only the books on them were well preserved. Sima Yue looked at the ancient traces and was curious about the history of this library. Perhaps because everyone had gone to class, there weren't many people in the library. There were only a few students inside. Next to the entrance was a shabby table. Behind the table was a shabby rocking chair with an old man lying on it. Was this the gatekeeper that Wu Lingyu had told her to respect? He looked like an ordinary old man. Just as she was sizing him up, he suddenly opened his eyes. Freshman? Leave the token and go in. The old man closed his eyes again. Sima Yue remembered the token that the dean had given her when she was reporting to school. She took it out and placed it on the table. Then she walked inside. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and asked, "Excuse me, where are the medical books?" The old man opened his eyes and sized her up. The last area on the 3rd floor. The last area on the 5th floor. The first 3 floors of the library were filled with ordinary books. They were arranged according to the usual order. The medical department was arranged at the very top and the innermost position. The 4th and 5th floors were filled with rare books from each department. According to the order of the books, the medical department was also at the very end. "Thank you." She thanked him and went up to the 3rd floor. She went to the medical books section and carefully selected some books. Then she carried them to the door on the 1st floor. "I want to borrow these books." She placed the books on the table and said. That old man slowly stood up. Sima Yu saw the way he was acting and wondered when the chair would break, causing him to tumble down. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. The old man glanced at her, and she immediately retracted the smile on her face. She watched him go through the books one by one, took out 2 books, and handed the rest to her. These 2 books can't be lent out. In addition, each person can only borrow 5 books at a time. There were actually books that couldn't be borrowed. However, she took a look at the 2 books. They were both taken from the last shelf. Thinking that the color of that shelf was different from the rest, perhaps the books on that shelf couldn't be borrowed. "This is your brand. Take it, we can leave now," the old man urged when he saw Sima Yue deep in thought. "Don't we need to put these 2 books back?" she asked. "Can you find their previous location?" "I still remember." "Then you can go." Sima Yue took the 2 books and went up. The old man saw her find the previous shelf after a few turns, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. The library was so big that people who came in for the first time would usually lose their way in this maze-like room. However, she actually remembered the location of the books after just one look. This came as a surprise to him. Soon, she put the book away and came back. Seeing the old man lying back down with his eyes closed, she picked up the book on the table and her card and left. When she walked out of the library, she turned back to look at the old man. She didn't feel that there was anything special about him. Why did Wu Lingyu specially remind her? After she went back, she found Wu Lingyu and asked her doubts. Wu Lingyu said lightly, "When did I say that he was a strange old man? Didn't you ask me to be respectful to him? Isn't it because he has a strange temper?" she asked with wide eyes. Wu Lingyu looked at her and couldn't help but knock on her forehead, saying, "I asked you to be respectful to him because his status is high and he has been in the academy for a long time. He deserves respect." Sima Yue was speechless. She must have misunderstood. When it comes to strange old men, the one with the worst temper is our master. Secondly, the old man in the inner courtyard is also strange. Wu Lingyu said. "The old man in the inner courtyard? Who's that?" Sima Yue asked curiously. Wu Lingyu's expression was strange when he mentioned the old man. This made her feel that something was wrong. He must have been defeated by that old man when he was studying here. Seeing Sima Yue's bright eyes, Wu Lingyu's eyes flashed with a trace of unnaturalness, saying, "You'll know when you have the chance to enter the inner courtyard. It's useless even if I tell you that you can't enter. You'd better read your books properly." Sima Yue knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. However, when she entered the inner courtyard, she would definitely ask him about this matter properly. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of him, she went back to reading books. Moreover, with Wu Lingyu here, she could enter the spirit pagoda without worry and save a lot of time. Thus, 5 days later, Sima Yue went to the library again. She returned the 5 books from last time and borrowed another 5. "You finished reading all of them?" The old man still had an impression of Sima Yue and didn't expect her to return the books so quickly. Sima Yue placed the other 5 books on the table, saying, "I've finished reading them." The old man didn't say anything and borrowed another 5 books for her. 5 days later, she returned them again. Today, she was reading in the Spirit Pagoda and felt a little tired. Just as she was about to rest, Little Spirit told her that Wu Lingyu was looking for her and she went out. The moment she went out, she saw Wu Lingyu coming in from outside. "What's wrong?" "Your fourth brother is injured." Wu Lingyu replied. "Fourth brother is injured? How did he get injured?" Sima Yue asked anxiously. "He got into an argument with someone and was injured by the other party." Wu Lingyu said, "Because it happened after class, the teacher usually doesn't care." What he meant was that he wouldn't care about this either. "I got it. I'll go take a look at fourth brother." After speaking, she ran off like a wisp of smoke. Sima Yulu was lying on the bed at this moment. Bei Gong Tang had already given him a healing pill, but his injuries were very serious and couldn't be healed immediately. A group of people surrounded the house and the atmosphere was very heavy. Bei Gong Tang stood up and said, "I'm going to kill that person." Ouyang Fei, who was at the side, pulled her back, saying, "They're waiting for us to go now. If you go now, won't you fall right into their traps?" Under the eaves, gentle reminder, please remember this site's domain name. Chapter 558. Pa. Sima Yu hurriedly ran to Sima Yu Li's house. Before she even entered, she heard a sound coming from inside. She quickened her pace and hurriedly walked over. Seeing the broken pieces of the wooden table on the ground, Bei Gong Tang stood at the side and was extremely angry. She said with some surprise, "What happened?" "Yue, why are you back?" Fatty Chu asked in astonishment. They knew that Sima Yue was anxious to find a way to cure Shimin Feng. Although she didn't say it, they knew that she was actually very anxious. Knowing that she usually read medical books and wanted to find a cure as soon as possible, they didn't want to disturb her. That was why they didn't inform her when Sima Yulu was injured. But how did she get here? Sima Yu saw that they had not managed to hide their anger in time, and looked at Sima Yulu who was lying on the bed. She saw that his upper body was bare, and there was a scar that extended from his left shoulder to the right of his waist. Although the wound had begun to heal after eating the pill, it still looked a little scary. She went up and grabbed his arm to check his condition. Although his internal injuries were not light, his life was not in danger. After confirming that he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. She put down his hand and asked with a cold face, "Who hurt you?" "It's the guy who was with Ouyang Dong that day." Sima Yulu said, "He's from the class next to ours. Today, after class, he came to find trouble with me and then we fought. After that, 2 more people came. They were both high-level god kings, so—" "Ouyang Dong." Sima Yue clenched her fists. "How dare he try to kill you? I'll kill him." "Who are the other 2? Is he also the person you saw at the school gate that day?" "No, but they said that they came because of Ouyang Dong's orders." Wei Ziqi saw that Sima Yue was so angry and said, "Yue, don't be angry. Everyone thought that you were busy recently, so they didn't tell you. However, we've already discussed it. This time, we won't tolerate them anymore. Since they dare to kill us, we naturally won't let them do as they please." Sima Yuran said. Bei Gong Tang saw that Sima Yue was still very angry and said, "Yue, why are you here?" "Senior brother told me that fourth brother is injured." Sima Yue frowned. "I'll come back later." Although she could enter Wu Lingyu's spirit pagoda to cultivate without worrying about being discovered, she couldn't watch them get bullied. She did not want to see 2 high-level god kings and 1 mid-level god king deal with Yulu again. "Fifth bro, we can handle it ourselves." Sima Yulu, who was lying on the bed, raised his head and said. Before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by Sima Yu. "Go to class tomorrow and find out the identities of the people who attacked us," Sima Yu said. "Since they dared to attack fourth brother, they must be prepared to face death." "Okay. If you meet anyone who provokes you, just kill them. If anything happens, let senior brother take care of it." Sima Yue dragged Wu Lingyu out without hesitation. "Is it really okay to let him take care of the aftermath?" Sima Yulin said. "What's wrong with that? In any case, the sect didn't say that we can't kill people. Those teachers won't care. If anyone dares to jump out, let senior brother take care of it. If no one says anything, we won't bother him. Also, I'll get my bees to follow you tomorrow. If you're in danger, I'll rush over." As long as we don't provoke those old monsters, it won't be a problem. Sima Yue said. We initially wanted to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Who would have thought that Yu Lu would be injured and those people would think that we're easy to bully? Wei Ziqi said. You don't have to hide your sacred beasts. If you can't beat them, you can just gang up on them. Sima Yue said. We will. Right now, let's discuss how to deal with Ouyang Dong and those people. In the following days, Sima Yue didn't go to Wu Lingyu's courtyard. Wu Lingyu didn't seem to be in the sect either. After 2 days, when she went to his courtyard to look for him, she found that he had left a note for her, saying that he had something to do and had left. He told her to look for the vice principal if she needed anything. This senior brother didn't even say anything before leaving. He's even my teaching assistant. She shook the note forcefully, turning it into ashes. But seeing what he said, it seemed that no matter what happened, she could look for the vice principal. This showed that he trusted the vice principal a lot. After 2 days, Sima Yue was reading in the courtyard when she felt movement in the spirit pagoda. She listened carefully for a while, smiled and continued reading. After 2 hours, the person who wanted to kill Sima Yulu was killed. The students of the sect all knew that Sima Yulu had almost been beaten to death a few days ago. So when they saw that he had killed the other party, not many people sympathized. Although they were afraid of the Ouyang clan's power. After another 2 days, the 2 divine kings who had participated in the assassination of Sima Yulu were killed as well. The people who had done it were naturally Sima Yuran and the others. However, because the difference in their power was too big, they borrowed the power of Sima Yulin's array. 3 students had died consecutively, and the teachers of the sect were alarmed. Some of the teachers who were on good terms with the Ouyang clan wanted to punish Sima Yulin and the others. However, the vice principals in different words caused them to suppress their thoughts in their hearts. He said, since you didn't interfere when it was 3 against 1, what right do you have to interfere with what happened afterwards? The sect is a fair and just place. But 3 students have already died. Someone retorted, has the number of people who have died in the sect been few these years? The red-clothed lady retorted, why didn't you say anything when people died? Since the sect doesn't prohibit students from killing each other, there's no reason to say that many people have died. Also, I don't know who it was that said, natural selection, survival of the fittest. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. This was the philosophy of the heavenly sect. That was why they never prohibited students from killing each other. Because they didn't want to nurture students who were all flowery and impractical, because such people couldn't survive in this continent. The red-clothed lady looked at their constipated expressions and laughed like flowers raining from the sky. Then she added another stab. Also, even if you help the Ouyang clan, they won't give you any face. You can forget about being on good terms with them. Their thoughts were directly exposed by her. Everyone's expressions turned ugly and they all flung their sleeves and left. Sima Yuyu also heard some news about these teachers looking for the principal. But as long as they didn't cause trouble for them, it didn't matter. On this day, she learned that Ms. Gu had time, so she planned to ask her some medical questions. But before she could finish, she felt the movement of the Scarlet Queen Bee, and her brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 559. Gu Lang felt that she was anxious and knew that something had happened to her. Have you figured out the problem? If you have, then go back. I still have things to do later. Sima Yue was about to say that she wanted to leave when she heard Gu Lang and replied, I have figured it out. Thank you, teacher, for your explanation. Since teacher is busy, I will not disturb you. She kept her books and left after she finished speaking. Gu Lang saw her anxious look and shook his head. Why is this child so impatient? He had agreed to teach Sima Yue because of the vice principal's words. In the end, after interacting with her a few times, he found out that her talent was extremely high and started to cherish her. The last time he heard from the person in the library that she had read a few books in a few days, he thought that it was just a passing observation. However, he had specially tested the knowledge in the books and found that she could answer them fluently. This meant that she had read them seriously. Sima Yue left the office and hurriedly ran towards the plaza. Along the way, many students were running towards her. As they ran, they said, Hurry up, if we are late we will not be able to see anything. It's a group fight. I haven't seen it in a long time. Someone said excitedly. What group fight? Looking at them, it should be a group kill. The new students are facing off against the old students. They don't know how to lower their heads and admit defeat. How can they be a match for the old students? That might not be the case. Those new students had killed 2 old students the last time. Otherwise, why would Ouyang Dong and the others block them in the plaza to kill them? I think those new students are doomed this time. I heard that Ouyang Dong brought a lot of people this time. There are only 10 of them and they are not as strong as him. That might not be the case. I heard that they are not weak and even have sacred beasts. They all have sacred beasts? How is that possible? They are still so young and can contract sacred beasts. Aren't they afraid of being devoured? If they really have sacred beasts, why were they bullied so badly before? Let's go and see. Sima Yue heard that Ouyang Dong had brought a lot of people and quickened her steps, hoping to reach the plaza quickly. When he arrived at the plaza, he saw a group of people gathered outside. Tuoba Yen Air's voice could be heard from within. Ouyang Dong, I said before that they are my friends. I told you not to touch them. Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Tuoba Yen angrily questioned Ouyang Dong. Who dares to not listen to Miss Tuoba's words? However, they killed 3 of our brothers. I cannot ignore this matter. Ouyang Dong said. Otherwise, wouldn't my brothers have died too unjustly? Who will follow me in the future? Don't think that I don't know. It was obviously those people who went to kill Sima Yulu first. 3 people ganged up on 1 person. Let's not talk about how shameful it is. You won't even let them take revenge? Tuoba Yen Air said. Since Miss Tuoba said that revenge is allowed, then we can also take revenge for our brothers. Miss Tuoba, please don't get involved in this matter. A black-clothed man beside Ouyang Dong said. Wang Kai, who was behind Tuoba Yen, spoke up. Yen, this is a grudge between them. Sima Yu Lu and the others killed someone, are you not going to let them take revenge? Who are you speaking up for? Tuoba Yen glanced at Wang Kai. Yen, don't be angry. I'm just speaking the truth. Wang Kai saw that Tuoba Yen's eyes were colder than before and knew that she was unhappy. The hatred in his heart towards Sima Yu and the others rose another level. Sima Yu squeezed through the crowd and saw that Sima Lin and the others were still fine. It seemed that the battle had not started yet. It should be that Tuoba Yen Air had come out to stop it when the battle was about to start. However, the atmosphere between both parties was not good. She walked over and smiled at Sima Lu and the others, standing a step in front of them. You brat, you finally appeared. I thought that you were going to be a coward. Ouyang Dong looked at Sima Yu and thought of how she had kicked him before. His eyes flashed with haze. It's better to give you the title of coward. Sima Yu said, otherwise, why would you only dare to send people to kill my brothers, but not do it yourself? Do you know that if you do this, you can live for a few more days? Yu. Tuoba Yen Air looked at Sima Yu worriedly. If she said this, wouldn't she be directly confronting the other party? Sima Yu smiled at Tuoba Yen Air, saying, young Miss Tuoba, thank you. However, this is our own problem. We have to face it ourselves. Tuoba Yen Air thought of what Tuoba Han had told her. Although Sima Yu and the others were from the lower continent, they were not ordinary people. Since she had chosen to confront Ouyang Dong, it meant that she was confident. When the time came for them to confront the Ouyang clan, Han would think of a way. When she thought of this, she nodded and retreated to the side, watching the show with the others. Ouyang Dong saw that Tuoba Yen Air did not care and heaved a sigh of relief. He was actually really afraid of confronting the Tuoba clan. Now that he saw that Tuoba Yen Air did not care, he was happy. He smiled coldly at Sima Yu and the others and was about to say something, but Sima Yu cut him off. Ouyang Dong, since you said you want revenge, then let's talk about revenge. Sima Yu looked around at the people watching the show. She also wanted to use this matter to give them a warning. Otherwise, they would always disturb their studies and cultivation. You killed our people and you still want to talk about revenge? Someone laughed coldly. Of course. Sima Yu was tired of standing. She took out a chair and placed it on the ground. She sat down leisurely and did not seem nervous at all. Don't say that those people wanted to kill my fourth brother because of personal reasons. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would not believe it. Why don't you ask them? She pointed at the people watching the show. Those people shrunk their heads back. If they said that those people had nothing to do with Ouyang Dong because of his identity, then wouldn't they be people without intelligence? Fortunately, Sima Yu did not make things difficult for them. She continued, I believe that everyone here has intelligence. You, young Master Ouyang, also have intelligence. Of course, if the people behind you insist that they have no intelligence and that they have nothing to do with you, then I can't do anything about it. Piff. The people around did not dare to laugh out loud. However, Tuoba Yin did not care and laughed out loud. They did not expect her to have such a side. Ouyang Dong snorted. Since she said this, he did not want to say that those people had nothing to do with him. Since no one believed him, then it would be a joke if he said anything more. Since you admitted that you were the one who asked those people to kill my fourth brother, then tell me, should I ask you, the mastermind, for an explanation? Chapter 560. In 1 second she remembered, Love Divided by You? Reads book, web quick update, no pop-up window, free to read. Then tell me, what do you want? Ouyang Dong didn't deny that he was the mastermind, so he went along with what she said. I've always repaid kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. I also like to give people a taste of their own medicine. Since you want to kill us, then what we want is simple. Just give us your life. Sima Yu said slowly. Want my life? Ha, with just a few new students? The people behind Ouyang Fei laughed. Young Master Ouyang, since they want to kill us, then we don't have to be merciful. Ouyang Dong nodded, saying, Then let's go to the arena. That's what I was thinking. Sima Yu stood up, saying, Let's go, let's see what the arena is like. The arena was a place that the sect provided for everyone to settle their personal grudges. If it was any other place, it would not be allowed. The last time Sima Yu was chased to kill in the school, those people should have been punished by the sect. However, because some of the teachers in the sect treated Ouyang Dong differently, the matter was left unsettled. They went to the arena, and those who were watching the show followed. It had been a long time since they had seen a group fight like this. When they reached the arena, it wasn't much different from the others. It was just that it was a lot bigger. One by one, or all at once. Ouyang Dong looked arrogantly at Sima Yu and the others. One by one is a waste of time. Let's all at once. Sima Yu flew into the arena after speaking, and Sima Lin and the others followed. Ouyang Dong was just thinking about who to send up. If too many people went up, they would bully them with numbers. If too few went up, they might not be able to defeat them. What are you thinking about? As long as you want our lives, come up at once. Sima Yu's cold voice came from above. This is what you asked for. Ouyang Dong waved his hand, and those people flew up, landing in front of Sima Yu and the others. Wait, there's me too. I want to come up too. Little Tu's voice came from outside the arena. He ran to the bottom of the arena and wanted to come up. So, Sima Yu shouted. Little Tu stopped when he was 2 meters away from the arena. He looked up at Sima Yu and said, Brother, I want to join you guys too. Little Tu, watch from below and cheer for us. Sima Yu said, But I want to be with you. Little Tu, listen to me. Sima Yu gave him a look that told him not to worry and then said to Ouyang Dong, Let's begin. Seeing that Sima Yu did not want him to go up, Little Tu could only stand below the stage and watch them. If you asked for it. There's no rest until one of us dies in the arena. Just wait to go to hell. Ouyang Dong said with a cold smile. Really? The same words are for all of you. This is your last moment. Hurry up and speak. You won't be able to speak in a bit. Sima Yu said. Haha, are you stupid? Su Ling laughed loudly. Look at our numbers and then look at our strength. We're much stronger than you guys. You want to destroy us? What a joke. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know in a bit. Sima Yu said, Call out all your contracted beasts. She also called out Chongming. Although there were divine sect experts, they were not Chongming's match. However, The reason she called out Chongming wasn't just to deal with them. Chongming, when you make your move, control the surrounding space and slow them down. Sima Yue ordered. Chongming replied. Other than Chongming, she also called out all her other contracted beasts. Other than Little Dream. You haven't called me out in a long time. Little Roar immediately pounced into Sima Yue's embrace and complained. Didn't I call you out now? Sima Yue poked his head. Other than her, the others also called out their contracted beasts. Seeing that they had at least 2 sacred beasts, everyone present was shocked. Didn't they say that they came from the lower continents? Why are there so many sacred beasts? That's right. We don't have that many sacred beasts. Did they really come from the lower continents? Don't look at those people. Look at the person in the middle. I know that person. She's the only one who chose medicine this year. She's that person? I heard that she's the only one this year. That's why they didn't specially set up a class for her to follow Teacher Gu. She's the one who Teacher Gu approved of as a genius? Yeah, that's her. I'm not talking about her identity. Look at the contracted beasts beside her. So many contracted beasts. Are these all hers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sacred beasts. How can she have so many sacred beasts? And there are even 2 of them that have transformed. Just what is her identity? That's too unbelievable. Even if it's the people from the inner sect, or the people from the middle regions, no one would have 5 sacred beasts. And I heard that she's only 20 over years old. What? 20 over years old? How is that possible? Not only is she 20 over years old, even the people behind her are only 20 to 30 years old. 20 over years old and she's already a divine rank. There are even some alchemists, array masters, weapon masters, beast tamer masters. Most of the professional masters are weaker than them. That's too unbelievable. Who knows if their information is fabricated? How could such a genius come from the lower continents? Someone voiced out his doubts. If that's the case, then Ouyang Dong has kicked an iron plate. But although they have so many sacred beasts, Ouyang Dong has more people. Their abilities are also higher. The final result is still not certain. Then let's wait and see. When Ouyang Dong and the others saw that Sima Yu and the others had called out so many sacred beasts, they were momentarily stunned. However, they still didn't think much of them. After all, they had twice the number of people on their side. Furthermore, some of them had sacred beasts as contract beasts. The moment Sima Yue opened her mouth, Chongming increased the strength of the space, causing the opponent's movements to become slower and lower their battle abilities. But it did not affect Sima Yue and the rest. The moment the 2 sides started to attack, the arena's protective array was activated, trapping the 2 sides in the arena. Fatty Chu saw that their movements had become slower and with a whoosh he ran over and punched his opponent in the face, sending him flying. Seeing Fatty Chu take care of one person with a punch, the people on the viewing platform shrunk their necks, feeling as if his punch had landed on their faces. Chapter 561. This battle was not an easy one for Sima Yue and the rest. After all, their opponents were generally stronger and had more people. If it was not for Chongming's control of space, they would have no chance of winning. But even though it was difficult, they still won. Ouyang Dong and the others were beaten to the ground. Most of them had died, but there were still a few who were struggling at death's door. Sima Yue walked over and stood in front of Su Ling, who was missing an arm, and said, "How was it? I told you that you would lose. I wasn't wrong, right? How do you have so many sacred beasts?" Su Ling had already been beaten to her last breath. Her voice was very weak. However, Sima Yue still heard it. There are some people you can bully, but there are some people you can't bully in your entire life. Bei Gong is someone you can never bully. It's a pity that you don't understand this logic. After she finished speaking, she turned around and said to Bei Gong Tang, "I'll leave her to you." Bei Gong Tang walked over and looked at Su Ling with a cold gaze. She saw that Su Ling still wanted to speak, but her mind was filled with the words she had said to her mother. Her anger burned away her rationality, and she raised the sword in her hand and stabbed towards Su Ling chest. If, when the sword was pulled out, fresh blood spurted out. Su Ling looked at the sky unwillingly, not knowing how she died. Shouldn't they be the ones to die? How did it become his? Sima Yuming came beside Ouyang Dong and raised the blade in his hand, waving it down. Stop! Just as Sima Yuming was brandishing his blade, an anxious voice was heard from outside. Following that, a few figures ran in. When they saw that Ouyang Dong had already been killed, the man in the lead was filled with hostility. He flew up and sent Sima Yuming flying, landing in an empty space far away. Second brother! Second brother! Sima Yue ran over and saw him spitting out a mouthful of blood. She quickly took out a pill and fed it to him. As for the male, after sending Sima Yuming flying, he squatted down and picked up Ouyang Dong. 10th brother, 10th brother. But Ouyang Dong was unable to respond. The man roared and glared at Sima Yue and the rest. I'm going to kill all of you. Seeing how violent this man was, the people in the stands were shocked. Why is Ouyang Hai here? Today is the day when the inner courtyard students come out. Every time this happens, Ouyang Hai will come here to look for Ouyang Dong. This Ouyang Hai is Ouyang Dong's brother by blood. He's ranked in the top 200 of the inner court fighting list. The last time he came out, he was already a high divine ancestor. Now, he's probably even stronger. These people are in danger. The person who spoke looked at Sima Yue sympathetically. They had already defeated Ouyang Dong, but unfortunately, they encountered Ouyang Hai. They were really unlucky. At this moment, 2 more people came in. Tuoba Yen who was sitting on the spectator's stand, saw them and waved at them before running down. Why did you come out? Tuoba Yen came to Tuoba Han's side and asked. Today is the day when the inner courtyard allows people to come out. That's why I came to take a look. Tuoba Han said. What's going on? Tuoba Yen explained everything and finally said, Han, I just heard people say that this Ouyang Hai is very strong. Yue and the rest are definitely not his match. He's also so protective, so he definitely won't let them go. We have to think of a way to save Yue and the rest. Tuoba Han looked at the person who came out with him. That person shook his head and said, I can't beat him either. Right now, we can only think of a way to get a teacher to step in. Feng Wuhen said. That person shook his head and said, the teachers won't step in for the matters in the arena. Once you're here, life and death are up to fate. Unless the opponent is willing to show mercy, otherwise, no one can do anything about it. This person clearly came here much earlier than them, so he was very clear about the rules here. Then what do we do? Tuoba Yener heard him say this and became even more anxious. You don't have to be so anxious. I think she'll have a way to deal with it. Tuoba Han looked at Sima Yue and said. Tuoba Yener looked over and saw that although Sima Yue was angry, she wasn't flustered or afraid. It seemed like she didn't care about Ouyang Hai at all. Third bro, you guys take second bro down first. Sima Yuran understood that the opponent was very strong. He was a whole rank higher than them. That was why they would only be hurt if they stayed here. It was better to go down and let Sima Yue deal with him in peace. Want to escape? Not a chance. Ouyang Hai quickly condensed his spirit energy and turned it into a fireball that attacked Sima Yuming and the rest. Chongming. Sima Yue called out. Chongming immediately stood in the middle. When those fireballs flew in front of him, they were immediately frozen and were unable to move forward. Disperse! Halcyon shouted, and those fireballs really did disperse into the air. Spatial Spirit Beast. Ouyang Hai recognized Chongming's move and said coldly, It's a pity that you're not my opponent. I've never thought of being your opponent. Chongming said. At least you know your place. Ouyang Hai sneered. Chongming didn't speak. When he saw the opponent's spirit energy attack again, he used the same move to disperse it. Young Miss Tuoba, can you help me take down an array stone from the pillar? Sima Yue asked Tuoba Yener. What do you want to do? Tuoba Yener asked. Send them out. Sima Yue pointed at Sima Yulin and the rest who were standing at the edge of the battle stage. Because Ouyang Hai attacked just now, the protective array was activated again and everyone was trapped inside. Okay. Tuoba Yer walked to the side of the pillar and took down a small stone. The protective array immediately disappeared. Sima Yue waited for Sima Yulin and the rest to go down before indicating for her to put the array stone back. The protective array was activated again. How did he know that the array would disappear if he took that small stone? Everyone was shocked. Because he's an array master. He naturally knows how to break the array. Tuoba Yenner said. When she walked over, she saw that Chongming was injured. Eat the pill, Lin Feng said. Sima Yue took out the pill and placed it in his hand. Then she asked Ouyang Hai, "Who are you?" "I'm Ouyang Dong's brother. You actually let them go down and left you alone. You're not even enough for me to squeeze my fist." Ouyang Hai said. "Is that so?" Sima Yue smiled. "Just now, your brother said that they would win today. What happened in the end?" "The difference in strength between us is too big. Killing you is already an easy task. Today, don't even think about escaping," Ouyang Hai said as he glared at Sima Yulin and the rest. "Escape? I just hope that you won't say escape later," Sima Yue said with a cold smile. "You want me to escape just because of you? What a joke. Who said it was me? I didn't say that I wanted you to fight." Sima Yue looked at Ouyang Hai and smiled. Chapter 562. Everyone looked at Sima Yue's smile and felt a chill down their spines. "Why do I feel that?" Yue's smile is. Tuoba Yen Air wanted to describe her feelings, but she couldn't find the right words. "At least she will be fine," Tuoba Han said. "Brother, why did you come out?" Feng Wuhan came over and asked the person beside Tuoba Han. "I knew you were here, so I came out to take a look," Feng Yuhang said. "Brother, Yue and the others once saved us," Feng Wuhan hinted. "I know, Han has already told me," Feng Yuhang said, "but in the arena, it's not something we can control." Tuoba Han went to the inner courtyard. The two of them met and talked about the assessment. They talked about the danger they encountered in the Glaze Mirage and how they were saved by Sima Yue. But now that the gladiator arena was closed, there was nothing they could do. "Don't worry, it's not certain who will be the unlucky one in the end." Tuoba Han said, "Look, aren't they also not worried?" Feng Wuhen and the others followed Tuoba Han's gaze and looked over. Sima Yulin and the others were standing below the stage. They did not look worried at all. Ouyang Hai looked at Sima Yue. He didn't understand her words, but he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he pointed at the beasts beside her and said, "Although you have a lot of contracted beasts, their strength isn't high. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after I kill them one by one." His murderous aura permeated the entire area. Most people would tremble when they felt this murderous aura, but Sima Yue did not have any reaction at all. Her beastie even transformed into Little Roar, with Little Roar directly facing him with his butt. Such contempt made Ouyang Hai even angrier. However, he was not as impulsive as Ouyang Dong. When he saw Sima Yue's beasts acting this way, he did not immediately attack. "General Honor, someone wants to kill Little Rock. Why aren't you coming out to save us?" After Sima Yue finished speaking, Honor Rock appeared in the arena. Seeing the sudden appearance of the humanoid beast, everyone was shocked again. Could it be that she had a contract beast? "That's not her contracted beast," Feng Yuhang said confidently. "Yes, he doesn't have a contractual relationship with us. He should be free," Tuoba Han said. "Who are you?" Ouyang Hai looked at the person who suddenly appeared and asked warily. "Honor Rock." Ouyang Hai frowned. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Sima Yue kindly reminded him, "Do you know that the four-winged rocks have 4 generals?" Hearing her say this, Ouyang Hai subconsciously took a step back, pointed at Honor Rock and said, "You are one of the 4 great generals, General Honor. You're from the four-winged rocks. You're quite knowledgeable," Sima Yue said. "General Rong, why are you with humans? Did you recognize a human as your master?" Ouyang Hai suppressed the fear that was gradually rising in his heart and forced himself to calm down. If he faced Honor Rock, then he really did not have any chance of winning at all. Not to mention him, even his family members would not dare to provoke the four-winged rocks. Why were they with Sima Yue? "You want to kill my king?" Honor Rock said coldly. His goal was to protect Little Rock, and even Little Rock's contracted master was the target of their protection. Now that someone wanted to kill her, wasn't that the same as killing their king? General Honor, we didn't kill your king. Is there a misunderstanding here? Xianxia said. How could it be a misunderstanding? Little Roar jumped onto Sima Yoyue's shoulder and pointed at him with his little claws, scolding, You want to kill us? You are you, and the four-winged rocks are the four-winged rocks. How could you be connected? Xianxia said. Little Roar rolled his eyes at him and said disdainfully, Are you stupid? Little Rock is Yu's contracted beast and is also the king of the rocks. If you want to kill us, isn't that the same as killing the king of the rocks? You want to kill their king, and you say there's no connection? Do you have no intelligence? You're the king of the rocks? Xianxia looked at Little Rock in disbelief. Little Rock, if people don't believe you, then show your original form for them to see. Sima Yue took 2 steps back and took out a chair to sit down. Little Roar slid onto her lap and sat down. Little Rock showed his original form and flew around the arena once before landing beside Sima Yue. Seeing the golden-winged rock, everyone then remembered the big thing that happened to the rocks recently. I remember now. Previously, the king of the rocks appeared in the southern 7th prefecture's 4-winged rocks and turned into the golden-winged rock. He even exterminated the Goshawk clan. I never thought that the king of the rocks would actually be here. The king of the rocks. I actually saw it with my own eyes. I never thought that he would actually be the contracted master of the king of the rocks. This is too shocking. Previously, I thought that it was just a few freshmen going up against the Ouyang's. Now, it seems like the Ouyang's have kicked an iron plate. Tuoba Yenair's eyes widened as her mouth opened slightly in shock. Her face was filled with disbelief. No wonder Sima Yue wasn't afraid of the Ouyang's at all. She never thought that he would be the contracted master of the king of the rocks. The king of the rocks. That meant that the entire rocks would listen to him. This identity, compared to her Tuoba clan's young miss, was countless times better. Xianxia's face was even uglier than constipation. Looking at his own corpse on the ground, he wished he could stab it twice more. It was fine if he usually caused trouble, but now he actually provoked the king of the rocks. This was a huge problem for the clan. Perhaps the Ouyang's wouldn't be afraid of a single bird clan. However, how many clans were there in the rocks? Dozens? Hundreds? If they were all gathered together, the Ouyang's would probably be exterminated until nothing was left. General Honor, this person wanted to kill me just now. This kind of vicious and merciless person who doesn't know right from wrong, you should just take care of him. Little Rock said. Yes, King. Honor Rock didn't have any mercy towards humans. Furthermore, this was just someone at the peak of divine overlord. In just one move, Xianxia was exterminated. After looking around, he returned to Sima Yoyue's side. Under his sharp gaze, everyone on the stage shrunk their necks, especially those who had caused trouble for Sima Yulu and the others. I, Sima Yue, am not someone who likes to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If you don't provoke us, we won't cause trouble for you. However, if you challenge my patience again and again, what happened today may happen in the future. Sima Yue warned those people. With one side dead, the protective array of the arena automatically closed. She stood up and kept her spirit beasts and chairs before stepping over the corpses on the ground. Bei Gong, you guys take second brother back first. They were more or less injured just now, but it wasn't as serious as Sima Yuming's. Yu. Tuoba Han walked over and greeted her. You came out as well? Since you're here, come along. I'll give you something. Chapter 563. Prince Sima, can we go together? Feng Yuhang asked. Sima Yue glanced at Feng Yuhang. She did not know who he was. I'm Feng Yuhang, Wu Hin's brother. Feng Yuhang introduced himself with a smile. I came out with Han this time. Feng family? She nodded and went to find someone who specialized in disposing of corpses. After they were done, she brought Tuoba Han and the others to the courtyard. Wang Kai and Mu Lin wanted to tag along, but Sima Yue smiled apologetically and said, My brothers are all injured, so it's not good to have too many people. Then we'll visit you next time, Mu Lin and Wang Kai said awkwardly. After they left, Sima Yue brought Tuoba Han and the other three to their courtyard. Wait for a moment, I'll go and see my second brother first. Sima Yue led them to the living room, made them tea, and then went out. After Sima Yuming came back, he fell asleep. After eating some pills, he looked much better now. Sima Yuran was taking care of him from the side. Third brother, after what happened today, the people in the academy won't dare to harass you anymore. I have something to do, so I might be away for 2 days. Sima Yue said. Is it related to Tuoba Han? Sima Yuran asked. Okay. Sima Yue nodded and left after giving a few more instructions. When they returned to the living room, they had just finished drinking their tea. However, only Tuoba Han and Feng Yuhang were left in the room. Where's Miss Tuoba? I sent him back, Feng Yuhang said. Tuoba Han nodded, saying, there are some things that she cannot know yet. It seems that Master Tuoba trusts Master Feng a lot. Sima Yue said. There were a few times when I was in danger and it was Hang who saved me. Tuoba Han said without hiding anything. So he also knows about my situation. Sima Yue saw this and did not say anything else. She walked to the seat beside him and sat down, saying, let me take your pulse first. All right. Tuoba Han placed his hand on the tea table. Sima Yue touched his hand and checked his condition carefully. Feng Yuhang looked at her serious expression. She was no longer as fierce as she was in the arena. After a while, she retracted her hand and said, it seems that the injection I gave you last time was effective. Your condition didn't worsen. I can feel it too. My body is better than before, even my cultivation speed is faster than before. Tuoba Han said. How often can you come out of the inner yard? She had to arrange his situation according to the time. 3 months, Tuoba Han replied. 3 months. Sima Yue tapped her finger on the table and thought for a while before saying, since that's the case, I'll give you acupuncture today and make some pills for you. Then he would come out once every 3 months. It should be completely resolved within a year. A year? Feng Yuhang exclaimed softly. Sima Yue thought that he felt that a year was too long and explained, a year is a conservative estimate. Because I need to make the antidote herbs, I have to think of a way to mix all the herbs together. It would be best if I could make a pill. The most important thing is that I don't have all the herbs on hand and it will take some time to find them. However, I think a year should be enough. Young Master Sima, you misunderstood. I didn't say that a year is too long. Feng Yuhang explained, I was just shocked that a year could cure his body. This time is unexpectedly short. I just said that a year is a conservative estimate. If the medicine is prepared smoothly, it won't even take a year. Sima Yue said. Write down the herbs you need for me. I'll get someone to prepare them. Tuoba Han was excited when he heard that the poison in his body could be cured within a year. He had been tortured by this poison for decades. Now that he heard about a year, he felt as if he was in a dream. I don't need that for now. Sima Yue said, I have to study what I need. I'll tell you the next time you come. Right now, I want you to let out some blood for me. Let out some blood? Feng Yuhang and Tuoba Han were stunned. Who would let out some blood to cure someone? She couldn't be asking him to let out all the blood in his body, right? Sima Yue saw their expressions and knew that they had misunderstood. She explained, I'm not asking you to let out a lot of blood. Here, just fill up this bowl. Seeing Sima Yue take out a bowl that was bigger than a wash basin, Tuoba Han's mouth twitched. He said, Yue, you want me to fill this bowl? If he let it out, how much blood would there be in his body? Wouldn't it all be drained? Sima Yue was originally thinking about something. When she heard Tuoba Han's question, she turned her head and looked at the container that she took out that was bigger than a wash basin. She smiled awkwardly and kept the container away. After that, she took out a big bowl and said, Cough cough, I took the wrong one. I took the wrong one. Just fill this up. Tuoba Han saw the big bowl and heaved a sigh of relief. Although this bowl was still a little big, it was still many times smaller than the previous one. He took out a dagger and made a cut on his arm. Then he poured the blood into the bowl. Very quickly, the bowl was filled to the brim. When it was done, Sima Yue took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it on his wound. The blood stopped flowing immediately. The wound even showed signs of stuttering. Seeing his pale face, she took out a pill and handed it to him, saying, "Eat this pill. It'll replenish your blood." Tuoba Han wanted to say that a man didn't need to replenish his blood. However, when he saw the bowl full of blood, he silently swallowed the pill. Feng Yuhang was very interested in Sima Yue's medicinal powder. He asked, "Yue, what was that medicinal powder?" "Hemostasis powder." Sima Yue took the bowl back. This was something that she would need when she was researching the antidote. "You made it?" Feng Yuhang asked. "I've seen other people's hemostasis powder not as effective as yours. It's an exclusive recipe. I'm the only one." Sima Yue said. "Then can you give us some? Sell some to us." Feng Yuhang said. Sima Yue lowered her eyes and remained silent for a while. Then, she looked up at him and said, "It's not impossible if you want it. However, I want to ask you something." "Ask me?" Feng Yuhang wasn't the only one who was shocked. Tuoba Han was also shocked. Didn't they just meet? Why would she have something to ask him? Sima Yue looked at him with certainty. She wanted to ask him and not Tuoba Han. Although he was shocked, in order to get Sima Yue's hemostasis powder, he still said gentlemanly, "Ask me anything. If I know, I'll definitely tell you." Sima Yue took out a jade pendant. She looked at him and asked, "Do you know this jade pendant?" Feng Yuhang saw the jade pendant and walked over. He grabbed Sima Yue's hand and asked, "How did you get this jade pendant?" Chapter 564. Tuoba Han saw that Feng Yuhang was so agitated and pulled his hand, saying, "Hang, don't be so agitated. You're hurting her." Feng Yuhang let go of Sima Yue's hand and said, "Sorry, I was too agitated." Sima Yu rubbed her wrist that had already turned red from the pinch and frowned, saying, "You recognize this jade pendant?" Feng Yuhang took a deep breath and turned to Tuoba Han, saying, "Han, please leave us for a moment." Tuoba Han saw Feng Yuhang's serious expression and stood up, saying, "I'll wait for you outside." He left after speaking. Feng Yuhang looked at the jade pendant and asked, "How did you get this jade pendant?" "You know about this jade pendant?" Sima Yue guessed from his expression. "This is my Feng family's jade pendant. How did you get it?" Sima Yue saw his anxious expression and only had worry in her eyes, saying, "Someone gave it to me." "Who is it? Where is he?" Feng Yuhang asked impatiently. "Tell me where this jade pendant came from first. I want to see if it's like what you said." Sima Yue said, "This is a jade pendant that only the Feng family's legitimate descendants have. Every jade pendant represents their identity. The Feng family would not casually give this jade pendant away. You should tell me now, how did you get this jade pendant? Do you know Feng Zhixing?" Sima Yue asked. "How do you know my uncle's name? Did you get this jade pendant from him? Do you know my uncle's whereabouts? Where is he?" Feng Yuhang asked several questions in a row. Sima Yue heard his words and suddenly had a bad premonition. Didn't he say he went back to the family? Why didn't he go back? Uncle is back? No, he's been missing for several years. Feng Yuhang said. He turned the jade pendant over and saw a small word on the back. His expression was both happy and worried. "This is indeed my uncle's jade pendant. Where did you meet my uncle? Do you know where he is now?" Sima Yue saw that Feng Yuhang did not seem to be lying and said, "I don't know where he is now. Back then, he said that his family had something to do and he had to go back. He said that he had some conflict with the Sage Pavilion and had to leave. He left this jade pendant and said that when he came to the primordial lands in the future, he could use this jade pendant to find a shop with this symbol. Then he left." Feng Yuhang stared straight at Sima Yue. "Why should I believe you?" Sima Yue smiled and said, "Why should I believe you?" Feng Yuhang took out a jade pendant. It was similar to Feng Zhixing's jade pendant, but one side was slightly different. This kind of jade pendant can only be possessed by a direct descendant of the Feng family. Feng Yuhang placed the two jade pendants together. "This is enough to prove my relationship with my uncle. But you, if you can't prove your relationship with my uncle, then you will become a clue to my uncle's disappearance." Sima Yue looked at the two similar jade pendants and said, "I'll believe you for now." As she spoke, she released Feng Zhixing's aura. It was the soul imprint that she had left behind. Uncle's aura, Feng Yuhang said excitedly. Then he thought of something and looked at her strangely. Soul imprint, this is actually a soul imprint. What is your relationship with my uncle that he would leave a soul imprint to protect you? He's my master, Sima Yue said. Since my master is your uncle, then you should know about him. What do you think happened to his disappearance? Uncle is different from us. He did not grow up in the central regions. I have only seen him a few times when I was young. Feng Yuhang said. The last time the family was in trouble, we sent someone to ask him to come back, but he never came back. Later on, we found out that he had received our message and was delayed by something. That was why he did not come back. But when we tried to contact him again, we could not reach him. That was why we said that he was missing. But it seems that our direction has always been wrong. What direction? We always thought that Uncle went missing when he came out of the inner regions. That was why we were searching in the direction of the inner regions. But according to what you said, he did not go missing when he came out of the inner regions. He went from Yilin continent. Sima Yue said. He went missing when he came up from the Yilin continent. Feng Yuhang said, if that's really the case, then we are searching in a different direction. No wonder we could not find anything after so many years. No, I have to hurry and inform the family about this. I will disturb you again next time. Goodbye. Hey, wait a minute. Sima Yue saw that he was really going to leave and grabbed his arm. What? Return my master's jade pendant to me. Sima Yue pointed at the jade pendant in his hand. Feng Yuhang hesitated for a moment, but still handed the jade pendant to Sima Yue. I hope you can take good care of Uncle's jade pendant. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Sima Yue sat back on the chair and looked at the jade pendant in her hand. She started to panic. Master went missing? He should have gone missing when he came back. Then where had he been all these years? But there was one thing that made her feel more at ease. No matter where he was, at least he was still alive. If he was already dead, then the soul imprint he left behind would also disappear. She touched her forehead with her right hand and said, Master, where are you? I will definitely find you. Tuoba Han walked in and saw that Sima Yue seemed to have lost her soul and said, Yue, what did you say to Feng Yuhang? He actually left in such a hurry? We talked about some things regarding the Feng family. Sima Yue kept the jade pendant and said, let's go to my brother's bedroom, then I will perform acupuncture for you. Tuoba Han saw that Sima Yue was unwilling to say more, so he didn't ask any more and followed her to a bedroom. An hour later, Sima Yue finished performing acupuncture for him. He had just put on his clothes when Tuoba Yen hurriedly ran over and said, Han, what happened to Brother Feng? He found Wu Hen and ran away with him. He didn't even reply to me when I was talking behind him. Tuoba Han glanced at Sima Yue and said, it's nothing. It should be something that happened to their family. It's good that it's nothing. Tuoba Yen said. All right, let's go back. Tuoba Han said. Tuoba Yen looked at Tuoba Han and then looked at Sima Yue. Although she was a little curious as to why they were together for so long, she saw that the two of them didn't want to talk about it, so she tactfully didn't ask. She wanted to wait until they went back and slowly ask. After Tuoba Yen and Tuoba Han left, Sima Yue went to look for Bei Gong Tang and the others. Feng Zhixing was their teacher back then. Now that he had disappeared, she wanted to tell them. Yue, come with me quickly. Feng Wuhen suddenly barged into the courtyard and grabbed Sima Yue's hand and dragged her out. Chapter 565. Feng Wuhen? What are you doing? Sima Yue asked in surprise when she saw Wind Without Trace grabbing her and pulling her out without his usual composure. Yue, come outside with me. Granduncle wants to see you, Feng Wuhen said anxiously. Your granduncle? He's Uncle's father. Feng Wuhen explained. We sent him a message and he immediately rushed over. He said he wanted to call you. Master's father? All right, wait a moment, I'll tell them. Sima Yue broke free from his grip and returned to the house to inform everyone before leaving with Feng Wuhen. They went to a restaurant near the academy. Feng Wuhen brought her directly to a room on the second floor. Young master. The guard at the door saw Feng Wuhen and bowed to him. Master is already waiting inside. Feng Wuhan knocked on the door and entered after receiving a response. Sima Yue followed him in. There were 3 people in the room. Other than Feng Yuhang, there was a man and a woman. Although they looked relatively young, their eyes exposed their long history. You are Xing Er's disciple? Feng Lu looked at her. Sima Yue met his gaze fearlessly. How long did you stay with Xing? The woman asked. A few months, Sima Yue answered. Can you tell me what happened when Xing Er left? The woman asked anxiously. Sima Yue saw that she looked similar to Feng Zhixing and asked, What is your relationship with my master? I am Dan Jing, Xing Er's mother. He is Xing Er's father, Feng Lu. Dan Jing introduced herself and also mentioned Feng Lu. Can you tell us about Xing Er now? Master's mother? How should he address her? According to seniority, he should call her Grandma. Grandma Dan, you don't have to worry too much. At least for now, Master's life is not in danger. Sima Yue comforted her after telling her about the Lin continent. Can you show us the soul imprint he left behind? Dan Jing asked. Sima Yue forced Feng Zhixing's soul imprint out of her body, and a faint figure appeared in front of everyone. Feng Zhixing's eyes were closed. He could not sense anyone around him. It was as if he was in a deep sleep. Feng Lu frowned. Why is Xing Er's soul so weak? Could it be that he is in a very dangerous situation right now? Dan Jing grabbed Feng Lu's hand and said excitedly, Granduncle, the soul imprint might be weak because the body is weak, or it might have been used before. Don't worry, let's ask Yue first, Feng Yuhang comforted. There was once when I was in danger and Master's soul imprint saved me. Sima Yue said, ever since then, he has been like this. That's good, that's good. Dan Jing patted her chest and said, if he had been like this for a long time, it meant that his current situation was still relatively good. Child, can you help us find Xing? Master is missing. Naturally, I will help you find him. Sima Yue said, also, I have his soul imprint on me. If I am close enough, I should be able to sense it. Thank you, child, Dan Jing said gratefully. Master is my master. Finding him is what I should do. Sima Yue said. Little uncle has been missing for so long. It will be difficult for us to find any clues. Feng Yuhang said. That might not be the case. Sima Yue said. You have a way? Feng Yuhang asked. Did you forget what I have? Sima Yue said, Master must have gone missing in the primordial lands. No matter where he is, someone must have seen him and know his whereabouts. But we don't know where little uncle went when he came back from the primordial lands. The primordial lands are so big. How are we going to find such a small clue? Feng Wuhan said worriedly. Also, if little uncle is so strong, he could disappear without a trace. If it was done by someone, then the other party's strength is not weak. If we want to find the people who saw little uncle, they will think of a way to kill them. The most important thing is that the area is too big. Even if we find him, it will take a long time. Also, we will need a lot of manpower. Dan Jing said. I have an idea. Sima Yue said. What idea? If you can confirm the general area, then it will be easier. Sima Yue was not in a hurry to say it. Feng Lu thought for a while and said, if he came from the Yilin continent, then he is most likely in the outer regions. The outer regions are the closest to the Yilin continent. You can't confirm which region he is in? I can't. Although the outer regions were quite big, it was not impossible. Are you planning to use his power? Feng Yuhang asked. Sima Yue said, those people are not easy to find. Then we won't recruit them. Then what should we look for? The world is big. There are a lot of spirit beasts, and the bird clan is the most well-informed. Sima Yue said, if that's the case, then we will start with the bird clan. Ask them if they have seen Master's whereabouts. Feng Lu and Dan Jing didn't think highly of her suggestion. The bird race was too big. It wouldn't be easy to find them, but it was better than nothing. That's right. As long as we mobilize the entire bird clan, we will definitely find little uncle. Feng Wuhan said excitedly. It won't be easy to mobilize the entire bird clan. We can only go back and discuss with the clan leader to see if we can transfer more people over. Feng Lu said. Granduncle, this might be difficult for others, but for Yue, it is very easy. Fen Yu Hang said with a smile. What, do you have an idea? Dan Jing looked at Sima Yue and asked. Granduncle, Grandin, Yue is the contracted master of the King of the Rocks. As long as she orders the King of the Rocks, the entire bird clan will listen to her. Feng Wuhan explained. You are the contracted master of the King of the Rocks? Feng Lu stood up excitedly. He did not expect to meet the contracted master of the King of the Rocks. She was even his youngest son's disciple. Yes. I will draw Master's portrait and ask Little Rock to pass it down. Sima Yue said, when I have news, I will ask Wuhan to inform you. Okay. Then I will have to trouble you. Dan Jing said gratefully. I will go and prepare Master's portrait first. Sima Yue said. No need, we have a lot here. Dan Jing said as she took out a large stack of paper. It was filled with Feng Zhixing's portrait. These are all prepared to find Xing. Since we have these portraits, I will ask Little Rock to pass it down. Sima Yue called Little Rock out. Little Rock already knew what was going on. He took the stack of paper, transformed into his beast form and flew out. Chapter 566. Sima Yu chatted with them for a while before returning to the sect. She felt a little tired. She was worried about Feng Zhixing's whereabouts and was unable to calm down. She gave up on cultivating and went to see Sima Yuming. After a day of treatment, Sima Yue's condition was much more stable now. However, she was still unconscious because of her serious injuries. Bei Gong Tang and the others just happened to come over to see Sima Yuming, and the group gathered together. Yue, how is Teacher Feng's situation? Fatty Chu asked anxiously. Nothing has happened yet. Sima Yue said, Little Rock has already gone to seek help from the bird clan. Hopefully we can find some clues. Right at this moment, Little Peng came in from outside. Seeing that they were all in the courtyard, he walked over and said, Yu, I've already given the order. There should be news in a few days. Sima Yue did not know how the bird clan communicated with each other, but it was fine as long as there was news. Yue, don't worry. After mobilizing the entire bird clan, there will definitely be news soon. Wei Ziqi looked at Sima Yue's tightly knitted brows and consoled her. Sima Yue sighed. I'm worried about Master's current situation. He had been missing for several years. As a large family, the Feng clan actually didn't find any news about him. Although it could be said that the direction was off, the fact that those people could do this showed that the other party's strength wasn't weak. I don't know why they captured Master, and I don't know how he is doing now. For Master Feng to be able to open a spatial passage, it means that his strength is very strong. Maybe he is only temporarily trapped right now. Ouyang Fei said. I hope so, Sima Yue said, but she was still worried. I'll head back first. Sima Yue thought of the things she had to do now. If there was news about Feng Zhixing, she would definitely go. Now she had to find a way to detoxify to Obahan's poison, and then find a way to cure Shimin Feng's body. She had already told Go Lang about his condition a few days ago. Go Lang was very interested, so he went to see him and personally examined him. After that, he included his condition in his research. She went to Wu Lingyu's courtyard. There was a barrier here that he had left behind. He said that as long as there was this barrier, the outside world would not know what was going on here, so she could enter the Spirit Pagoda without worry. She went to the Spirit Pagoda and plunged into the alchemy room. From time to time, she would ask Little Spirit to bring her some medicinal ingredients. Then she would frantically research them. Time passed day by day. She studied in the Spirit Pagoda day and night. She didn't know how many days had passed outside. When she had some progress, Little Peng said that there was news from Feng Zhixing. Sima Yue hurriedly came out. Little Peng told her that Feng Zhixing had appeared in the northern 6th prefecture after returning from the Yilin continent. 6th prefecture? The northern 7th prefecture has a vile environment. If Master went to the northern 7th prefecture, he should have left immediately. Especially the 6th prefecture, it's even more dangerous. If he disappeared in the 6th prefecture, it would be troublesome. Sima Yue said, I'll go and tell the Feng clan this news first. She went to look for Feng Wuhen and revealed the news to him. He immediately sent the news back. The Feng clan found out that there were some clues in the northern 6th prefecture, so Feng Lu personally led people there. Before they found any news about Feng Zhixing, Sima Yue went there was no use, so she went back to continue researching to Obahan's antidote. Maybe it was because she was anxious, or maybe it was because she had just found the right ingredients, but her research was exceptionally smooth. 3 months later, it was time to come out of the inner sect again. Tuoba Han went to look for Sima Yue directly after he came out. Sima Yue was already waiting for him in the courtyard. When she saw that he had come, she didn't say anything and directly pulled him into the room. Feng Yuhang, who had come along, was so shocked that he blinked his eyes twice to make sure that he didn't see wrongly. It was only then that he looked at Sima Yulin, who was standing guard outside, suspiciously. Why did he have a feeling that he had misunderstood? Cough cough, this is... She said that a year's time had turned into 3 months. Sima Yulin said what Sima Yue had told him. I don't know how long they'll take. Let's sit in the pavilion and wait. Feng Yuhang said. They came to the pavilion, and Sima Yulin took out a tea set and brewed tea for the two of them. I didn't think that you knew how to brew tea. Feng Yuhang took a sip of the tea and found that it tasted better than the others. I learned all these from Yu. Sima Yulin said. Do you guys spend a lot of time together? Feng Yuhang was curious about Sima Yue. We've been together for many years. Sima Yulin said, we've been cultivating and living together all these years. Many of her abilities have been learned by everyone. Being together with her must have been very exciting. Feng Yuhang said. Thinking about how she had killed Ouyang Hai and his brother, the Ouyang clan did not even dare to let out a fart in the end. Those clans who followed her did not dare to say anything either, especially after they found out what had happened. Instead, they turned their hatred to Su Ling Heir's clan. This was because Su Ling did not like Bei Gong Tang from the very beginning and kept finding fault with her. That was why she was killed. The Su clan had lost a very talented daughter, and they were hated by the other clans, who would stab them in the back from time to time. They were angry as well, but the other party was the contracted master of the King of Rocks. Who would dare to look for her? They could only swallow this bitter fruit themselves. Sima Yulin thought about the days before and after he had met Sima Yue, and his mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. The days when I was with her were very exciting. Then can you tell me about it? Feng Yuhang asked tentatively. Of course. The two of them were waiting here, so they had to talk. It was fine to talk about the past. In any case, he would not say anything that he should not say. The two of them were chatting happily outside, but Li Mu's to Obahan was not so good. Because the moment he came in, Sima Yue said to him, "Take off your clothes." He knew about taking off his clothes. Every time she gave him acupuncture, she would ask him to take off his clothes. But Sima Yue's words stunned him. Take it all off, don't even leave your underwear. He was a good young man, he was not interested in these kinds of men's affairs at all. But Sima Yue was fiddling with something on the table with her back to him. Hearing that there was no movement behind her, she turned her head and said, "I told you to take off your clothes, didn't you hear me?" "That, Yue, you didn't take it all off before. Why do you want to take it all off today?" He looked at her awkwardly. Sima Yue saw his expression and knew that he had misunderstood. Thinking about what she said just now, she turned her head awkwardly and said, "There's a bathtub in the room. Take off your clothes and stay inside." Cough cough, there are many medicinal ingredients in the bathtub. You won't be exposed. Chapter 567. Tuoba Han finally understood what Sima Yue meant. When he entered the inner room, he saw a big wooden barrel that was covered with a thick layer of medicinal herbs. He took off his clothes and stepped in. Sima Yue walked in with a tray in her hands. There were many bottles and jars on the tray. She used her leg to hook a stool over and placed the tray on it. Then, she picked up one of the bottles, opened the lid, and poured the juice inside. Dark green, bright red, ink black, all kinds of colored juices were poured in, and the originally quiet water began to boil. Tuoba Han was a little surprised. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to resist, her faint voice came from above his head. This isn't boiling because of the high temperature. It's because of the medicinal properties. It won't burn you. You can't use your spiritual energy right now, or I won't be able to proceed with the next step of the treatment. Since the other party had said so, Tuoba Han allowed himself to relax. Although the temperature was a little high, it did not make him feel uncomfortable. Yue, in the past, it was just acupuncture. Why are you doing this time? He was a little puzzled. He had a thought in his heart, but he felt that it was not very likely. In the past, I suppressed it for you. This time, I'm going to eradicate it for you. Of course, it's different. Open your mouth. He could not react in time and instinctively opened his mouth. Sima Yue immediately stuffed a pill into his mouth. He swallowed the pill and said in shock, Did you just say eradicate? Yes, if nothing goes wrong, it will be eradicated this time. Sima Yue said, I'm going to give you an injection to help you absorb the medicine. Don't talk. Don't get too excited. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if the needle is crooked. Tuoba Han saw the silver needle in her hand and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. He calmed himself down and then nodded to her, indicating that it was okay. This time, the acupuncture was very simple. She only pricked a few important acupoints and then sat down to drink tea. After a while, she came over again and looked at the color of the water. Then, she picked up the small bottle on the tray and poured it into the bucket. She repeated this several times until all the small bottles on the tray were empty. Only then did she stop and give him another pill, saying, Tell me when the water has diluted. After a while, Tuoba Han called her. She walked over, took out a basin and placed it beside the bucket, saying, Stretch out your hand. He did as he was told, but he didn't expect her to take out a dagger and slit his wrist, then put it on the basin. Then she went behind him and retrieved the silver needles. As soon as the silver needle left his body, light red blood began to flow out of his wrist. The blood was abnormally red, and it was obvious that there was a problem. If you feel the blood in your chest churning, don't suppress it. Spit it out. Tuoba Han nodded. Seeing that the blood on his wrist was slowly turning red, he knew that the poison in his body was being expelled from his body. As he looked at it, he really felt a little uncomfortable in his chest. He obeyed her orders and didn't suppress it. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sima Yue waited for him to spit out blood before taking his other hand to check his pulse. Then she put it down and took out another wooden bucket with clean water. Then she came to his side and saw that half the bucket was filled with blood. She clicked her tongue twice, took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it on his wound. This is the last pill. Once you eat it, you can go to the other bucket to wash up. I'll wait for you outside. She took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then turned around and left. Tuoba Han felt that the burning in his body slowly calmed down. He used the spiritual energy in his body to feel it. The restrictions from before were no longer there. His body had never felt so comfortable before. The poison was completely cured. He clenched his fist happily and released it. His heart was filled with indescribable happiness. He thought that he could only get the thing in the sect to cure the poison. He didn't think that he didn't need to. Then he didn't need to take the risk. A faint smell of blood came from the water. He immediately stood up and saw that there were different colors on his body. He quickly went to the other bucket. Sima Yue went out. The sky outside was already dark. The treatment went on for an entire day. When they heard the door open, Feng Yuhang and Sima Yulin stood up. Done. Sima Yulin asked. It went well. Sima Yue didn't have an easy day either. She walked to the pavilion and sat down. She picked up the teapot on the table and poured water. Feng Yuhang, who was at the side, still couldn't react. He asked excitedly, You're saying that Han's poison has been completely cured? Yes, he won't be troubled by this anymore. Sima Yue said. You're really a god. Feng Yuhang looked at Sima Yue with admiration. He never thought that the poison that many people were helpless against would be cured by her just like that. Furthermore, she was so young. When he heard that she chose to study medicine, he felt sorry for her. Now, it seemed that she had talent in this area. She would definitely like it. You guys take your time to chat. I'm going back to rest. Sima Yue said as she left the pavilion and went to another room. After a while, Tuoba Han came out as well. Seeing that his eyes were different from usual, Feng Yuhang knew that his poison was really cured. Tuoba Han looked around and didn't see Sima Yue. He asked, "Where's Yu?" "She's a little tired, so she went back to rest." Sima Yulin said, "She told me to tell you that you can forget about the consultation fee. If you need to trouble young Master Tuoba in the future, please lend a helping hand." "That's for sure," Tuoba Han promised. "Let's go. It's time to go back," Feng Yuhang said. "Then we'll take our leave first." Tuoba Han cupped his hands towards Sima Yulin. "Please tell Yu that we'll look for her again next time." Sima Yue didn't enter a state of cultivation. She knew that Tuoba Han and the others had left. After they left, she crossed her legs and began to recover her energy. Don't think that she didn't have anything to do the whole day. Actually, she had to keep an eye on Tuoba Han's condition. If anything happened, she would have to stop the treatment. That was why the pressure was huge. Tuoba Han and Feng Yuhang went to the sect's teleportation array. This was the only way to go to the inner sect. Furthermore, it was only in the mountains outside the inner sect. They still had a long way to go to get there. On the way back, Tuoba Han told Shi Yuhang about the treatment process today. He thought about how there were so many ingredients and how they had to be poured in at different times according to different orders. They also had to use silver needles and pills. This was really a complicated process. "I never thought that he would know such a complicated treatment method when he's only 20 years old." Feng Yuhang sighed. "Yeah, but I should be thankful that he has this ability." Tuoba Han's lips curled into a smile. He was in a good mood. "That's right. You should. Who is that?" Feng Yuhang and Tuoba Han exchanged glances. The direction that the silhouette had gone in was the forbidden area of the inner sect. It was the place that Tuoba Han had wanted to enter before. Chapter 568. Tuoba Han and Feng Yuhang looked at each other. While the two of them were still hesitating whether to follow or not, that person had already disappeared. "Let's go and take a look," Feng Yuhang said as he chased after that person. Tuoba Han's speed wasn't slow either. He followed Feng Yuhang and flew towards the forbidden grounds. But after chasing for a while, they found that he had disappeared. "Where is he?" The two of them stopped. The person in front of them had suddenly disappeared. Looking around, there were dense forests and mountain streams everywhere. It would be very easy for that person to hide. It seemed that the other party had discovered that he was being followed. If they did not leave, he would not continue to move forward. "Let's go back," Feng Yuhang said. Since they couldn't catch up to him, they could only return. 2 days after he left, a graceful shadow appeared in the forest. It was a woman. With a cold snort, she turned around and flew in the direction of the forbidden area. Just as the black figure arrived outside the forbidden area, another figure suddenly appeared from inside the forbidden area. The two of them met and quickly engaged in a battle. "I didn't expect you to be here as well," the woman said as she fought. "Aren't you the same?" The other party sneered. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. "Have you already obtained that item?" the woman asked. "No. If you're interested, you can go in and take a look." "You're injured. Did you get injured inside? You actually want to trick me into going in. Didn't you come here for this as well?" The other party sent the woman flying with a palm strike, then flew in the direction of the academy. When the woman turned around, her opponent had already flown far away. It seemed like he didn't want to get entangled in a fight with her. She looked inside the forbidden grounds. Thinking that even someone like him was injured, she hesitated for a moment. After much consideration, she decided to give up on this mission and turned around to fly back to the academy. After resting for a night, Sima Yue continued to study Shiminfeng's condition while waiting for the news from northern 6 prefectures. During this period, she went to find Gulang and studied Shiminfeng's situation with him. Although they still couldn't find a way to eradicate it, but after learning that she was the one who suppressed Shiminfeng's situation, Gulang valued her even more and even had the intention to let her join his research group and study those topics together with the seniors. Unfortunately, she was worried about Feng Zhixing and could leave at any time, so she declined Gulang's invitation. Gulang asked about the situation and said that she could join. If she had something to do, she could ask for leave. Sima Yue thought about it and nodded in agreement. Therefore, when Feng Wuhan came to look for her, she was discussing something with the research team. Seeing his anxious look, her heart skipped a beat. She greeted Gulang and left. Yue, there's news about my uncle, Feng Wuhan said anxiously when he saw her come out. Where? The Red Canyon of the northern 6th Prefecture. Sima Yue's body shook when she heard the Red Canyon. She shouted, "Why are we in the Red Canyon?" Even if he didn't know much about the periphery in his previous life, he knew about the Red Canyon in the northern 6th state. It was said that the barrier between the human realm and the demon realm was the weakest. It was a passage from the demon realm to the human realm. The primordial lands had always stationed people there to prevent the devil world from invading from there. We got in touch with the bird clan in the northern 6th prefecture. In the end, we found out that uncle was last seen there. Feng Wuhan said worriedly, "Moreover, that was a few years ago. Granduncle said that uncle might have entered the blood tunnel." Blood tunnel? Sima Yue shouted, "No, I have to go there quickly." If Master really entered the blood tunnel, then the Scarlet Channel was a passage that connected the devil world and the human world. If the devil race wanted to come out from here, the human race would intercept and kill them here. Every day, there would be killing and blood covering the whole place, so it was called the Scarlet Channel. If Feng Zhixing entered the blood tunnel, Sima Yue didn't dare to imagine what would happen. Granduncle asked me to come here to ask if you're going. If you want to go, we'll meet at the inn tomorrow at noon. Feng Wuhan said, "Okay, I want to go. I'll meet you at the inn tomorrow at noon." Sima Yue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She thought about what to prepare. After Feng Wuhan left, Sima Yue turned around and went back after informing Gulang. She had to prepare some pills that she might need in case of an emergency. Bei Gongtang and the others heard that Sima Yue was going to the northern 6th prefecture and wanted to go with her, but she rejected them. The Red Canyon is too dangerous. The demon clan might appear there at any time. It's not a place where ordinary people can go. Also, we might enter the blood tunnel, which will be even more dangerous. We're not strong enough, and the situation there isn't clear, so you don't have to go this time. Sima Yulin understood what she meant. If they went now, they would be in danger and drag others down. So everyone decided to wait for her in the sect. At the same time, they gave her all the things that they usually refined. In addition to her own, those one-time arrays, pills and so on filled a room in the spirit pagoda. However, Sima Yue liked the last thing that Fatty Chu gave her. "Yue, this is something that you refined based on the grenade that you mentioned before. This thing will explode in half a minute after you insert your spirit energy. The big metal ball is equivalent to a low-rank divine saint. The small one is equivalent to a middle-rank divine overlord. The safe distance is at least 500 meters. Don't blow yourself in." Sima Yue looked at the round metal ball and was happy. This was a good thing for killing groups. "How many of these?" 50 for the big ones and 100 for the small ones. You have to use it wisely. Fatty Chu warned, "You're so weak. Don't use it all at once when you go to such a dangerous place. When no one comes to save you, you can still use it to protect yourself. Do you understand? Really, you should have told me earlier that you were leaving. I would have refined more." "More than 100, that's not a small number. Also, you gave me so many spirit tools." Sima Yue patted his shoulder. "No, aren't you leaving in the evening? I'll go to the spirit pagoda to refine more for you. I'll be able to refine 10 to 20 in 10 days. Fatty Chu said worriedly. "I'll go in and refine some one-time arrays for you as well, so you don't have to set them up again." Sima Yulin said, "We can refine some more pills." Ouyang Fei and Bei Gongtang said. Sima Yue saw that they were so determined, so she brought them to Wu Lingyu's house. Then they all entered the spirit pagoda. When it was almost noon on the second day, Sima Yue brought them out of the spirit pagoda. She didn't expect to see Wu Lingyu sitting in the living room drinking tea. "Senior? When did you come back?"